Today you'll hear about a Russian gangster wannabe and how his story curiously overlaps with 3 devious and murderous American teenage girls. Later in the show, you'll wonder with a sense of disbelief and abject horror how a Yale-educated spy could massacre his nearest and dearest with a ball-peen hammer and then vanish into thin air like a speck of dust. The latter mystery is an absolute cracker, an unbelievably dark tale we're still trying to wrap our heads around. You're going to hear some messed up stories today, but you never know, you might have seen one of these people. If so, you could become the beneficiary of a cash reward. Since there seems to be some confusion about this, we'll quickly explain what Interpol is. It consists of 195 member states. Interpol's website explains, "We connect police around the world, both technically and in person, bridging jurisdictions, time zones, and languages. They have access to 19 databases. Millions of messages are sent through what Interpol calls a web-based police communication system. Unlike, say, the FBI, Interpol doesn't go around busting down doors and arresting people, it just helps find people. The organization does keep a wanted list, called the Red Notice List, which contains people that a country wants located and arrested. Notably, a red notice is not an arrest warrant. They are more like an international notice, supplying all the relevant information about the criminal. Interpol does not look for them in the physical sense. It's up to local police forces to do that. The red notices make up the longest list of notices for Interpol. From 2014 to 2021, there were anywhere from 10,718 to 13,516 people on the red notice list. There are currently 249 people on the red notice list wanted by the Americans, compared to 104 people who are Americans. We can't possibly talk about all of them, so we picked what you might consider to be the worst of the worst, or at least the most interesting, finishing with the worst of them all. Number 15. Canada Controversy. Florida woman Denise Harvey was in her 40s when she had what she calls a consensual relationship with a 16-year-old boy who played on her son's baseball team. She's now on Interpol's Red Notice list because of that. This happened in 2008, and in 2009 she, her husband, and her son fled to Canada, where what she did is not considered a crime. In some U.S. states, it might also not be a crime either due to the differences in the age of consent. Still, in Florida, if the accused is over the age of 24, they are not allowed to have an intimate relationship with someone that young. And if the accused is in a position of authority, as Harvey was, the age of consent is 18. Her lawyers have claimed that the 30-year prison sentence she's looking at in the U.S. should be deemed cruel and unusual. Right now, she's still on the red notice, but a free woman. We thought we'd open the show with a good example of how red notices don't always lead to extraditions. Number 14. Keeping a low profile. It's strange how some people who distinctly stand out in a crowd manage to evade the law for so long. Listen to this description of a man on Interpol's website. He's somehow not been seen for well over a decade. Tran may weigh 47 to 61 kilograms and may have facial hair, including a mustache. Tran has several tattoos, including a design with a tiger across his left biceps and shoulder going onto his back, multiple designs over his entire back, with Thug tattooed low on his back, Tran on top of his right wrist, and a large A on his torso above Warriors in script. He might as well have fixed a flashing target to his head. His full name is Kim Ngoc Tran. In 2009, when he was 29 years old, he was involved in an incident in San Jose, California, in which he and 2 others opened fire on a group of men. 2 were injured and a third man, 20-year-old Nam Hong Mai, was killed. Tran is a Vietnamese national, but he had permission to work in the U.S. at the time of the crime. His paperwork is probably expired by now, so authorities think he likely escaped to Vietnam and is currently residing there. This next person will give you the creeps. Number 13. A big fish out of muddy water. Laurie John Trites is hard to miss since he weighs about 300 pounds and would tower over most people at a mighty 6'7". In 1998, this former swimming champion and founder of the Trident Aquatic Club was the head swimming coach at a college in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He was by all accounts an excellent swimmer, a 4-time Big East champion, an 8-time New England champion, competing in his college days in the 100 and 200-yard backstroke. That year, a group of women found a videotape recorder in the locker room. On the tape, they saw themselves and heard their own voices. Turned out the coach had been secretly filming them for quite a few months. Police subsequently charged him with 6 counts of violating the state's wiretap law. The general consensus across the legal world of most countries states it's legal to film someone in a public place if there is no reasonable expectation that they're in a private environment. People end up on other people's videos all the time, but it is very, very illegal to film someone in a private space when there's an expectation that the people being filmed won't want to be filmed. Trites was last seen on January 30, 1998 in Philadelphia, when he withdrew a large amount of money from a bank and disappeared. He left behind a wife who was going on to divorce him anyway. He left his apartment and all of his clothes, and he also left behind his car, a leased Mercury Mountaineer, and in it police found a wallet, credit cards, and his laptop. That might sound strange to you, but it's what people do when they want to vanish. One thing he did keep was his passport. The FBI said it's hard to miss him given his size. The agency said wherever he might be, it's likely he's still involved with swimming. He might also be teaching golf, since he had been a golf coach as well as a swimming coach. The FBI says he may be living under the name of John Trites, but his other aliases include John Morgan and Buddy. He has ties with New Mexico, Connecticut, Florida, Massachusetts, as well as Pennsylvania, although it's suspected he might have gone as far as Canada, Trinidad, or even the Bahamas. There's no reason to think he's dead, so this big guy is very likely in a city or town near someone watching this video today. The FBI has issued its familiar warning for Trites. Do not attempt to apprehend this person yourself. He should be considered armed and dangerous. So if you've seen him, go to the FBI website or contact your nearest consulate if abroad. You might wonder how he's still on the run. Law enforcement says criminals are usually caught because they use computers or banks, but it's very hard to find someone who lives under a new identity and has cut off all ties with their past. Still, the FBI has said it's caught 163 people who've appeared on its most wanted list thanks to people sending in information. It helps that the agency may give someone up to $250,000 for that information. The same applies for Trites and his case, but the FBI didn't say just how much he'd be compensated for information leading to his arrest. The next case is horrific, but it comes with some good news at least. Number 12. Potential serial killer? The FBI says on any given day, around 80,000 people will go missing in the U.S. Most of them will be found, but each year, U.S. authorities find an estimated 4,400 John or Jane Does, meaning bodies without a name. After 1 year, about 1,000 will remain unidentified. Another estimate from the FBI is this: there could be 25 to 50 serial killers on the loose in the USA each year. Now let's talk about the case of John Lightus, an American Nicaraguan who might be a serial killer. We say might because police have only convicted him of one murder, but his crimes against women in the U.S. go back decades. He's also wanted in Nicaragua for crimes against women, as well as robbery. The U.S. has him in confinement at the moment, but Nicaragua still wants him, so he's on the red notice list. In 2016, when he was 54, he was sentenced to 45 years for kidnapping, torturing, and murdering a 30-year-old homeless woman whose body was found in a ditch in DeLand, Florida. Just days before he killed her, he picked up a young homeless woman outside a 7-Eleven and offered her illegal substances. He proceeded to take her to a private place at knife point, where he hogtied her and tortured her for 12 hours. This is a bad man. Police later discovered that he had convictions for violent crimes against women going back to 1986 when he was arrested and detained in New York. He also had a stalking conviction in Orange County, Florida in 2009. Seems he chose the most vulnerable women, people who after they're murdered might become Jane Does, or in the parlance of academics, might become the less dead, since not a great number of people are concerned about them. It's hard to imagine that this is all Lightus did during all of his years on the loose. Given the extremeness of the crimes he was arrested for, we think there's a chance this guy is guilty of more crimes. There's little chance he'll be sent back to Nicaragua to face the music there, but at least you can sleep safe knowing he'll never see the light of day again in the US. Help catch this next guy and a reward of $250,000 could be coming your way. Number 11. The Violent Vegan. 45-year-old Daniel Andreas Sandiego is not your typical criminal. He's been called a mostly straight-laced kind of guy, but one who's taken his love for animals to the extreme. FBI calls him an animal rights extremist, an educated man who became part of the so-called straight edge movement. This is a movement linked to hardcore punk music whose adherents swear to go without alcohol, tobacco, recreational drugs, or promiscuous sex, the antithesis of what punk bands like the Sex Pistols stood for. They sound like Puritan punks, inspired by a 1981 46-second song titled Straight Edge by the punk band Minor Threat. Some people involved with the movement have also embraced hardcore veganism. A few of them started a band called Vegan Reich and said they were dedicated to the vegan jihad movement, part of a so-called hardline subculture. This was the life of Daniel Sandiego. On August 28, 2003, just before sunrise, 2 homemade pipe bombs exploded at the headquarters of the Chiron Corporation, a biotechnology outfit based in Emeryville, California. The first one went off, but it took some time for the second one to go off. That second one was time delayed, which led the authorities to think whoever set this attack up wanted the authorities who responded to the first blast to get seriously hurt. The FBI later said in an interview they were well-built, very sophisticated devices. They were not made with garbage. He actually went out and bought chemicals. You have to know what you're doing to build a bomb like this. A month later, they say he left a nail bomb at the Shackley Corporation headquarters in California. This company makes products such as vitamins and shampoos, but it, like the other company, worked with a British research firm named Huntington Life Sciences. This company tests products on animals, mostly mice and rats, but also birds, fish, and some other non-specified animals. Shackley said it has nothing to do with animal testing, but it got hit nonetheless. In 2003, the FBI had San Diego, described by his landlord as a very nice guy, under around-the-clock surveillance. On October 6 that year, he parked his car somewhere in San Francisco, and he's never been seen again. Not by law enforcement, anyway. He's described as 6 feet in height, weighs about 160 pounds. The FBI describes his tattoos as a round image of burning hillsides in the center of his chest with the words "It only takes a spark" printed in a semicircle below, burning and collapsing buildings on the sides of his abdomen and back, and a single leafless tree rising from a road in the center of his lower back. The agency says he is smart, a skilled sailor, and has experience in international travel. He might carry a handgun and should be treated as armed and dangerous. We imagine he's not half as dangerous as this next person. Number 10. The Disguise Artist. In December 2016, police in Chicago discovered a body of a lawyer and a father of two named Victor Higar Patel. He'd been strangled. An investigation found that a man named John Penalagan, a Filipino with U.S. citizenship, had set up a business meeting with Patel at Patel's office prior to the incident. Penalagan entered the building wearing a disguise, sporting a trench coat, a surgical mask, and a hat, as well as carrying a case. His appointment was not made under his real name, since Patel was at the time representing someone who had filed a civil case against Penalagan. The Chicago Tribune later wrote, "The victim's widow, Amy Patel, told the Chicago Tribune in 2017 that she believed her husband had damaging information about Penalagan's business dealings." When Penalagan entered Patel's office, he attacked him, strangling him to death. While the disguise did indeed hide Penalagan's identity, the police had Penalagan as a person of interest due to the court case. It became obvious something was wrong when Penalagan was arrested at the Canadian border for attempting to take a handgun into Canada. He was sent back to the U.S., where police later talked to him about Patel's death, but didn't have enough evidence to keep him in custody. After executing a search warrant of his house, police had enough to charge him, but around that time it's believed Penalagan had already crossed the border to Mexico. And with his dual citizenship for the US and the Republic of the Philippines, his life as a fugitive is made a lot easier. He might be in the Philippines right now, although his family has said they haven't seen him and that he could be anywhere. Maybe you've seen him. He's described as Asian with black hair and brown eyes, standing at 5 foot 5 inches and weighing 150 pounds. He's considered bald and might have a scar on his neck. It's also suspected he has a goatee. He might also be using the alias Reynaldo Cabrera. Given the nature of his alleged crime, he should be considered dangerous and not to be approached. Now for another eco-terrorist, one with a $50,000 tag on her head. Number 9. The Escape Artist. Josephine Sunshine Overacre is accused of being a domestic terrorist. She's now 52, but she's been known to use an ID that says she was born on November 19, 1974, October 4, 1971, and November 4, 1971. She has several known aliases including Lisa Rochelle Quintana, Lisa R. Quintana, Maria Rochelle Quintana, Maria Quintana, Osha, Joe, China, Josie, and Mo. Overacre was allegedly involved in a series of arson attacks, which she and others carried out for the Earth Liberation Front and the Animal Liberation Front. She was part of a smaller group known as the Family, but now her co-defendants in the family have all been arrested. She is the only one left. She's wanted for crimes that occurred in Oregon, Washington, California, Colorado, and Wyoming. It's thought that she had a hand in one of the largest eco-arson attacks on U.S. soil, the Vail Ski Resort attack in Colorado on October 19, 1998. The attack, it seems, was motivated by the resort's planned expansion. No one was hurt, but it did result in about $12 million worth of damage. 6 people have since been sent to prison, but Overacre evaded the authorities and is thought to have possibly gone to Spain since she speaks Spanish fluently. At 5'3" and just 130 pounds, she is of a slight build. The FBI believes she might be working as a firefighter, a midwife, a sheep tender, or a masseuse. On the website, the FBI states, Overacre has a large unknown tattoo on her upper left arm and has a very large bird tattoo stretching from her right upper arm across her upper back. She has scars on her left ankle, right calf, and right thigh. Authorities don't think she is a very dangerous person, but she sure as hell is an escape risk. Number 8. The Girlfriend Killer. Robert Lee King has been on the run from cops in Memphis, Tennessee for a long time. On December 1, 2005, he allegedly murdered his lover, Dorothy Smith, and then attempted to murder her 20-year-old daughter, Diana. Diana survived to tell the tale, explaining that she was woken up at about 4 a.m. to screaming and shouting. She proceeded to go into her mother's bedroom, where King was pummeling her mom. Diana ran away hoping to get help, but King ran after her. She locked herself in her bedroom, but King, in a flurry of rage, broke down the door. He then stabbed her in the neck with a sharp object, leaving her for dead. Luckily for young Diana, the stab wound wasn't fatal. When she was sure that King had left the house, she went to her mother's bedroom to find that she too had been stabbed in the neck. She wasn't as lucky as Diana and died shortly after she was stabbed. Diana was in critical condition for a while but pulled through and was able to identify King. U.S. Marshals are now after him and believe there's every chance he's hiding in plain sight. He's described as black, 6'2" with black hair and brown eyes. When he went on the run, he was about 185 pounds. Police say he has a tattoo of an upside-down crown with the name Victoria on his left arm. Underneath that, he has a picture of a horseshoe and his own name, Robert. He's known to use the name Robert West, and police think he might still be in the Memphis area, although he may have moved to Greenville, Mississippi, Racine, Wisconsin, Chicago, or Minneapolis. He's almost 60 now, and it's thought he might have lost much of his hair and certainly gone gray. There's a reward of up to $25,000 for anyone who can supply information leading directly to his arrest. It seems people do get paid, but not always the full amount. That might depend on how good the tip is. In 2011, when someone tipped off the FBI about former top 10 fugitive James Whitey Bulger, they got a cool $2.1 million, with $100,000 of that for the arrest of Bulger's companion, Catherine Grieg. Number 7. Russian Gangster or Wayward Geek. Now let's talk about Leonid Ilyich Kogan, a Russian immigrant and a software engineer. Well, an article in a San Francisco newspaper says he's Russian, but we suspect they got that wrong. Authorities believe he's actually Ukrainian, born in the city of Odessa. It seems in the US, besides working as an engineer, he had ambitions of becoming a notable character in the nightclub scene as a concert or party promoter. That all sounds innocent enough, but on September 11, 2005, Kogan and his two friends stormed into a nightclub, the Avalon in Santa Clara, demanding money from another concert promoter, a 22-year-old named Nikita Kozlovsky. It seems that these men knew each other. Kogan said he just wanted to talk business, but soon he and his buddies were strong-arming Kozlovsky out of the club, where around 450 people were still partying. They shoved him into the back of Kogan's brand-new Mercedes and took him on a trip down the 101 freeway while making him an offer he couldn't refuse. One of the men tightened a chokehold around Kozlovsky's neck as Kogan told him in no uncertain terms that from now on, when Kozlovsky put on a party at a club, he'd be paying Kogan a good amount of his takings. Interestingly, Kogan told Kozlovsky that if he refused to comply with the order, he'd end up the same way as Eugene Gorenman, a 27-year-old Russian immigrant in San Francisco who was found dead at Fort Funston in the southwestern corner of the city on March 29, 2004. That might sound like the work of the Russian Mafia, but that seems less likely when you know Gorenman was a UC Berkeley graduate who had a good job as a computer engineer with Pacific Gas and Electric Co. Gorenman had actually been lured to Fort Funston by 3 teenage girls who, after flirting with him, pulled out a gun and shot him in the head. They took his wallet and credit card and left him there. For this execution, they got away with $20 between the 3 of them. Kozlovsky ended up agreeing to make the payments and handed Kogan $1,400 the next day, but he also went straight to the cops. Kogan was soon arrested on kidnapping charges, but after his bail was reduced from $5 million to $250,000, he disappeared, possibly to Mexico, although it is possible that he might have headed to Russia or Ukraine. His accomplices were also arrested, both men who'd come to the U.S. to study, not to be gangsters. Kogan is now in his early 40s, he's stocky, weighing 180 pounds and standing at 5 feet 8. He has brown hair and brown eyes and still speaks with a strong, distinct accent. Now for someone who you might consider much more armed and dangerous. Number 6. American Murderer. This is the story of a man named Jason Derek Brown. He's the only person on this list who, to our knowledge, has a drama movie made about him, a movie titled American Murderer. The reason why the director chose to depict Brown's life is because he always thought that Brown looked very out of place on the FBI's most wanted list, a surfer dude next to the likes of Whitey Bulger and Osama bin Laden. Brown was removed from the list in 2022, but he is still very much wanted by the FBI and still appears on Interpol's Red Notice list. Brown's background was in toys. To outsiders, he was doing well, but his businesses were actually crumbling, and he was in debt. Despite this, he had a taste for luxury, for things he evidently couldn't afford. In 2004, he bought a .45 caliber Glock semi-automatic handgun and some expensive high-powered rounds. He took a firearms instruction course and 2 weeks later became a cold-blooded killer. On November 29th, Brown shot and killed 24-year-old Robert Keith Palomares as Palomares was taking the deposits from an AMC theater in Phoenix, Arizona to his armored car. Brown made sure Palomares was dead, shooting 5 rounds into his head, and then he took off with a bag containing $56,000. His getaway vehicle was a bicycle parked in a nearby alley. Police would later take Brown's fingerprints from the bike. Brown has been on the run since. Now at age 52, he might be going under the name Jason D. Brown, Derek Brown, Greg Johnson, Harline Johnson, Greg Harline Johnson, John Brown, or Jay Brown. He has blonde hair and blue eyes, he's 5'10", and weighs approximately 180 pounds. He might have become a businessman again, perhaps in relation to his favorite sports of golf, skiing, or snowboarding. He's fluent in French, so authorities have stated that he could have made his getaway to a French-speaking nation. He might also be in Mexico and maybe even California, Arizona, or Utah. The FBI says on its website, Brown enjoys being the center of attention and has been known to frequent nightclubs where he enjoys showing off his high-priced vehicles, boats, and other toys. Considering the brutality of his execution-style murder, he absolutely should not be approached. If you know anything, get in touch with the FBI's hotline or your nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. The reward stands at $200,000. Number 5. Escalation. Paul Sung-ha Kim, born on August 11, 1991, is thought to have belonged to the Chinese-American street gang, the Huaqing. On the weekend of July 31, 2007, Kim, who was known by his friends as Snoop or Snoops, went to a party to celebrate a girl's 18th birthday. The house, located in Roland Heights, California, was packed with youngsters, maybe about 200 in all, firing down as much booze as they could. Never a good mix when testosterone levels are raging. Kim rolled into the party with his buddies, each about his age, 16, all dressed in gang attire. As the booze flowed, Kim got into an argument with a 17-year-old guy named Bu Lee. At around 1:30 a.m., unkind words quickly evolved into physical rage. The fight flowed into the street, where Bu was stabbed, as was one of his friends. That was the end of Bu's life. Witnesses say he staggered toward his car and bled out there. The other victim survived. Kim's been on the run ever since. He's 5'4", and at the time of the crime weighed about 141 pounds. He's Asian, has black hair and brown eyes, and could be anywhere in the US or even Mexico. That's all the information authorities provide on Kim. Now for a story that should be turned into a Hollywood movie. Number 4. The Air Pirate. We're sure you've all heard of D.B. Cooper, but have you heard of his female counterpart, Catherine Marie Kirkhow? Described in the media as an all-American girl, Ms. Kirkhow boarded Western Airlines Flight 701 from Los Angeles to Seattle on June 2, 1972, with an accomplice, a Vietnam War vet named Willie Roger Holder. The two claimed they had a bomb in an attaché case. In a note passed to one of the cabin staff, it was written, "Success through death, except the captain will leave the cabin. There are 4 of us and 2 bombs, do as you're told, and no shooting will take place." They said they'd blow the plane and everyone on it up unless they were given $500,000, about $3.6 million in today's money. And political activist Angela Davis, then on trial, was released. Davis was acquitted 2 days later, but that had nothing to do with the hijacking. The plane landed in San Francisco and half the passengers were allowed to get off, but the rest flew on to New York to refuel. At some point in the flight, according to Holder, they smoked cannabis and joined the Mile High Club. They then flew on to Algeria, where the couple was given political asylum. In Algeria, they linked up with 2 members of the International Black Panther Party, but by all accounts, it didn't turn out so well. Holder phoned an American newspaper and explained, "We expect to be killed off any day. Catherine and I. They've got the guns and they've got the money." It's known that Holder suffered from severe anxiety. The money, minus $12,000, was later returned to U.S. authorities. After using counterfeit passports to get into France, the two lived under the names of Levi and Janice Forte. But Holder could never settle due to PTSD related to his Vietnam combat experiences. He returned to the U.S. in 1986, where the FBI arrested him as soon as he got off the plane. He spent just 2 years in prison for the crime. Kirkhow could be using the name Janice Ann Forte, Odile Ann Pess, Odile Pess, or Catherine Marie Kirkhow. She's 5 feet 5 and might weigh about 115 pounds. She has a pale complexion with brown hair and brown eyes, and the FBI says she could now be hiding out in Oregon, France, Switzerland, Algeria, Jordan, or Cuba. The FBI does say she should be considered armed and dangerous, but now at the age of 72, we imagine she is definitely not as dangerous as this next guy. Number 3. The Survivalist. On paper, at first glance, William Robert Fisher might sound like an upstanding member of society. He'd served in the Navy, worked as a firefighter and in the medical field, and attended weekly Bible classes. But something rotten lay at the core of Fisher's soul. Perhaps part of it was due to the fact that his dream of joining the Navy SEALs was crushed by a brutal rejection. He was full of anger and resentment, evidenced by the fact that he took great pleasure in harming animals. He was violent and controlling with his wife. The two could be heard screaming at each other from down the road. "You're worthless," his wife would shout. "I could have done better than you. We should get a divorce." Then something snapped. Fisher and his wife were heard arguing about 10 p.m. on April 9, 2001. 43 minutes later, he was seen drawing $280 from an ATM. Police believe at this point he just murdered his entire family at their house in Scottsdale, Arizona. His wife had been shot in the back of the head. He also slit the throats of his 2 kids, 12-year-old Brittany and 10-year-old Bobby. At some point, Fisher lit a candle. He then pulled out the gas line from the furnace and allowed the gas to fill the house as he made his escape. At around 8:42 a.m., the house exploded. Who knows where he went after that? There are plenty of theories. Some say he died soon after, possibly inside a vast cave complex. Other theories say he used his survivalist skills to live in the wilderness. Despite the FBI putting up $100,000 for information leading to his arrest, and despite hundreds of possible sightings, he remains at large. Some think it's unlikely he survived all that time in the wilderness, living off the land and enduring 22 years of winters. It's likely if he is still alive, he's living under a new name, possibly doing odd jobs. The sad fact is the FBI doesn't even have his DNA profile. Maybe you've seen him. Due to an injury from his firefighting days, he suffers from noticeable chronic pain. He has a scar on his back and a gold tooth. But considering he's been evading the law for so long, we doubt he's had the dental care to keep that gold tooth in. He's 62 years old, standing at 6 feet, and weighs about 190 pounds. The $100,000 is still up for grabs for anyone who might have seen him. Goes without saying, don't approach this man. He will very likely be armed, and he is considered very dangerous. Now for the second craziest story on this list. Number 2. The Robber Reverend. George Edward Wright, born March 29, 1943, has quite a colorful rap sheet. In 1962, when Wright was just 19, he and 3 accomplices, their face hidden with women's pantyhose, went on an armed robbery spree in New Jersey, which ended with a World War II veteran being fatally shot. Wright didn't pull the trigger that killed that man, but he ended up being sentenced to 15 to 30 years in prison. In 1970, he evidently had enough of prison, the former Leesburg State Prison in New Jersey. Wright and a man named George Brown, also a convicted armed robber, stole the prison warden's car to make their getaway. Reports say that they made it to Detroit, where they joined the Black Liberation Army. This was already quite the life of crime, but Wright was not done by a long shot. On July 31, 1972, he was part of a 5-person crew that hijacked Delta Airlines Flight 841. Wright had boarded dressed in the garb of a priest under the name of Reverend Larry Darnell Burgess. Hidden in the hollowed-out Bible he brought on board was a handgun. One of the passengers later explained, "They said they were revolutionaries, that America is a decadent society, and they didn't want to live here anymore. When they landed in Boston, they were given $1 million in ransom and also got cheese and ham sandwiches, apples, and cigarettes." After flying to Algeria, in what passengers later said was a cloud of weed smoke, the passengers were allowed to disembark. The Algerians took the plane, took the ransom money, and returned it all to the US, but they allowed the hijackers to flee. In 1976, 4 of the hijackers were arrested. His 2 male accomplices each served 3 years in France. The 2 females were given suspended sentences due to the fact that they had kids. Mr. Wright skipped off to sunny Portugal, from where the US has failed to have him extradited. Over the years, living under the alias of José Luis Jorge dos Santos, Wright made money from selling gift items to tourists. He did a spot of bouncing in a nightclub, had a chicken joint at one point, and also taught basketball. By all accounts, he had a great life in Europe. He married a young translator, and the two had children together. Even though the Portuguese authorities arrested him in 2011, he's never been extradited and remains a wanted man in the US. The FBI states he should be considered armed and dangerous. That's not what Wright's lawyer thinks. who told a Guardian journalist in 2011 that his client is a caring father, a devoted husband, and an active humanitarian, organizer of banquets for the homeless, and basketball coach to inner-city kids. Wright later spoke to this journalist at his home in Portugal, saying, "This is a matter of life or death to me," often using the 70s parlance of "you dig" in between sentences. On his ankle, the Portuguese authorities had placed a monitoring bracelet. He told the journalist, "I've been working on it for all these years, and I'm still working on it, trying to accept who I am. I made a decision a long time ago to do something constructive for the rest of my life wherever I can, you dig? It's part of my repentance, to get rid of the regret, the suffering that I made other people go through, to be able to balance the scales." Wright is now 80. He never did any prison time in Portugal, and we're quite sure he won't be sent back to the US. What we do know is that he sure as hell won't be going on vacation to the US anytime soon. Okay, the last one, a highly educated mass murderer and an utterly confounding murder mystery. How is this one not a movie? How is it not 10 movies? Number 1. The Diplomat. William Bradford Bishop Jr., a Yale graduate and US government high roller, committed one of the most brutal acts of mass murder in American history. He graduated from Yale with a bachelor's degree in American Studies, going on to do a master's degree in Italian, as well as completing a master's in African Studies from UCLA. The world was his oyster, but it seems he didn't really like oysters. In the 1950s, he worked for US counterintelligence, but we don't know exactly what he did or saw during his work with the government. What we do know is that his stint in the intelligence world changed him. Being fluent in Italian, French, Spanish, and Serbo-Croatian, he was useful, later working as a diplomat for the US in various posts throughout the world, including lengthy stints in Africa and Italy. On March 1, 1976, Bishop came back to the US, working for the State Department in Washington. Now at age 40, he told his secretary he thought he was coming down with the flu and needed to go home. Reports say he was upset since he hadn't gotten the promotion he'd wanted. Police believe his next stop was the bank, where he withdrew $400, $2,163 in today's money. After that, he drove to the mall, where he bought a 2.5-gallon gasoline can and a ball-peen hammer. He then drove to a gas station and filled up his Chevrolet station wagon as well as the can. His next stop was the hardware store, where he purchased a pitchfork and a shovel. There's not many things you could do with that item combination. No one heard from him for a while after that, so on March 8th, police went around to his house, 8103 Lilystone Drive, in the Carter Rock Springs neighborhood of Bethesda, about 22 minutes away from DC by car. It was quiet, eerily quiet at the house. Police then spotted a trail of blood that led them from the driveway to the front door. When they went inside, the house was covered in blood. It was on the walls, all over the bedrooms, on sheets and pillows. There were human hairs, bits of flesh and bone, but no bodies. It was as if a werewolf had torn through the house. One of the officers later said, "Almost the entire ceiling and wall was completely splattered with blood. There was hardly a place you could put your hand where there wasn't blood splatterings. I've been a police officer for approximately 12 years, and this was the worst scene that I'd ever observed." So, where were the bodies? The answer is police found them smoldering on a fire about 200 miles away in eastern North Carolina. Bishop had dug a hole and thrown the remains in and then ignited the lot with the gasoline he'd bought. So the story goes. What was left of his family was soon identified as Bishop's wife, 38, his own mother, 67, and 3 sons, 5, 10, and 14. He bludgeoned them all to death. Police later said, "Our investigation shows that Mrs. Bishop was probably killed first. She was found beside a book, which she might have been reading at the time that she was killed. The children were probably killed next, followed by Bishop's mother. They were all killed with a blunt instrument, and none of the victims had an opportunity to defend themselves." On March 18th, Bishop's station wagon was found at an isolated campground in Elkmont, Tennessee. Inside it were dog biscuits, a shotgun, an axe, a bloody blanket, and a shaving kit containing Bishop's medication. It's very important to note that at the time of the murders, he'd been taking a strong medication used usually for sleep problems and anxiety. Bishop, it was discovered, had been seeing a shrink. He just disappeared after that. No one could figure it out. There were plenty of theories, some that involved possible top-secret work for the CIA, but the CIA, of course, has denied this. Sure, his life wasn't perfect. He was apparently not happy with a pen-pushing job after traveling much of the world, and he did get denied that promotion, but his family had money at least. There was nothing to suggest he disliked his family, at least not enough for him to massacre them in such a brutal way. This was overkill, suggesting intense hatred. He was about as close to the top of the labor food chain as it gets in government work. He was a winner. No one could figure it out. They still can't, but there is more to the story. As a man who worked for intelligence, Bishop knew how to keep a low profile. He had a diplomatic passport and quite possibly could have known how to make counterfeit documents. That makes sense when you consider he was previously a spy. In those days, diplomats were often spies too. He also knew how to fly small planes and had plenty of experience with the outdoors. He would be 87 by now. If you met him already, you might have seen him enjoy some Scotch whiskey or spicy foods. You'd have seen him perhaps with a dog. He loved dogs. You might have been privy to the 6-inch scar on his lower back. You couldn't have missed the cleft chin and the mole on his cheek. He's 6'1" and 180 pounds, and it's believed he might have gone to Italy, Belgium, England, Finland, the Netherlands, Germany, Greece, Spain, Sweden, or Switzerland. He's been seen, or thought to have been seen, quite a few times. In 1978, in Sorrento, Italy, a former colleague of Bishop's, Roy Harrell, said he came face-to-face with his old friend in a bus station restroom. Harrell was sure of it. "You don't generally forget old friends," he said. "I was washing my hands, and this bearded, disheveled-looking man came in. In my mind's eye, I took the beard and his grubby clothes off him, and I saw Brad Bishop I had seen coming out of the State Department. I followed him and watched him disappear down the cliffs going toward the boat landing where the boats go to Capri." Harrell said he'd actually gone up to him and said, "Hey, you're Brad Bishop, aren't you?" And the man responded in an American accent, "Oh, no," and got out of there fast. In 1979, another colleague, this time someone who worked with him in Africa, said she was absolutely certain she'd seen him in Stockholm, Sweden. Still, at that point, she didn't know he was wanted for murder. Then, in 1994, a person who'd known Bishop and his family when they lived in Bethesda said she definitely saw him on a train platform in Basel, Switzerland. The woman said, "All of a sudden, this sick feeling came over me. I realized it was Bradford Bishop. The very next day, I called the FBI. The last thing the guy said to me was, 'That's exactly the kind of place a fugitive would hang out.' They never contacted me again after that." There's more to the story than meets the eye, or we suspect there is. It was later discovered that before Bishop killed his family in the horrific manner he did, he'd been corresponding with a prison inmate, Albert Kenneth Bankston, who was serving time at the United States Penitentiary in Marion, Illinois, for the 1970 armed robbery of the Citizens National Bank in Plain, Mississippi. How did Bishop know such a criminal? The letter was only discovered 10 years after the murder. By that time, Bankston had already died of cancer. The authorities had been criticized for this, since had they talked to Bankston earlier, the case could have likely been cracked by now. Also, for some strange reason, it took the FBI 38 years to put Bishop on their most wanted list. 531 fugitives have appeared on the list over the years, and 494 of them have been captured, but not Bishop, arguably one of the worst of the worst. The letter from Bankston to Bishop is in the WikiLeaks files today, but the handwriting is very difficult to decipher at first glance. It explicitly doesn't talk about murder, but these two guys' relationship could have held the key to the riddle. At one point in the letter, Bankston wrote, "Now in answer to your question, yes, I am most sure she is in North Carolina State Penitentiary." Was this in reference to a woman seen with Bishop in the days running up to the murders? Was Bishop using Bankston to help him find a killer for hire? Maybe in exchange for a counterfeit passport? At another point in the letter, Bankston writes, "I was only interested in Mexico and/or Central America, as you know." A man named David Paul Allen was mentioned in the letter, and in 1996, he told the Washington Post Bishop wanted a shooter. He was willing to spend good money and more. Robert Kiefer, who was working as a sheriff's deputy in Montgomery County, containing Bethesda, had also spent years turning over every stone in the case. He later said in an interview that he talked with Allen on the phone. Kiefer said, "Allen told us that Bishop had paid them some money to kill the family, and they were to come to the house under the guise of doing some gutter or home repair work. All of this was supposed to take place while he was over in Europe on a business trip. It seemed to me he paid them some cash and some jewelry." Kiefer went to talk to a man he suspected of being the hitman in question, but the man said killing kids was against his criminal code. Kiefer said he later tried to get another look at the file on Bankston, but the file was no longer available. The FBI said an agent was now in control. Kiefer said, "We tried to locate this agent, but nobody could even tell us this guy existed." Again, strange. What's interesting is on March 19, 2000, a woman named Lorraine Klepacki of Asheboro bought an old diary for $38 at a flea market at North Carolina's Greensboro Coliseum. On the front, it was written Bradford Bishop Diary. The woman's son looked that name up on the internet, and soon they were fascinated by what they had on their hands. Who knows if it was the Bradford Bishop, but it sure sounds like him. Here are some passages. February 1967. "If you're going to succeed in the foreign service, make ambassador before you're 50. Hold positions of responsibility. Constant dedication and considerable sacrifice of time and thought are required. Also February 1967, toxic degenerative psychoses, chronic low-level maniac involutional megalomania. On June 12, 1968, one should seize upon life and embellish it. We should state here again that Bishop had been seeing a psychiatrist. This man was Dr. Frank Caprio, but Caprio cited doctor-patient privilege and wouldn't talk about his relationship with Bishop to Montgomery cops. 1968. This accursed insomnia. It's amazing despite how lousy you feel all doped up, smoking a few cigarettes, etc. His last entry in 1971 states, "Your family grows more beautiful and you still stand on the threshold. Outwardly your accomplishments are great. My, such symbols, promotions, citations, languages, degrees. Still you stand on the threshold. You have soared to the heights and plummeted each time to the depths." Was this diary a real thing? Was it planted by the CIA to make it look like Bishop was falling apart? In the world of intelligence, anything is possible. People who've worked on the case the most seem to think that anyway. Raymond M. Kite, sheriff of Montgomery County, has spent more time on the Bishop case than most. In an interview about this with Moco 360, a Montgomery County bi-monthly magazine, he said the case is so strange and so very mysterious that sometimes he suspects Bishop was part of the CIA's MK-Ultra trials when the agency used hallucinogenic substances to try to control people's minds, sometimes in an effort to make them extremely violent. Bishop was certainly in the right place at the right time for that. The sheriff said, "I'm not so sure this didn't happen to Bishop. How else," he said, "do you go into your house and bludgeon your wife, children, and mother?" Still, there is no proof. Those are just his musings. There's one more we'll add to this tale because it obviously isn't weird enough already. In 2022, a woman who'd done a genealogy DNA test found out her biological father was none other than Bradford Bishop. The FBI confirmed it. They looked almost identical, too. The woman, who'd let her cousin track down her family, excitedly asked her cousin when the result was in, "Is he famous?" The cousin replied, well, yeah, I'll let you figure that out." This is a true story. A British man was wanted in connection with a gangland murder that happened in London in 2007. This man didn't hang around in the UK for long and just disappeared. He became one of Britain's most wanted men. The guy, unbeknownst to police, traveled to Southeast Asia. He spent a number of years in the country of Laos living under a new identity. He later moved to northern Thailand where he carried on with his life, got a job, made new friends, although he never told anyone his real name. 5 years after the murder, when the man was 29, he was arrested while working. The game was up, and along with the Thai police, it was Interpol that got him. Let's now tell you a bit about this organization. The full name of Interpol is actually the International Criminal Police Organization, and it calls itself an intergovernmental organization. Currently, there are 194 member countries. In its own words, Interpol helps police to make the world a safer place. How did it get started? Well, back in the early 20th century, police around the world made some attempts to work together. Criminals, as you know, tend to move around when prison is staring them in the face, and crime anyway back then was becoming more international, such as what happened in Thailand. Local cops at times might need help when looking for foreign criminals. The first iteration of Interpol was created in 1923, and then it was named the International Criminal Police Commission. The countries that signed up at first were Austria, Germany, Belgium, Poland, China, Egypt, France, Greece, Hungary, Italy, the Netherlands, Romania, Sweden, Switzerland, and Yugoslavia. A few years later, and the UK signed up. But it wasn't until 1938 that the USA got on board. Many countries took themselves out of Interpol when Nazi Germany took control of the organization, but they later rejoined. Interpol has a constitution, and the first two clauses of that are 1. To ensure and promote the widest possible mutual assistance between all criminal police authorities within the limits of laws existing in the different countries and in the spirit of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 2. To establish and develop all institutions likely to contribute effectively to the prevention and suppression of ordinary law crimes. The areas in which Interpol works come in under three main kinds of crime. Those are terrorism, cybercrime, and organized crime. That gangland murder we talked about would be organized crime. These are the three main areas, but Interpol will also track down criminals who might have been involved in white-collar crime, or drug trafficking, or even copyright infringement, or more. The web is large. Interpol, of course, has a massive database and many people work in the organization. All this has to be paid for and each member country will chip in. The yearly budget is said to be $127 million. The General Secretariat, which has its offices in Lyon, France, is staffed by over 700 people. These folks, comprising of police officers and general civilians, do most of the day-to-day stuff. They're the main workforce. But then in each member country, there's a National Central Bureau, and it's there that people will work alongside the General Secretariat when criminals are being hunted. There's also a General Assembly, which is kind of a governing body. On its own website, Interpol writes that it has a system of communications that all countries use, and this is called I-24/7. This is a massive database that everyone can use. The FBI, for instance, might be after a person and somehow he ends up in Germany. It's not as if German cops and American cops share all their information, so this international database is helpful. If the FBI has a tip-off that an American criminal might be in Germany, it can contact a German Interpol. Interpol cannot arrest anyone, but it can do work that will lead toward an arrest. Let's say someone has committed a crime and gone on the run. In that case, Interpol might issue something called a notice. That's basically a be on the lookout for a certain person. It might also be a missing person. It could also be about an unidentified body that has been found, or perhaps some folks that have managed to escape from prison. In the case of the gang member we talked about at the start of the show, when he left, the UK Interpol would have put out a red notice. In this case, he was hard to find because he got a new name and a passport and decided to keep his head down in rural Laos. It was when he got a job that lights started flashing. All those notices are color-coded depending on what they mean. The most common notice by a long way is a red notice. This is how that's defined. To seek the location and arrest of a person wanted by a judicial jurisdiction or an international tribunal with a view to his or her extradition. On its website, Interpol is quick to point out, a red notice is an international wanted persons notice, but it's not an arrest warrant. Blues are also popular and they're defined as to locate, identify, or obtain information on a person of interest in a criminal investigation. There are a lot of greens too, and they're described like this: to warn about a person's criminal activities if that person is considered to be a possible threat to public safety. So now let's have a look at some of the real-life notices. Interpol said the public often helps with tracking people down, so you can actually go on its website and see who has been given a red notice. There are thousands of red notices right now. We found a guy from Georgia named Nikifor Kutaladze. He's wanted for aggravated murder and aggravated kidnapping. There's a photo of him and a short description. You never know, perhaps if you looked at him, you might find he's the quiet guy that just moved in down the street. We found a girl who's just 18. She's from Russia and her name is Layla Gatagazeva. It's said she's part of a terrorist organization. We also found an American guy, his name is Eugene Palmer, and he's wanted for second-degree murder. If you think you've seen someone who's been given a notice, you can contact Interpol or the local police where you live. Interpol also has a number of people marked with a yellow notice. This is sad to see because it's the missing people list, and many of these people are young kids. There's also a lot of missing adults that Interpol is looking for. You can use the Interpol site to look at stolen works of art, but to do that you must sign up for an account, and we didn't want to go that far. There are over 50,000 stolen items in that database. Then there are the controversies. For instance, what if one country calls you a criminal and puts out a notice, but other countries don't agree? We might take the example of an American-born British financier named Bill Browder. Russia has declared this man a threat to national security, but attempts to have him arrested after issuing a red notice have so far not worked because Interpol has said it's a matter of politics, not crime. In 2019, a story in Reuters began like this: Russia has asked Interpol for the 7th time to arrest Bill Browder, a London-based Kremlin critic who leads a campaign to punish Russian officials for the 2009 death of his lawyer Sergei Magnitsky. Browder has accused Russian officials of human rights abuses and corruption, and Russia has accused Browder of deliberate bankruptcy and tax evasion. Browder has accused Russian President Vladimir Putin of using Interpol to have him arrested when he says he's done nothing wrong and is unfairly being hunted by corrupt officials. Browder said the investigation against him was a sham, and he's also accused Russian officials of poisoning his associates. From what we can see, despite Russia's attempts, Interpol will not allow Browder's name on the wanted list. In 2019, though, reports suggested that Interpol might change its mind, which some critics said will put the organization's integrity at risk. This is not the first controversy, and some activists have accused Interpol of allowing corrupt or repressive governments to hunt for people worldwide using these notices. One human rights NGO wrote, "Interpol has been allowing itself to be used by oppressive regimes across the world to export the persecution of human rights defenders, journalists, and political opponents." So this is the gray area. Let's say someone has criticized what some people might call an oppressive regime, and that regime is part of the Interpol organization. That activist might be accused of a crime crime against the government, but many others might not see it that way. A well-known case of this happening was when a former Bahraini soccer player was arrested. Again, it was in Thailand. What had he done? Well, it turns out that this man, Hakim Al-Arabi, was wanted by the Bahrainian government and they put out a red notice on him. According to fair trials, it's not always easy to see if there's a notice against you, so some activists might get the surprise of their lives at airports around the world. The Fair Trials website explains how someone could go about finding out if there's a notice against them. This Bahraini guy accused the government and authorities in his country of torturing and abusing other football players who had supported an uprising against the government. He was then charged with a crime of vandalism. This is how he said the authorities treated him. They spent 3 hours hitting me hard on my legs, while saying, "We'll break your bones, we'll destroy your future, you'll never play football again with these legs." This man then fled the country and went to Iran, then Malaysia, over to Thailand, and then to Australia. That's where he stayed, but later he decided to take a holiday to Thailand, and that's when Thai authorities arrested him as he was under a red notice. Bahrain wanted him extradited and to face the music over there, and while he spent a couple of months in a Thai jail, he was eventually sent back to Australia. Activists have written that the case of Hakim Al-Arabi is by no means an isolated incident. We found quite a few cases of refugees fleeing countries and governments they had criticized and then were given red notices. Interpol has tried to make the situation better and added some reforms to its refugee policy, but it seems in the case of Al-Arabi, Interpol didn't remove the red notice quickly enough and the man ended up in jail and not exactly getting the holiday he wanted. It seems Interpol doesn't always get the information it needs regarding refugees, so sometimes the red notices stay. The Conversation writes, Al-Arabi's case highlights the life-threatening consequences that can result from the misuse of cooperative mechanisms like red notices. The upshot, though, was Interpol's Secretary General stating that from now on, notices will be reviewed much more rigorously. For the most part, though, Interpol does a good job in tracking down some very bad people. It's only when things get political that the organization has been criticized. By the way, you're now likely thinking that working for Interpol could be quite an interesting job. We're always happy to help you out at the Infographic Show, so we'll just tell you now how you might get on board with the organization. There are lots of things you can do for them, and if you go to their website right now, you'll see what vacancies they have. Not all require that you've worked in law enforcement, far from it. You'll then need to create an account on their website, which is easy enough. You'll likely have to give them information such as your passport number or national ID number. Then just submit your application along with your resume. You should know that to get into this organization, you'll have to go through background checks. The good thing is that anyone over 18 can apply, and as Interpol covers so many nations, we imagine most of you people listening can work for them. A lot of positions will require that you have a university degree, but not all. The International Criminal Police Organization, aka Interpol, is tasked with bringing to justice the worst criminals in the world. Today, we'll meet the most wanted Americans on that list. Number 10. Jason Derek Brown. Maybe you met this guy and you didn't even know it, although he might have introduced himself as Derek Brown, or maybe Greg Johnson, or Harlan Johnson, or Greg Harlan Johnson. You might have even met him in a French-speaking nation, seeing as he's fluent in French. He's also said to be armed and extremely dangerous, so perhaps it's better you didn't meet him. His story is a strange one. For a while, he walked and cycled around France as one of those smartly dressed Mormon missionaries you seem to see in just about every country. On returning to the US, he opened a couple of businesses that he ran out of Utah. There he spent big and pretended to live the life of a wealthy person, although much of his cash came from scams. It seems he must have run out of cash in 2004. That's the year he went out and bought a .45 caliber Glock pistol. Shortly after, on November 29th of that year, he watched a young armored car guard named Robert Keith Palomares collect the deposits from the Phoenix AMC Theater. It was then that a hooded man believed to be Brown unloaded his gun into him, shooting him 5 times in the head. The gunman then grabbed $56,000 cash and made a getaway using a bicycle. Fingerprints from the bike pointed to Brown, who was charged with first-degree murder and armed robbery. But where is he? Well, that's what the FBI and Interpol have been trying to figure out. The FBI knew he drove around the US for a while after he realized he was a wanted man, but then the agency said he became a ghost. Trouble is, he looks a bit like a scraggly-haired surfer dude, and there are plenty of them about. So there have been umpteen false sightings of Brown. Even one of Sean Penn's body doubles was arrested when he was mistaken for Brown. Where this shaggy lookalike is now is anyone's guess. There are theories stating he could have changed his name and be somewhere in a small Mormon community, or he's currently living in Quebec, Canada, or possibly as far away as France or Thailand. That's why Interpol has him on its red notice list. The FBI is offering a $200,000 reward for the capture of Brown, but as we said, he's dangerous, so shouldn't be approached. So you'll see now, some terrible people wanted by Interpol are not exactly in hiding. Number 9. John Lightus. In 2016, this convicted sex offender was found guilty of aggravated assault and kidnapping in what was an astonishingly violent crime involving a homeless pregnant woman in Florida. He'd been arrested for similar offenses twice in the U.S. in 1986 and 2009. When the judge sentenced him this last time, he said he's not going to hurt anybody ever again. He might be in prison in the U.S., but the reason we told this story is this man is still wanted in Nicaragua, again for violent crimes. Just because you get sentenced in one country doesn't mean you're off the hook in another, so your name stays on the list. Okay, now for an extremely dangerous man who's been on the run for a long time. Number 8. William Bradford Bishop Jr. In 1976, this former United States Foreign Service officer shot and killed his wife, mother, and 3 sons. Even though he's now in his 80s, if he's alive and kicking, he's still called a dangerous fugitive by the FBI and is actively being looked for by Interpol. What went wrong with this guy is a bit of a mystery. He was highly educated, gaining a degree at Yale University in his younger years. He then started working for the U.S. Intelligence Services and later the U.S. State Department. He was useful, too, seeing as he's fluent in 5 languages: English, Italian, French, Serbo-Croatian, and Spanish. On March 1, 1976, he drew out a load of cash in the town where he lived in Maryland. He then bought a sledgehammer, a gas can, a shovel, and a pitchfork. He returned home and bludgeoned his wife to death. After that, he went looking for his mother while she was walking a dog, and he did the same to her. He then went back home and killed his kids. The FBI says he was prone to outbursts and didn't sleep very well. It's also said he suffered from depression, and to ease that, he drank vast amounts of scotch. He also took psychiatric medications and had spent some time at a mental institution prior to the murders. The question is, could he still be out there somewhere after all this time? The FBI thinks it's possible given he is intelligent and very savvy when it comes to outdoor survival. He has extensive camping and hiking experience in Africa and even flew planes there, so he could have easily gone off the grid and survived. He could be in Africa, but with those language skills of his, he could be anywhere. If you think that story's messed up, listen to this one. Number 7. Leo Frederick Burt. This is the only terrorist on the list, but we should say Interpol is currently looking for quite a few more. We should also point out right now that the majority of wanted people are on the list for sex offenses. Leo Frederick Burt's case is one that stands out. On August 24, 1970, a bomb went off at the University of Wisconsin-Madison campus, and a professor was killed. Others were injured too. It was soon discovered that the people behind this crime did it in protest of the university's military research during Vietnam. Many of you know that a lot of folks in the US weren't happy about the war, and that's why at the time of the university bombing, you would have seen students walking about carrying protest signs that read, "US out of Vietnam, smash Army math." 4 guys planted the bomb, with 3 of them eventually being arrested and serving time in prison. Burt was the one that got away. For 50 years, authorities have searched high and low for him, following leads that took them from Canada to Costa Rica. An FBI agent once said he's got to be worried every day that he's going to slip up and get caught. That's no way to live. His life was indeed wrecked after that crime. Once a young journalist with a bright future ahead of him and a close family he loved, he fell off the face of the planet. Wherever he is, he's in his 70s and likely not as fast on his feet. The FBI will still give anyone $150,000 for information that leads to his arrest. Now it's time to put a woman on the list, someone wanted for committing an outrageous crime. Number 6. Catherine Marie Kirkow. On June 3, 1972, Western Airlines Flight 701 set off from California on its way to Seattle. Aboard were Kathy Kirkow and her Army veteran boyfriend Roger Holder. Sometime into the journey, Holder passed a flight attendant a note that read, "Everyone except the captain will leave the cabin. There are 4 of us and 2 bombs. Do as you're told, and no shooting will take place." He then showed her a briefcase that had wires attached to it. The demand was for $500,000 in ransom and the release of a political activist named Angela Davis. Kirkow and Holder saw themselves as activists too, railing against racism in the USA and also the Vietnam War. By all accounts, after they dropped off the passengers in San Francisco, the two directed the flight to Algeria and on the way smoked some weed and joined the Mile High Club. Things didn't go too well there, and the pair left for France, where they were arrested. Holder was extradited to the US, but what happened to Kirkow has remained a mystery. She's still wanted on air piracy charges to this day. In 2019, the FBI stated that this woman was armed and dangerous. If you meet her, she might be going under the name of Ottilie Pesci or Janice Ann Forte. But that beautiful face of hers will have changed a bit as she's now 75. Now for something very different indeed. Number 5. Laurie John Trites. This man used to be the head swim coach at a Pennsylvania college, but he was discovered doing something that appalled his students, the college, and just about everyone else who heard about what he'd done. When swimming practice was over, Trites would take videos of teens and women getting changed in the dressing rooms. Some women saw the cameras hidden in towels while they were undressing, so they handed it over to the most respectable person in the vicinity, the man they could trust, Coach Trites. He then tried to delete the content, but cops soon knew it was him who had planted the camera. His crimes came as a huge shock to the community, given that he had a solid reputation after founding the Trident Aquatic Club in Lancaster County. He was also friendly with many of the people at the local golf club, who also admired him. This was a guy that had accreditation with pretty much every swimming association in the US, and he was also a perv. He was charged in 1998, a year after the videos had been taken. As well as the 6 counts of violating Pennsylvania's wiretap law he was charged with, he was also charged with tampering with evidence for deleting some of the content on the tapes. Sometime later, he left all of his worldly belongings behind and headed to Trinidad. And that's where he might be now, possibly teaching swimming or golf. If you see him, he might be going under the name of Buddy. He's also hard to miss, given the fact that he is 6 feet 7 inches tall. While he didn't commit a violent crime, the FBI says he should be considered armed and dangerous. Who knows what a person will do if they think the jig is up? The next guy on the list was a cop himself, so understandably he doesn't want to go to prison. Number 4. Al Gherkin. In 2005, Gherkin was charged with the crime of stealing drugs from dealers on the streets while he was on the job as a police officer. No sooner than he was charged, he vanished. His last known address was in Hollywood, California, but his present address is a mystery. The FBI seems to think he might be in Turkey. For stealing heroin, cocaine, and marijuana with a couple of accomplices, he faces charges of drug conspiracy, possession with intent to deliver narcotics, and possession of a firearm while dealing narcotics. It was a simple setup the guys had. The accomplices would call up a dealer and say they wanted to buy a fairly large amount of drugs. When the exchange was about to happen, guess who would turn up and do a traffic stop? Gherkin. They all then sold the drugs and shared the spoils. As you'll see now, just as in that case, a lot of regular street crimes make their way onto Interpol's list. Number 3. Jason Liu. Like many young guys in the US, Liu made the sometimes fatal mistake of thinking it'd be a good idea to join a street gang and make mortal enemies of other gangs. That got serious on September 13, 2000 in Fullerton, California, when he and some other guys in his gang decided to go head-to-head with a rival gang. This was over an argument that had taken place between 2 rival gang members in a bar. Liu and his buddies were driving when they spotted the other gang. It was reportedly Liu who then shouted the words "blast them," and that happened, and it ended with 1 man dead and 3 others injured. Liu's buddies got some serious time in prison after that, but he's still on the run. It's thought that he might be in South Korea or Taiwan. Now back to someone who made it onto the FBI's top 10 most wanted people in America. Number 2. Robert William Fisher. This guy once belonged to the United States Navy. He tried to become a Navy SEAL, but after failing, he made his way in life with some decent jobs, such as stints as a firefighter and respiratory therapist. Fisher had a problem though, and that was controlling his attitude toward his wife and children. He even gave his son a hard time because he didn't like to hunt or fish as he did. A church-going man, from the outside things looked fine, but to people that knew him, he was a mess. Psychologists later said that childhood trauma over his parents' divorce and the fact that his wife was going to divorce him sent him over the edge. A long way over he went too. In 2001, he killed his wife and 2 children and blew up his house. He then vanished. Since he was a skilled outdoorsman, it was thought that for a while he was hiding out in forested areas in Arizona or perhaps even living in caves. His truck was soon found near Fort Apache Indian Reservation in Arizona, and he was spotted nearby by some walkers. In 2002, he got on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, and a $100,000 reward was offered for any information that might lead to his arrest. But even though police received hundreds upon hundreds of tip-offs, Fisher either remained out in the wilderness or started a new life somewhere. Given his survival skills, he could be in a remote part of the US or Canada. But even with those skills, it would be a long shot if he were still living without cash to his name in the back of beyond. On the FBI's website, it states that if he is still alive, he will no doubt be heavily armed, so approaching him would not be something that anyone should do. This last man wanted has to be the oldest guy ever to make the list, so even if he's caught, we doubt he'll serve much of his 280-year sentence. Number 1. Prakashanand Saraswati. This man offered people spiritual enlightenment, and as so often can be the case with powerful gurus who take people under their godlike wings, they exploit people's trust and do something terrible. In the 60s and 70s, Saraswati spent much of his time wandering alone in far-off regions in the Himalayas, finding himself in forests, learning how to devote his life to the eternal love and spirituality. When he emerged from out of nowhere, he started the Society of Divine Love in India in 1975. He wrote books including The Philosophy of Divine Love, and opened centers to teach such love around the world. One of the centers became the largest Hindu temple in the USA, complete with an ashram on a huge plot of land. And that's still there, but it's distanced itself from its founder after he was charged with using his power to take advantage of some of the younger female members who stayed there. They came forward when they were adults, and what they said ended with the courts convicting Saraswati of 20 offenses. He was subsequently sentenced to 280 years in prison. Except he didn't spend one day in prison because he didn't even show up for his trial. This was back in 2011 when he was 82 years old. This man, said to be able to live in a state of conscious ecstasy, a man that can reach higher planes than the rest of us, was also capable of magically gliding through the hands of law enforcement. He might have had some people believe he could elevate them above their day-to-day state of consciousness, but when push came to shove, he was also able to make very down-to-earth plans with his followers to sneak into Mexico and somehow get over to India. He's one of the few people on the list that the FBI doesn't say is armed and dangerous, and at 92 it's a miracle he's still on the loose. According to US authorities, the reason the fondling guru is able to remain on the run is his dedicated devotees. The US Marshal's Office said, "There are people that we've talked to who are devoted followers of his, and they will sacrifice criminal charges and prosecution to help his flight."
You may not know the ins and outs of these two American agencies, but there is little doubt you haven't spent a significant amount of time enthralled by their actions, whether that is through the news media, documentary film, or regular old Hollywood films. Both are, to some extent, shrouded in mystery. Both can be blamed for duplicity at times, bearing the scars of numerous scandals, and they are still currently the target of conspiracy theorists. Whatever your view, this duo are both catalysts of excitement, intrigue, and apprehension. While we can't promise you the often secret workings of the agencies, we can provide you with a few minutes of fascinating facts. In this episode of the Infographic Show, FBI versus CIA. Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so that you can be part of our notification squad. We will start with an abridged history of both agencies. The FBI, or the Federal Bureau of Investigation, was the brainchild of Attorney General Charles Bonaparte. In 1908, he and President Theodore Roosevelt agreed that the Justice Department needed a corps of special agents. At the time, it had no name, and it said that the two men were not sure how to recruit agents. According to the FBI website, Bonaparte jokingly told the president they should have men shoot at each other and whoever survives gets the job. The Bureau of Investigation was created soon after, and 34 people were hired at first to work as special agents across all of America's state borders. In 1935, it officially became known as the FBI, and prohibition became its raison d'etre. As you well know, this meant investigating mobsters we still see on the big screen today, and from 1924 to 1972, the controversial crime-busting icon known as J. Edgar Hoover was the director. Mobsters weren't Hoover's only concern, and much of the FBI's resources were spent on investigating political radicals during the Great Depression, which later included diminishing the impact of Americans with communist sympathies. The FBI's historical cases are of course too many in number to list, but some famous investigations include the stick-up robbing sweethearts Bonnie and Clyde, the white-collar crimes of the company Enron, the JFK assassination, the murder of 3 civil rights workers in Mississippi, Watergate, and of course 9/11. The FBI currently has its headquarters in Washington, D.C., and there are 56 field offices in major US cities, as well as more than 350 smaller offices around the country. It also has about 60 offices in other countries. It employs about 35,000 people in all, which, as well as special agents, include scientists, intelligence analysts, language specialists, and those with a considerable IT acumen. Contrary to popular belief, the FBI does not just shoo the police aside during big investigations because it has no right to. State and local officers work with the FBI. The Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA, was an intelligence agency focused on national security and not domestic crimes, though the twain can sometimes overlap. The CIA's main concerns are terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, knowing what dangers or political upheavals are happening around the world, this could be called spying, and more recently, cyber intelligence. It was created on July 26, 1947, when Harry S. Truman signed off on the National Security Act. One of the main impetuses to create such an agency was the attack on Pearl Harbor. It has been involved in numerous conflicts, again too many to recount, but those include the 1953 Iranian coup d'etat, attempting to enact a military coup in Indonesia, trying to quash all kinds of pro-communist movements around the world, the Vietnam War, and controversially arming rebel forces when the USA believed it suited them. The CIA is an intelligence agency, but one that uses its brains and brawn to manipulate countries, governments, factions outside of governments in the interest of American national security. The number of people working for the CIA is not something the agency discloses, but its employees cover many areas of expertise. It's a very secretive secret organization, but it does release millions of pages of its findings, much of that being historical, what we might call after the fact. Unlike the FBI, the CIA website states that it never monitors US citizens, although it also states it will if there is a reason to believe that an individual is involved in espionage or international terrorist activities. Many of its workers are in Washington, D.C., at its headquarters in Langley, Virginia, but agents are also stationed, often working undercover, all around the world. Do these two agencies work together? Well, this is also a matter of controversy, and people have written books that delineate a war between the agencies. The CIA's website states that the relationship is strong, as threats to national security come in all sorts of guises, and so information can be shared. That information might relate to drug trafficking, money laundering, organized crime, and terrorism. Nonetheless, after 9/11, a congressional report stated that because intelligence was not shared responsibly, a possible counteraction did not happen. The New York Times wrote, "They failed to counter the threat from Al-Qaeda, even though they had known for years that its leader, Osama bin Laden, was determined to attack the United States." So, yes and no, they work together, but it seems the relationship may be somewhat difficult at times. The CIA is focused on collecting intelligence and cannot make arrests. On the other hand, the FBI could technically investigate a CIA agent and make an arrest if that agent violated federal law. So, what do you have to do to get on one of these teams? To join the FBI, you must be between the age of 23 and 37. You need a 4-year degree, 3 years work experience, and have a driver's license. You might also have a qualification in one of the following categories: language, law, accounting, computer science/information technology, or it just says diversified. Your skills will then be prioritized, and this could come under lots of things from accounting to law enforcement to military expertise to finance. Few applicants are actually selected, and even after all that, you will have to pass a series of difficult tests. You'll have to be fairly fit and be able to sprint 300 meters, do a load of push-ups, and run for 1.5 miles. After that, you've got medical checks, background checks, and polygraphs to pass. Get through that, and you could become anything from a regular FBI officer to a sniper or a behavioral analyst. You will also need to spend 20 weeks training at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. In interviews, former agents have said getting into the FBI is a long and arduous process. Not surprisingly, the CIA is pretty strict too on who it accepts, and to reiterate, not all workers are covert spies. You could be doing anything from specializing in math or economics. Most of its clandestine service employees are aged between 26 and 35. Like the FBI, background and medical checks and polygraphs will be part of the interview process. Again, you'll need a university degree, know your international affairs, and if you have traveled the world and know a few languages, the CIA states that that is a bonus. The CIA says on its website that some of the skills needed are to be able to analyze data, have strong negotiation skills, discretion, diplomacy, have criminal investigative experience, and if your degree is in criminology, homeland security, or emergency management, that helps too. You'll have to undertake a 56-day criminal investigation training program and train for a further 18 months at its headquarters. If you want to get a taste of what it's like working at the CIA, you can work as an intern at any time of the year. This, no doubt, should you prove yourself useful, will get your proverbial foot in the door. It generally lasts 90 days and you won't need to take the polygraph. Which would be the best place to work? That depends on a lot of things. One important matter when working for the CIA is secrecy if you are an agent. As its website points out in bold as important, friends, family, individuals, or organizations may be interested to learn that you are an applicant for or an employee of the CIA. It goes on to say that it is in your best interests not to tell anyone. It's very probable this was in bold because it alludes to what kind of life you are getting into. On the upside, for some people the life of a covert operator might be very exciting. You may know things that go against your conscience, you may see things that you never wanted to see, it just depends how deep you go. In one interview, a former CIA agent responded when asked if all the stress was worth it, "I ask myself the same question every goddamn day. Was any of it worth it?" The FBI won't involve the stress of remaining a kind of mystery to one's own friends and loved ones. You'll probably have much more chance of being killed on the job, as the FBI's Hall of Honor can show you. You are dealing with criminals, and that means sometimes seeing the aftermath of their destruction. In one interview, a former agent said that was not the worst part, but the fact that you could spend much of your life away from your family. You can at least tell them about what you do though. The former agent told Business Insider, "There's only a very small amount of information that an FBI agent would not be able to share with someone. We can usually talk about what we are working on or have worked on in the past." As for wages, there are many scales when working for the FBI. A new agent, according to one salary website, receives about $47,000, but a senior agent might earn more than $130,000 a year. A CIA website puts wages for special investigators anywhere from $74,000 to $137,000.
The FBI is the United States' premier law enforcement agency and has responsibilities that range from counterterrorism to drug interdiction and investigating financial crimes. With such a broad range of responsibilities, it's only natural that FBI agents are going to come across a wide variety of suspects, and this makes FBI interrogators some of the most skilled in the world. Today we're going to teach you some basic interrogation techniques used by the FBI and other agencies that you can use in everyday life to get to the truth of the matter, or perhaps figure out when someone is lying to you or not. First though, it's important to note that there's a difference between an interrogation and an interview. An interview is typically a fact-finding mission, while an interrogation is much more focused. In an interview, the interrogator is typically not fully aware of most of the elements of a crime, and is seeking more general information about the events that took place. Interviews are commonly undertaken with witnesses, though sometimes suspects can be interviewed as well. And based off information gleaned, an interview can later turn into a full-blown interrogation. An interrogation, on the other hand, is a quest for specific information or an attempt to gain a confession. In an interrogation, the person conducting the proceeding is typically aware of most facts of a case or an incident and is simply seeking specific key pieces that may still be missing. An interrogation can also serve to force a suspect into admitting that they lied in a previous interview, or to encourage them to divulge facts they're reluctant to. Finally, an interrogator may be perfectly aware of all the facts of a case and simply use an interrogation to gain a confession. Despite what you think, the FBI does not endorse overly aggressive interrogations, and instead it's department policy that establishing a rapport with an individual is far more productive to fact-gathering than intimidation, misdirection, or threats. In the early 2000s, when the Abu Ghraib prison scandal broke out, and the world learned that the CIA and US military had been beating prisoners to gain information, the United States Inspector General announced that the FBI had always conducted itself according to department guidelines. In fact, many FBI interrogators flat out refused to take part in interrogations that used, as the CIA and military put it, enhanced interrogation techniques, and walked out of interrogations, then reported the individuals to their superiors. This integrity from the FBI is what helped bring the scandal to light and put a stop to the abuses by military and CIA personnel. So how can you better get the truth in your own life? What techniques can you learn and apply to use day to day? First, a former FBI agent and interrogator warns you that you should always be aware of as many of the facts of what you're seeking information on as possible. If a suspect believes that the interrogator is grasping at straws or not fully aware of events, then the tone of the interrogation dramatically changes. This might encourage a suspect to be deceitful or embolden them to withhold facts. So let's say that you're interrogating your coworker Kelly because your food has gone missing from the refrigerator and you suspect it was her. First, make sure you're as well informed as you can possibly be before you start your interrogation. This means gathering intelligence on Kelly. What does she typically eat? What does she like to eat? When does she typically eat? Are there witnesses that can perhaps let you know if she was at her desk or not around the time your lunch went missing? More mundane details are important as well, such as the general state of the refrigerator when the sandwich went missing, how many other people brought food, how many ordered in. Basically, the more facts you're aware of, the better. When most people are confronted in a situation where their interrogator is obviously well informed, it can act as an intimidating force, making them feel that deceitfulness will not work on you. Also, the more obviously well-informed you are, the more the suspect will realize that you're willing to sit down for an extensive discussion, and that might make them feel like it would just be better to give up the goods early. You've probably seen cop shows on TV when the investigator will lay out a cunning trap for a suspect they're sure committed a crime. Typically, the detective will lie about evidence they possess, making the suspect fear that he's about to be discovered and might as well give himself or herself up. While there are some instances where lying is allowed for police interrogators, it's not recommended that you do so. Your lie may work, but if it doesn't and the suspect realizes you're lying, it can backfire in a major way. Once you've lied to a suspect and they've realized it, they'll become convinced that they can't trust you and clam up. They could also assume that any plea deals or offers of amnesty are also lies, and you effectively take away any leverage you might have over them. You know Kelly took that sandwich. You can see the crumbs on the corner of her mouth and smell the chicken parmesan on her breath. But if you lie to her and tell her that you have security camera footage of the deed, she might realize you're full of it. In that case, your interrogation is over and Kelly is walking away a free woman, or a woman that doesn't owe you a sandwich, since we're pretty sure sandwich theft isn't a criminal offense. Rather than trying to trick or intimidate a suspect, former FBI interrogators state that you should build a rapport with the suspect instead. If the suspect learns that they can trust you, or at least respect you, they might be more prone to sharing information they wouldn't with anyone else. Also, in a criminal system, a suspect that has a good rapport with the interrogator may believe that the interrogator will later tell the prosecutor that they were helpful, and thus reduce their criminal penalty. You want to slam a book down on the table, maybe toss a chair or two. It's time for good cop, bad cop, because now Kelly burped and you could practically taste the chicken parm yourself. Yet she won't admit it. She steadfastly refuses to take the blame for the missing sandwich. So rein in your anger and center yourself. Be courteous, ask her about her typical lunch, share some of the same interests that you have together as far as food is concerned. You'll be working to drop Kelly's guard, and at the same time she'll be thinking that if you're this nice to her now, maybe you'll put in a good word with the boss when it comes time to punishing the person responsible for chicken parm theft. Now it's time to turn up the heat. It's time for the Reed technique. Developed by a professional consultant and polygraph expert named John E. Reed, the Reed technique is one of the most widely adopted interrogation techniques across the world. The first step is to confront the suspect with the facts, as well as the evidence against them. Tell Kelly that your sandwich went missing and that during the 15 minutes that it went missing, she was not at her desk according to her fellow co-workers. Further, let her know that you're aware of the fact that last Friday she ordered chicken parm from Grubhub. Be confident and start letting Kelly know that you know she was involved in the theft. Her stress levels will begin to rise, and if she's being deceitful, you should be on the lookout for fidgeting, licking of lips, or touching of hair. These are all signs that Kelly ate your damn chicken parm and is lying to you about it. The next step is called theme development, and here is where you'll weave a story about why Kelly committed the crime that she did. You'll retell the criminal act, but with Kelly as the main character. You should speak to her in a soft, soothing voice, appearing non-threatening and lulling Kelly into a false sense of security. Be aware of how she reacts to your theme as you lay it out, and if it becomes clear that she isn't responding at all, change the story up and try again. This will make up the bulk of your interrogation, and you'll be using other techniques to reinforce this step. Kelly forgot her lunch that day, so she figured, well, I'll just order something on my phone again. Then lunchtime came, though, and Kelly realized that she has T-Mobile as a cell provider, and that means she doesn't have service anywhere, ever. Oh no, Kelly thought, what am I gonna do for lunch now? That's when she went to the employee refrigerator, opening it up and hoping that perhaps there was a stray cup of yogurt somewhere someone never ate. Perhaps something close to expiration date, left alone and forgotten. Nobody would miss that lonely cup of yogurt, but that's when she saw it, your delicious chicken parmesan on sourdough bread. Next to the refrigerator, the microwave, and down the hall an unused storage closet, the perfect place to hide and enjoy an ill-gotten chicken parmesan sandwich. Kelly could practically taste the melting cheese. It was either this or eat nothing at all, and her stomach was rumbling. She's not a bad person, she just had a small breakfast is all. See what we did there? We created a theme that was sympathetic to Kelly's plight, recreated events from a point of view that didn't treat Kelly like the dirty, rotten criminal that she actually is. We excused her for the theft, appealed to her sense of helplessness in the situation, let her believe that we understood and were sympathetic to the theft. Throughout your building of the theme, though, you'll have to stop Kelly's denials on the spot. Once a suspect is allowed to voice a denial, it increases their confidence. Every time Kelly tries to object and voice a denial, simply cut her off and let her know that it'll be her turn to talk in a minute. Don't let her start to voice denials, or she'll become emboldened and immune to your tactics. Be polite, but very firm. Next, you'll have to be ready to overcome objections, which differ from denials. Denials are basically just a brief, "I didn't do it" statement. Objections, however, offer logic-based reasons for why the suspect simply couldn't have committed the crime. Kelly might say, "I could never have stolen your sandwich. My father died of starvation because someone stole his sandwich." It's your job to use the information she gives you and turn it around on her. You can, for instance, reply with, "I understand that you could never plan to do something so awful after what happened to your father. It was just a one-time mistake. You were hungry and out of control. I understand." You should turn objections into admissions of guilt. At this point, Kelly is frustrated. She's literally marinating in her own guilt. It's your job to vent some of that pressure and earn more of her trust. This whole time, you should have been either across the table from Kelly or walking around the room, towering over her. That makes her feel smaller and vulnerable. But now you're going to sit down on her side of the table, lower yourself to her level and draw close. Put a hand on her shoulder, offer physical gestures of concern. Now it's time to get your confession. It's time to build alternatives. At this stage, you offer two different motives for the crime. One should be more reasonable so as to nudge the suspect along, while the other should be more morally repugnant. This will help the suspect agree to the more reasonable motivation and lead to confession. It doesn't matter if this motivation is real or not. All that matters is the almighty confession. Tell Kelly that perhaps she stole the sandwich because she just couldn't resist the temptation. Heck, you couldn't resist the temptation of that Snickers bar you ate last night even though you're supposed to be dieting. This motive is understandable, it's relatable, it's something that a rational, reasonable person could excuse. It's just a mistake, that's all. Then tell Kelly that perhaps she stole the sandwich because it was her that stole her father's sandwich, which led to his death by starvation. Perhaps Kelly loves to starve people to death, one sandwich at a time, and she thought that she could get away with it again today. This motive is outrageous and morally repugnant, likely causing Kelly to object loudly to it. That's good. That's what you want her to do, because you're going to backtrack and lead her down the road of the first motive. I know, you're not a sandwich killer, Kelly. I've known you for months now. You seem like such a nice person. You were just hungry. It was a mistake, I understand. At this point, Kelly's probably in tears, and more than ready to confess. Congratulations, because you've just used FBI interrogation techniques to get your coworker to confess to stealing your sandwich. And it's a good thing that you have a solid grasp on these techniques, because everything you just did to your coworker is basically one giant super fireable offense, and you're gonna need a new job after you get canned. The archives are open. In its history of over 100 years, the FBI has classified many documents. Until now. Now these government secrets are open for anyone to see. Here are 50 of the most insane declassified secrets of the FBI, including details on one of America's most mysterious residents. Number 50. Alive or dead? In the aftermath of World War II, the entire world celebrated the death of the Nazi leader Adolf Hitler. But despite the confirmation that his life had ended in a Berlin bunker as the Allied troops marched in, rumors started to spread. Did Hitler actually escape like so many of his Nazi allies, maybe to South America? Did he shave his mustache and go undercover as an everyday suburban man, as one ill-advised sitcom imagined? The rumors persisted enough that in the months after the war, the FBI investigated evidence of his survival, and the declassified documents showed, nope, he's dead. It wasn't the only FBI investigation related to the war. Number 49. The wife. J. Robert Oppenheimer, the brilliant physicist heavily responsible for the United States winning the race to the atom bomb, was largely trusted by the US government, despite some past leftist ties. But he was also married, and the FBI had some doubts about her. A trained biologist, she worked for the government at Los Alamos to help determine the body's vulnerability to radiation. The FBI was more concerned with her early life when she'd been involved with communist activist Joseph Dele Jr. and joined the Communist Party. This led to her being investigated by agents about her current ties and to her husband's clearance being reduced. But many FBI investigations during the era were much more wide-reaching. Number 48. Detention. Even before President Roosevelt's infamous executive order that led to the imprisonment of the United States Japanese-American population, the government was hard at work arresting people. During the war, anyone deemed a security threat could be rounded up and detained by the government during the national state of emergency, and it centered on three groups: Japanese Americans, German Americans, and Italian Americans. All were arrested with little room for appeal, and the FBI kept an exhaustive list of the numbers. But being investigated by the FBI isn't always a negative. Number 47. The Money Man. It's rare for someone to play a key role in the home front for 2 world wars, but Bernard Baruch wasn't an ordinary man. The stock market magnate was chairman of the War Industries Board under Woodrow Wilson and advised President Roosevelt on industry and production decades later. When anyone is that close to the president, the FBI will want to take a look at him. Did they find any red flags on the man? Given that he was later appointed to the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission by Harry Truman, it's likely a no. And in some cases, it's all about confirming what's already known. Number 46. Operation Paperclip. When the US government decided to recruit former Nazis to help with the nuclear and space programs after the war, they knew they would need thorough background checks. After all, they were okay with some Nazis, but not the worst of the worst. The FBI was tasked into digging into wartime activities of these scientists and deciding if they were valuable and relatively clean enough to become Americans. Now, on the FBI's websites, Americans can dig into the original reports of figures like Arthur Randolph and Werner von Braun. But sometimes the FBI was looking to prevent war before it happened. Number 45. Flying solo. While the US never went to war with the Soviet Union, paranoia was high about the communist nation infiltrating and sabotaging the Americans. That's why the FBI created Solo, an intelligence effort that spanned 2 decades. It's placed agents within the Communist Party of the United States to discover if they were passing information to communist nations like the Soviet Union or China. The operation was largely headed by 2 agents, now declassified as Russian Jewish immigrants Morris and Jack Childs, whose background gave them the skills needed to infiltrate Russian communist enclaves. But not every espionage investigation is above board. Number 44. In the bag. How do you get a search warrant when the subject of the investigation is classified? Simple, you don't. During the 1940s and beyond, the FBI frequently pulled off what was called black bag operations. This was when the organization would simply break into residences or businesses under the cover of darkness and search for evidence, without ever informing the subject of the search that they were being watched. Many of these never escalated to criminal prosecution, so they weren't disclosed until the files were declassified. The tactic continued until 1966 when the Bureau ordered it stopped, and it was declared unconstitutional in 1972. But not all targets of FBI investigation are as obvious. Number 43. The Lady of Peace. Jane Addams was one of the most prominent early feminist reformers, a tireless advocate in the progressive era for women's suffrage and public housing. She even became the first American woman to be awarded with the Nobel Peace Prize for her role in the anti-war and anti-imperialist movement. So, why is there an FBI file on the woman? How about a treason investigation? When World War I began, Addams held fast to her anti-war beliefs and she founded a women's party devoted to peace. In the 1920s, when she opposed the persecution of communist activists, the FBI started monitoring her, but came up empty on criminal charges. But one peace movement led to more investigations than any other. Number 42. Yippee? The Vietnam War was deeply controversial, and many anti-war activists wound up being investigated by the government. Chief among them was Abbie Hoffman, whose brushes with the law would lead to what became known as the Trial of the Chicago Eight. His group, the Youth International Party, better known as the Yippies, was frequently investigated by the FBI over a period of 5 years. Those digging through the FBI archives will find a whopping 50-part series on the colorful figure, who wound up being portrayed by Sacha Baron Cohen in the movie The Trial of the Chicago Seven. One bloody day would come to define the Vietnam protest movement and lead to years of FBI investigation. Number 41. Blood on American soil. It started out as any other peace rally in 1970, with students at Kent State University in Ohio protesting the National Guard presence on campus as the war expanded to Cambodia. But what wasn't typical was the National Guard opening fire on the unarmed crowd, killing 4 students and wounding 9 others. 2 of the dead were bystanders, not protesters, and massive rallies around the country protested the killings. Ultimately, none of the guardsmen who fired were criminally prosecuted. But the FBI spent years investigating the shooting, and all those documents can now be read in a 22-part series. But some FBI cases are a lot less serious. Number 40. There's no place like home? Few pieces of movie memorabilia are more iconic. Dorothy's iconic ruby slippers from The Wizard of Oz. That's why it was such big news when they were stolen from the Judy Garland Museum in 2005. The theft was reported to the police, but the interstate smuggling operation was soon taken over by the FBI. It took the government organization more than 10 years to track down the thief, and even then it took multiple agents on a sting operation before the rare shoes were returned back home where they belonged. But some cases might be a little silly. Number 39. Sing that song. Louie Louie. Oh no. Me gotta go. The song's probably stuck in your head now, right? We're not. But what does it actually mean? No one really knows, and neither did the FBI. When the popular song by the Kingsmen debuted in 1963, it became a sensation, and many people wondered if the song was hiding a dirty little secret. Were the words secretly pornographic? Were they hiding a coded political message? The FBI spent a full year investigating the song and its creators and came up empty, as the lyrics remain as unintelligible as they were back in 1963. It wasn't the only time the FBI got involved in music. Number 38. Not Fab. Everyone loved the Beatles, if their army of screaming fans was any indication. But the government wasn't as fond of the shaggy-haired British band, and the Nixon administration had a particular grudge against left-wing songwriter John Lennon. Nixon was convinced that Lennon was plotting to influence the 1972 election with his popularity, and the FBI launched an investigation that led to the Immigration and Naturalization Service starting the process of deporting Lennon. While Lennon was never banned from the country, he did back off plans for an American tour, a victory for Nixon that was later exposed by journalist John Wiener. But you might be shocked by just how many celebrities have FBI files. Number 37. Before the White House. Ronald Reagan having an FBI file shouldn't be a surprise. After all, they probably like to know about the president. But he was on the agency's radar long before 1980. In 1947, when he was the president of the Screen Actors Guild, he had a file. But why would they want to know about the staunch conservative, surely the last suspect anyone would have as a communist agent? Because Reagan was such a strong anti-communist that he and his then-wife Jane Wyman worked with federal agents to turn over the name of any actors they thought might be communists. The future president was an informant, but one more beloved figure had FBI ties as well. Number 36. The Mouse's Secret. Walt Disney was notorious for being a traditionalist. and the man behind Mickey Mouse and the Disney parks didn't like anything that shattered the illusion of the all-American happiness in his properties. That included people with unpopular political views, which led to his deep ties with the government. He had worked with them on World War II propaganda films, and long after the war, he was still cooperating with them, giving them information on un-American activities in Hollywood. He continued working with them through his death in 1966 and was even named a full special agent in charge contact. But many celebrities have files for less official reasons. Number 35. The Lady Sings. Why would Whitney Houston have an FBI file? The late singer lived a controversial life, and it got her on the government's radar. While her troubles with drugs and money and her often chaotic relationships landed her in the tabloids, the FBI was more interested in her associates. Many people from her life tried to take advantage of her, including a stalker who tried to blackmail her for $250,000. But why would one of the least controversial singers of all times be on the list? Number 34. Take Me Home? John Denver seemed like the guy next door, with his easy-listening country music songs being the type your parents sing along to on a long car ride. But the FBI saw things differently. Up until his death in a plane crash, Denver had amassed a 33-page FBI file. It was mostly concerned with his anti-war activism as a young man and his occasional drug use, but it also followed stalkers and death threats he picked up as a celebrity. The FBI even got involved in some notorious tabloid stories. Number 33. The Bombshell. Anna Nicole Smith was famous for marrying a much older man who died not long after. She inherited most of the fortune, much to the anger of the oil tycoon's son, E. Pierce Marshall. The two were involved in a vicious court battle over the massive bank account, vicious enough for Marshall to believe Smith tried to kill him. This led to an FBI investigation that ultimately decided there wasn't enough to charge Smith. Ultimately, it was all for nothing. Marshall and Smith died within a year of each other in 2006 and 2007. But even the original bombshell was on the FBI's radar. Number 32. Government prefers blondes? Marilyn Monroe has been the subject of countless government conspiracies due to her mysterious death. But the FBI wasn't interested in that. They were more concerned with her love life. One of Monroe's many loves was acclaimed playwright Arthur Miller, who was believed to have communist leanings. Due to Monroe's influence, the FBI kept an eye on her, which led many to believe the government might have been involved in her death. But she wasn't the only icon to wind up in the FBI's files. Number 31. Lucy! Everyone loved Lucille Ball, who along with husband Desi Arnaz created one of the most iconic sitcoms of all time. But Ball was an eccentric woman who once claimed she picked up spy chatter in her tooth fillings. The FBI was more concerned with her political leanings, as the comedy star had been affiliated with the Communist Party in the 1930s. Ball was repeatedly interviewed and denied having any ongoing communist affiliations. While she was never placed on the notorious blacklists of the 50s, her file grew to 156 pages. But some stars had a rougher road with the FBI. Number 30. Hardly Silent. Charlie Chaplin was best known for the physical comedy and for famously opposing Hitler with his silent film The Great Dictator. But he was anything but silent off the screen. He was a political activist who was believed to be a communist sympathizer. Chaplin was a British citizen who worked a lot in the United States, and J. Edgar Hoover wanted to make that more difficult. He even famously blocked Chaplin's return to the US in 1952, which led Chaplin and his wife to depart for Switzerland permanently. This next target wasn't afraid to fight back. Number 29. Turnabout is fair play. Truman Capote likely expected to be investigated by the FBI. After all, the author behind Breakfast at Tiffany's was a well-known left-wing activist who supported Fidel Castro in Cuba and exposed the injustices of the U.S. justice system. But why did the colorful author have a 200-page FBI file? That might be because he made a personal enemy of J. Edgar Hoover by spreading rumors that the FBI chief was in a homosexual relationship. Sometimes it's not anything someone does, it's what the FBI thinks they can get. Number 28. Hard Rock. Rock Hudson was one of the first true matinee idols, a handsome movie star who became a sensation in the 60s, but he had a secret, and the FBI was ready to take advantage. Hudson, a closeted gay man, was interviewed by the FBI, and the 34-page FBI file can be accessed online, but not all of it. The file is still heavily redacted, which has led many to wonder what the FBI wanted with Hudson, who famously became one of Hollywood's first AIDS casualties. Sports brought a surprising number of figures to the FBI's attention. Number 27. The Breakthrough. Few figures in American history have become more universally loved than Jackie Robinson, the man who broke Major League Baseball's color barrier. But after his accomplishment, Robinson refused to be quiet and play ball. He became involved in the civil rights movement and supported presidential candidates from both parties. But what got him on the FBI's radar was his support of a Harlem facility for the International Workers' Order, which had supposedly had communist ties. But one sports icon was on the FBI's radar for far less savory reasons. Number 26. Shame of the Yankees. George Steinbrenner was many things, including the owner of the Yankees during one of their most successful periods, but he was also a notorious crook. He made illegal donations to Nixon's re-election campaign, wound up paying a $15,000 fine, and then campaigned to be pardoned of the charges. While he eventually got his wish, his shady financial dealings led him to have an extensive FBI file from 1986 to his death in 2010. Sometimes people get investigated before a big promotion. Number 25. The man for the jobs? Steve Jobs is a big name to anyone who loves their Apple computer or iPad or iPhone, but he was on the government's radar as early as 1991. George H.W. Bush was considering appointing him to the Export Council, and the FBI conducted routine background checks. What they found wasn't routine, and it likely torpedoed his appointment. Not only did they find out that he experimented with LSD as a teenager and spoke positively of the drug, but many people stated that they believed Jobs was a serial liar and a manipulator. But why would the FBI investigate Helen Keller? Number 24. Silent No More. Most people know Helen Keller as the young deaf-blind child who was taught to communicate by vision-impaired schoolteacher Annie Sullivan. But as soon as Keller learned to communicate, she was determined to never be silenced again. She became involved in feminist causes, opposed President Wilson's policies, and even co-founded the American Civil Liberties Union. A proud socialist, she quickly wound up on the government's radar where she has a 45-page FBI file, something she would no doubt be proud of. But many of the FBI's files were about the infamous, not the famous. Number 23. The Big Man. Few names appear in the FBI's archives more than Al Capone, the legendary Prohibition-era gangster. While Capone's most storied opponent was Agent Elliot Ness, Ness never worked for the FBI, but the Bureau was keeping tabs on him anyway. Capone was ultimately tripped up not by his smuggling and mob activities, but because he underpaid the government and was nabbed for tax evasion, something the FBI's 36 files on him no doubt caught. Even Supreme Court justices could be on the Bureau's radar. Number 22. The Good Judge. Thurgood Marshall had a complex life, rising from being a civil rights activist and lawyer to becoming the first black judge on the Supreme Court. But his FBI file doesn't look the same as most activists. As an early member of the NAACP, Marshall knew that he would be spied on. That's why the savvy scholar reached out to J. Edgar Hoover in the 50s and met with the FBI leadership. By providing information to them, he helped protect the organization from accusations of being a communist front. But not all judges had such a stellar reputation. Number 21. The Bad Judge? When Abe Fortas was appointed to the Supreme Court by Lyndon Johnson in 1965, he was already a close ally of the president, maybe too close. He was plagued by rumors of obstruction of justice, and when he was going to be elevated to Chief Justice after only 3 years, the investigation picked up heat. The FBI's files showed that he had been the target of serious threats. Ultimately, his nomination for Chief Justice failed, and Fortas resigned from the court. And some cases are more by public demand. Number 20. Where did she go? When Amelia Earhart disappeared during her attempt to be the first woman to fly across the Atlantic Ocean, it was highly unlikely to be a criminal case. Everyone believed that she had encountered some mechanical or weather trouble and likely crashed, never to be seen again. But that didn't stop the iconic airwoman's 1937 disappearance from being looked into. Countless Americans wrote into the FBI asking for assistance in finding her. And while there was never an investigation, her file mostly consists of those letters. It wasn't the only disaster to get an FBI investigation. Number 19. Up in Smoke. The Hindenburg Zeppelin disaster became one of the most famous air disasters of all time when the massive airship caught fire, killing 35 people. While it's now considered a tragic accident, the FBI initially investigated it for sabotage. Their case focused on one Joseph Spa, a comic acrobat who was one of the first passengers to see signs of trouble and jumped before the ship crashed, suffering only minor injuries. While Spa was seen as an anti-Nazi activist and accused of being a saboteur, the FBI didn't find any evidence of an organized plot. Another, even more famous disaster wound up on the FBI's radar. Number 18. The Challenge. When Space Shuttle Challenger went up in flames, taking all the astronauts with it, the Cold War was still at its peak and the paranoia was running high. Could the Soviet Union have struck a devastating blow against the US space program? The FBI investigated with over 100 pages of reports now declassified, and much like the Hindenburg, didn't come up with any evidence of sabotage or terrorism. Sometimes the FBI gets closer to Hollywood than you might expect. Number 17. Real life. Why would the FBI have files on a noir film from 1951? Because the title was I Was a Communist for the FBI. and it followed the story of a real spy who worked for the FBI in the 1940s. The film was a patriotic thriller that portrayed the Second Red Scare as a justified response to the threat of communism, but the FBI still had to investigate to make sure they were being portrayed well and no classified documents were being leaked. But not every FBI file is serious business. Number 16. Thumbs Up. Why would Gene Siskel, the late film critic best known for sparring with Roger Ebert on which film deserved a thumbs up, be in the FBI's files? Was someone there a really big fan of The Silence of the Lambs, which he memorably panned? Siskel's FBI file is one of the shortest, only one page, and a letter from FBI Director William Sessions congratulating him on winning the Golden Plate Award. Receiving that letter from the FBI was probably terrifying before it was opened. It wasn't the only time the FBI got involved in things that might be considered silly. Number 15. Hollyweird. While Lucille Ball was investigated on her own, it isn't the only time her sitcom showed up in the FBI files. In 1977, the FBI was pulled into an elaborate copyright infringement scheme when they were tipped off by studios that someone was attempting to illegally distribute copies of famous movies and TV shows. In addition to Lucy, these included classics like The Partridge Family and The Twilight Zone. Not exactly high crimes, but the studios thought differently. But not every file the FBI has declassified is a case file. Number 14. So you want to be an FBI agent? If you want to wear the badge, you better start studying. The FBI doesn't just take anyone, and the best information you might get comes from the agency themselves. The Legal Handbook for Special Agents was released as part of the FBI archives, containing 137 pages of the procedures they use to track bad guys. Just don't count on it teaching you everything. The version released is almost 20 years old, at the very dawn of the digital era. And you might be surprised by who you find in the FBI's archives. Number 13. My privacy. Digging through the archives, you'll find both famous names and non-famous ones who got on the FBI's radar. They can spy on just about anyone if they have cause, and most of their targets don't get charged and never find out they were investigated. That means they could have files on everyone, even you. If you're feeling paranoid all of a sudden, the good news is you can find out. A Freedom of Information Act request can unseal those things on you if they exist and aren't classified, if you're ready to see their thoughts on your browsing history. But some FBI cases are just bizarre. Look to the skies. Number 12. The First Memo. Guy Hoddle was a special agent working at the Washington field office who seemed to be a competent man, which made it all the more surprising when he sent a bizarre memo in March 1950. He claimed to be relaying information from an Air Force investigator about the recovery of 3 flying saucers in New Mexico. Not only did he describe them in detail, but the memo claimed that the 3 bodies of extraterrestrials were recovered. Needless to say, no evidence of this was ever confirmed. But it wouldn't be the only investigation into UFOs by the FBI. Number 11. The Con Man. Silas M. Newton was already a powerful man in the oil industry when he contacted the FBI. He claimed to have a device that could find minerals and oil in the ground and was generally regarded as a charlatan. That didn't stop him from claiming he had seen a flying saucer crash land on his territory in 1950. No evidence of it was ever found, and he later changed his story. The FBI's 6-part file on him covers almost 20 years of con artist tactics, but it hasn't stopped UFO fans from using him as a source. But was the FBI really concealing the truth? Number 10. Not So Majestic. It was one of the biggest bombshells in the search for UFOs. A document titled Operation Majestic 12. Sent to 2 different FBI offices, it revealed a conspiracy dating back to the Eisenhower administration to recover and investigate alien spacecraft and conceal it from the public. The 22-page memo would have been the biggest scandal in government history if it was real. An investigation revealed it to be a forgery, and it was uploaded with one additional word: bogus. But some famous UFOs were investigated. Number 9. What happened at Roswell? For over 70 years, the events in Roswell, New Mexico have fascinated the public. And while it's been exaggerated in many ways, there was a real event, and a 1-page FBI memo describes it. People reported a mysterious flying disc shaped like a hexagon and suspended from a balloon. Not exactly the massive alien spacecraft, with many people thinking it resembled an odd weather balloon more than an invasion. One particularly terrifying phenomenon wound up on their radar. Number 8. Those poor cows. In the 1970s, western and prairie states found themselves dealing with a rash of animal mutilations, mainly cattle. The animals often had odd sigils carved into them and seemed like they'd been mauled by some sort of machine. At least that's what the description said. While many possible causes that weren't alien were proposed, including satanic cults, no answer to the disturbing phenomenon was ever found. It was enough to get the organization to actually start a new division. Number 7. Look to the skies. There were enough reports of strange sights in the sky that a new organization was founded, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. Starting in the 1950s, it worked with the FBI to share reports of unexplained flying objects and determine possible causes. While the correspondence didn't actually result in any UFOs being discovered, the Bureau continued working with them as well as cooperating with the Air Force on a project titled Project Blue Book. But did the FBI ever crack the code of the country's most notorious location? Number 6. Let's break in! Sure, a bunch of guys on the internet thought that they could break into Area 51 and free ET, but we're no closer to figuring out exactly what's in there. Does the FBI archive help with that? Not really. Area 51 isn't under their jurisdiction, and most people working there might not even know. To get some clues, you'd have to look at their rival agency, the CIA, which did actually mention Area 51 in some documents, with no details, and no hints at what might be inside. But the FBI did investigate some seriously bizarre things. Number 5. Mind readers? Is ESP a real phenomenon? Are there actually people who can read minds and predict things before they happen? The FBI Vault states that ESP is considered a perception of information about events beyond what can be learned from the senses or past knowledge. It's a vague phenomenon, and the investigation didn't make it any clearer. They spent 3 years and likely a lot of money to determine there was no scientific support for ESP. And sometimes the FBI might be its own worst enemy. Number 4. The rivalry. The FBI handles domestic affairs and the CIA handles international affairs. You'd think that that'd make them natural allies, but it doesn't always work out that way. The two agencies can be bitter rivals and hesitant to share information. That often leads to missed opportunities for cooperation, especially in cases where international threats are plotting against the United States homeland, like what happened on 9/11. And what does the FBI say about that fateful day? Number 3. The 9/11 files. Few files were more anticipated for declassification than the first documents on the September 11, 2001 attacks. Particularly, many people were wondering if it would shed light on possible involvement by the Saudi royal family in the attacks, and other conspiracy theorists wondered if they would reveal that the US government was involved. The documents shed some light on intelligence failures but didn't implicate anyone new. Sometimes Hollywood doesn't live up to the hype. Number 2. Declassified? When CBS announced a new documentary series titled The FBI Declassified in 2020, many people wondered how they could get away with it. Were they sharing government secrets? Would the FBI break down the door mid-broadcast? Turned out the answer was no on all accounts. The 6-episode documentary shared profiles on some well-known cases, but didn't declassify anything, which probably accounted for the low ratings. But one case might be more mysterious than any other. Number 1. Getting hairy. There is no American legend that fascinates people more than Bigfoot. Is there really a giant hairy humanoid lurking in the woods? The rumors were enough that the FBI actually investigated the legend in the 70s, combing the woods for evidence of hairs, footprints, and waste material. In 1976, they actually did find long hairs that couldn't be matched to any species. The declassified investigation was declared inconclusive, which was more than enough for true believers to say, the truth is out there. The FBI is a government agency supposedly intended to protect American civilians from the worst criminals imaginable, from domestic terrorists to serial killers. But who do you run to when the FBI wants you dead? It may seem like the high-concept premise of the latest Jason Bourne movie, but this was actually the terrifying reality faced by a number of political leaders and public figures as a result of COINTELPRO, the FBI's clandestine series of projects intended to bring American activism to its knees. But what was COINTELPRO really? When did it happen? Who were its targets? And what terrifying illegal methods were employed under its purview? There's only one way to find out. But be warned, by the time this video is over, the FBI won't seem like the brave crime stoppers the movies often paint them as. Under COINTELPRO, which stands for Counterintelligence Program, they were responsible for everything from psychological warfare to cold-blooded murder, all committed against mostly non-violent individuals whose greatest crime was questioning the system. Just how far the system will go to silence these questions will alarm and terrify you. And at the heart of it all was FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, who opened a nightmarish Pandora's box of government overreach and illegal domestic espionage. The year is 1956, and the Red Scare is in full swing. You don't need to be an expert in American political history to know that mid-1950s America was terrified of communism. The threat of the bomb loomed large over American psyches, and Soviet spies and sleeper agents seemed to lurk in every shadow. Russia and the West were fighting a culture war, and the US was scared it was losing. When someone is afraid and backed into a corner, there's almost nothing they won't do to protect themselves, whether the initial fear is justified or not. The US needed bold strategies to fight the perceived communist threat growing within their own borders, and J. Edgar Hoover was on the case. He gave his underlings a sweeping directive to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize any political groups deemed too submersive for the FBI's liking. Hoover had the tacit permission of President Eisenhower and soon after President Kennedy, and Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy personally signed off on a number of covert projects under the COINTELPRO banner. Of course, while every sinister government project requires some enabling bureaucrats to sign all the permission slips, there always needs to be some triggermen willing to get their hands dirty and get the dastardly job done. In this case, we have William C. Sullivan, director of the FBI's Domestic Intelligence Operations. Sullivan's first target was the Communist Party of America, who, on name alone, were obviously no friends of the Cold War FBI. Some of the techniques used by the FBI to destroy the Communist Party from the inside, including having agents sending threatening anonymous phone calls, having the IRS constantly audit them, and sending in forged documents to sow dissent among the party's ranks. You'll come to notice that this is a running theme among the COINTELPRO projects, using psychological warfare tactics to turn groups against each other and alienate their members. To this end, literally nothing was off the table. FBI agents infiltrating meetings and posing as members to cause conflict, intelligence gathering for blackmail and extortion, and even spreading rumors to increase the tension. Though compared to just how horrific and violent their methods would later become, some blackmail and rumor spreading is pretty quaint. While the Communist Party was a perfect training ground for refining their domestic espionage techniques, the activities that would make COINTELPRO infamous were perpetrated against civil rights groups, starting in the late 50s and continuing through the 60s. Dr. T.R.M. Howard, a prominent black surgeon, entrepreneur, and civil rights leader, was critical of the FBI's inaction on a number of infamous hate crimes, including the murders of Emmett Till and George Washington Lee. This prompted Hoover to turn the dangerous attentions of Sullivan and his FBI cronies to black civil rights groups, starting with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, on the grounds that they were supposedly hotbeds of subversive communist activity. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference was just the tip of the iceberg, though. During their 15-year heyday, COINTELPRO would infiltrate and attack the Black Panther Party, anti-Vietnam War organizers, feminist groups, environmentalist and animal rights groups, the Nation of Islam, the Young Lords Puerto Rico Independence Group, and the American Indian Movement. In their very minor defense, they also did take on the Ku Klux Klan, but when you need to compare yourself to the Klan to have moral high ground, you're not doing well. Perhaps their most infamous victims were two of the most well-known civil rights leaders in American history, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X. It all gets a whole lot worse from here. In 1963, Dr. King gave his iconic I Have a Dream speech during the March on Washington. While generations of people across the world were touched and inspired by this incredible piece of history, the FBI were terrified. Dr. King was dreaming too big for their liking, and they wanted to put him in his place, that place being 6 feet below the ground. Hoover ordered Sullivan to turn his attention to discrediting and destroying King and the movement he'd come to represent. Sullivan subsequently released a horrifically racist statement. In the light of King's powerful demagogic speech, we must mark him now, if we've not done so before, as the most dangerous Negro of the future in this nation from the standpoint of communism, the Negro and national security. The espionage began. King's home and hotel rooms were bugged, and his phones were tapped. The FBI was listening intently to his every word for blackmail material that they could use to silence King. You're probably asking, silence him? As in pressure him into discontinuing activism and renouncing his beliefs? To which we'd answer, no. They wanted Dr. King to kill himself. In 1964, after years of collecting audio evidence of Dr. King's marital affairs, King was sent a suicide package 2 days before he was supposed to collect his Nobel Peace Prize. The package included copies of the incriminating audio, as well as a truly horrifying letter. The letter, while anonymous, is believed to some to have been written by Sullivan himself. It's a verbally abusive speech that opens with King. In view of your low-grade, abnormal personal behavior, I will not dignify your name with either a Mr. or Reverend or a Doctor, and your last name calls to mind only the type of king such as King Henry VIII and his countless acts of adultery and immoral conduct lower than that of a beast. The letter almost reads like the cruelest internet comment you've ever seen, complete with a plethora of personal insults and spelling errors. And much like an internet troll with a serious mean streak, the letter ends by attempting to pressure Dr. King into committing suicide. It reads, "King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do. This exact number has been selected for a specific reason, and it has a definite practical significance. You are done. There is but one way out for you. You better take it before your filthy, abnormal, fraudulent self is bared to the nation. While for legal reasons they stop just short of saying straight up, kill yourself or we'll humiliate you, the implications are crystal clear. When King didn't give in and take his own life, Cartha Deloach, the FBI assistant director at the time, began leaking the incriminating evidence to every news outlet imaginable. They were ruthless in their willingness to destroy reputations and lives to achieve their goals, but things were going to get a whole lot worse. While they were trying to manipulate Dr. King into taking his own life, the FBI were stoking the fires of tension among the Nation of Islam and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, both known for their association with civil rights leader El-Hajj Malik el-Shabazz, better known as Malcolm X. Through COINTELPRO, the FBI widened the rift between Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Nation of Islam. After a sustained harassment campaign involving infiltration, rumor-mongering, and the artificial elevation of conflict, the disagreements of Malcolm X and Muhammad turned deadly, and Malcolm X was assassinated by some Nation of Islam gunmen. While the FBI denied direct involvement in the assassination, there's extremely credible evidence that their involvement in exacerbating the conflict led to the murder. As the 1960s drew on, the FBI intensified its COINTELPRO operations against prominent civil rights groups, Dr. King and his associates in particular. This project was known as COINTELPRO Black Hate. According to a 1968 FBI memo, they feared that Martin Luther King Jr. was becoming a kind of messiah figure and would unite the various disparate civil rights groups into a force that could truly be reckoned with. If Dr. King ever decided to reject nonviolence and lead to an armed revolt, they would be in serious trouble. King was public enemy number one, but prominent members of groups like the Black Panthers weren't far behind. All of them had to go. The FBI concluded with numerous police departments in cities with considerable Black Panther presences, including San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, Philadelphia, and Chicago. They would coordinate raids into the homes of Black Panther members without warrants, during which many of said members were shot dead by police. One particularly infamous example is the assassination of Chicago Black Panther Party chairman Fred Hampton. On December 4, 1969, Hampton was drugged and incapacitated by deep-cover FBI infiltrator William O'Neill. A Chicago PD tactical unit then entered his home at the FBI's behest and murdered Hampton in his bed in cold blood. No crime was too cruel and no tactic was too underhanded for COINTELPRO. With the help of colluding police departments, the FBI was able to launch a brutal harassment campaign against figures in the world of leftist politics and civil rights. Specific individuals like Elmer Geronimo Pratt, a Black Panther Party leader, were accused of crimes they didn't commit and arrested on false pretenses. Evidence was falsified, witnesses were intimidated, and legality was twisted to serve whatever purpose the FBI wanted it to. Pratt spent 27 years in jail for a fallacious murder charge just because he was a member of the Panthers. Members of the KKK, like Gary Thomas Rowe, were kept on the FBI payroll as informants, while still committing atrocities like the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing. And this wasn't an isolated incident. Under COINTELPRO, it was clear that the FBI preferred hardline white supremacist groups to black liberation movements. They funded and supported former members of the 1960s far-right group the Minutemen in their goal to create this secret army organization, essentially a militant terrorist cell that fought against civil rights groups with tactics of intimidation and outright violence. Hundreds, if not thousands, of potential enemies of the FBI were spied on with everything from wiretaps to direct stalking techniques. They even teamed up with the CIA in 1967 as part of their own domestic spying project, Operation Chaos. The COINTELPRO reign of terror would consume the whole decade, a decade mostly known for flower power, free love, and imported British rock. The whole program was so sprawling that even figures like James Baldwin, Ernest Hemingway, and Muhammad Ali were on their list of enemies. Incidentally, Muhammad Ali ended up being a major force in the end of the COINTELPRO operations, as his 1971 fight with Joe Frazier acted as a form of cover, while activist group Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI broke into an FBI field office in Pennsylvania. The group stole critical files on the COINTELPRO operations and blew the lid on the whole sordid affair, leading to considerable scandals and shame for the FBI and the public eye. Within a year, J. Edgar Hoover had announced that centralized COINTELPRO operations were officially over. And while the FBI has hardly been squeaky clean since, the dissolution of the centralized COINTELPRO operations was an undeniable win for anyone who likes the idea of living in a truly free country. Of course, only a fraction of the files were stolen, and many of the files subsequently released by the FBI have been heavily altered and redacted. The fact is, we will never know the full extent of the FBI's sinister activities between 1956 and 1971. But what we do know is that the FBI activities under the COINTELPRO umbrella were some of the most terrifying and illegal in American history. Groups who were simply exercising their quintessentially American First Amendment rights were attacked, defamed, arrested, and dissolved. And the people who formed these groups were at best threatened and manipulated, and at worst murdered and pressured towards suicide. We wish we could give you a more comforting ending, but instead, we'll leave you with two questions. What are the chances that COINTELPRO was an isolated incident? And what else have the FBI done that we don't even know about? The FBI has gone after some of the most notorious targets around: spies, terrorists, assassins, and a magazine publisher. Why would the FBI go after Hugh Hefner? And how did this result in a body count? Of course, Hugh Hefner was no ordinary magazine publisher. He was one of the most famous and infamous figures in the 20th century America, and the legendary dirty old man was equally loved and hated. For most people who knew him, he was a larger-than-life man who lived in a massive mansion surrounded by beautiful, much younger women nicknamed bunnies. He was primarily associated with one word, both the title of his most famous creation and the word that epitomized his lifestyle: Playboy. But he didn't start out as a legend of controversy. Everyone has to start somewhere, and Hefner grew up in a normal Midwestern household and was raised Methodist. His mother even wanted him to become a missionary, but Uncle Sam came calling instead. In the 1940s, he served in the Army as a writer for a military newspaper. That kicked off his passion for writing and journalism, and he went to college and later started at the bottom of the magazine world, working as a copywriter for Esquire. He believed in his dream, but Esquire didn't quite agree. They denied him a $5 raise, so he quit in 1952. It would be one of the biggest butterfly effect moments in the history of journalism. Hefner had a dream, and he took out a loan and investments to launch his own magazine. One of those investments was from his own devout mother, who didn't like the idea but believed in her son's dream anyway. With $8,000, he kicked off a magazine initially planned to be called Stag Party, but instead he wisely named it Playboy. With the intention of it being a classy gentleman's magazine, it would have journalism, glamour shots, lifestyle tips, and of course some revealing photos of the most beautiful women in the world. And the first issue's cover star? None other than Marilyn Monroe. And it would turn Hugh Hefner into a legend. Gentlemen prefer blondes? That was definitely the case here, with Monroe helping turn the magazine into a huge hit. Her centerfold image was a nude study of the superstar taken for the calendar, and it soon made the magazine a household name. While it was the Playmate of the Month, the lady on the cover and in the centerfold that got people talking, the magazine was quickly gaining a reputation as a place for top-tier journalism and literature. It serialized the iconic anti-censorship thriller Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury a year after its release, bringing it to a much bigger audience. And what surprised many people was the magazine's political bent. If you had to guess Hefner's political leaning, what would you guess? Many people today would guess the creator of Playboy was your typical knuckle-dragging misogynist. After all, the magazine was largely about sexy ladies and seemed to appeal to your man's man types. No doubt many men assumed Hefner was one of them, but those men were shocked when he debuted his Playboy philosophy column in the 1960s. This was where Hefner could express his views, and he became a fierce defender not just of free speech, but of women's rights and LGBTQ rights. He was also a big fan of cannabis and became one of the first prominent activists for legalizing weed. And this was when he started making powerful enemies. Those enemies included a diverse coalition. Feminists burned copies of Playboy at protests, holding his gentleman's magazine genre responsible for more extreme spin-offs like Penthouse and Hustler. Meanwhile, the neo-Nazi leader, George Lincoln Rockwell, was infuriated when Hefner tricked him into being interviewed by a black man. And in 1963, Hefner was even arrested for a particularly racy centerfold and put on trial for obscenity. The jury couldn't reach a conclusion, the government opted not to retry the case, and Hefner walked away free. But once you wind up on the government's radar, you usually stay there. The FBI had been after Hefner for some time, creating a file on the Playboy creator and trying to find evidence of criminal conduct from his empire. When a federal indictment comes down, it's very rare for the defendant to get off, so Hefner no doubt felt like he had a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. They investigated every corner of his empire, particularly the goings-on at the Playboy mansion. But while they found plenty of evidence of debauchery, what they didn't find was any rock-solid evidence of crime. No drugs, no sex trafficking. If Hefner was a criminal, he was a very good one, but the government rarely took no for an answer. Over time, Hefner's FBI file ballooned to 58 pages and contained multiple lines of investigation. Declassified in 2019, it showed that he'd been interviewed several times in the 1950s and 1960s over possibly transporting obscene material over state lines. When that came up empty because Hefner knew his way around the local laws, they moved on to try to find informants that would implicate him. Hefner had many people in his circle, and they just had to find the right one who knew the dirty details on him. And one woman gave them their opening. Her name was Bobby Arnstein, and she was one of the women closest to Hefner, but she wasn't one of his bunnies. She was Hefner's personal assistant, and she was one of the people he trusted most on business matters. But she also was a questionable judge of character, and she had powerful men leading her down the wrong path. But that powerful man wasn't Hefner. It was her boyfriend, Ron Scharf, and that gave the FBI their opening. When the FBI descended on the Playboy mansion in 1974, the man known as Hef no doubt thought his enemies were after him again. But they weren't this time. Instead, they descended on Arnstein and arrested her like a dangerous criminal. They had previously cornered one of Scharf's associates, George Matthews, and offered him a lighter sentence on his own drug charges in exchange for implicating Arnstein. He was more than happy to cooperate, and they arrested both Scharf and Arnstein. When she was searched, they found a small amount of cocaine on her body, half a pound, which is well below the amount that a high-level trafficker would carry. But the FBI had what they needed. Arnstein was arrested for drug trafficking and was considered an active participant in Scharf's criminal enterprise, which meant she was facing heavy jail time. But the FBI didn't care about her. They cared about Hugh Hefner, and they assumed that her proximity would give her information, and the prospect of spending many years in prison would make her say anything they wanted her to say. But they were wrong. It's possible that Arnstein just had nothing to tell. Maybe Hef was actually squeaky clean, but she was also fiercely loyal. She was unwilling to cut a deal with the FBI and essentially told them to do their worst. So that's exactly what they did. Arnstein was put on trial, and the FBI wasted no time making an example out of her. Scharf, accused of being the mastermind of the ring, got 6 years in prison, while Arnstein was convicted of harsher charges and was given a life-ruining sentence of 15 years in federal prison. Even with this sentence hanging over her, she made no moves toward turning state's evidence and withdrew from the public eye as she awaited the deadline to turn herself in to serve her time. And things were going from bad to worse for Playboy and Hefner. Hefner's pride and joy was mired in scandal at the time, including a racial discrimination lawsuit, an IRS audit, and now a massive collection of headlines associating Hefner's close associate with a drug trafficking ring. Hefner had even wound up on Richard Nixon's enemies list, which might be a compliment depending on how you feel about old Tricky Dick. But no doubt many people expected Arnstein to strike the killing blow against Playboy by eventually giving in to the FBI's pressure and testifying against him. Instead, Hefner would be hit by a very different blow. Arnstein had been allowed to leave prison while her appeal was pending, but the odds weren't looking good. She was then informed by a U.S. attorney that there was a hit-out on her life, but no one knew if it was real. She went back to the mansion, but she and everyone else started to get scared about what would happen in the future. Hefner obsessively searched the mansion for drugs that might have been planted there, but Arnstein increasingly withdrew from the luxurious world Hefner built. When she next appeared in the headlines, it would be for a very different reason. It was January 19, 1975. Arnstein had checked into a hotel room in Chicago, and when she didn't leave her hotel room one morning, people became suspicious. She wasn't answering the door, and when the room was opened, they found her dead. She had left a note behind, and an autopsy would reveal that she had taken too many pills. Whatever Hefner's secrets were, she had taken them with her to the grave. The note she left behind backed that up. It was a quick but forceful statement that Hefner was a moral man who had never been involved in criminal activity and accused the government of pursuing and harassing him without cause. Did the FBI's crusade now have a body count? Until Arnstein's death, Hefner was largely up against the ropes when it came to the government. Most people, except those who read Playboy, assumed the colorful Hefner had to be involved in something shady. The government had been after him a long time, but now a woman was dead and her funeral was the first Hefner ever attended. He was seen to be genuinely grieving, and this humanized him in the eyes of many people. Journalists took his side against the government, especially since the Nixon administration was now disgraced itself. But that didn't protect Playboy from the fallout. Maybe it was just the association with the accused drug trafficker. Maybe it was because people realized the government meant business and any of them could be in the crosshairs next. But people started distancing themselves from Playboy hard. Originally, board members left the company and the stocks dropped quickly. It seemed like the mighty Playboy empire might be on the ropes. But Hefner wasn't done fighting, because he was fighting hard and he wanted to cause some damage to the government. He held a press conference, seemingly shaken, enraged, and more human than anyone had ever seen him. He accused U.S. Attorney Jim Thompson, the man behind the case, of causing Arnstein's death. And many people agreed with him. As more details came out, the FBI tried to paint the picture of Arnstein as an emotionally unstable individual. Maybe she was, but it didn't counter any of Hefner's points. They had never proven that she was anything but a player in Scharf's schemes, and it was pretty clear they targeted her as a way to get to Hefner, with tragic consequences. But some thought the probe might have done its job anyway. Was there any way for the famous nudie mag to survive being in the government's crosshairs for so long? It turned out the answer was yes. Two things happened soon after the affair began. Nixon was forced to resign in disgrace over the Watergate scandal, and his successor, Gerald Ford, was much less inclined to target his enemies. Hefner took a step back from running Playboy and made his daughter, Christie, his assistant. She helped the company's image and improved its standing with women and doubled down on the journalistic elements of the magazine. And it worked, because Christie stayed with the company for over 30 years. Hefner, meanwhile, never went to jail and died at the Playboy mansion at the ripe old age of 91, having become more of a lovable, dirty old man mascot for the company by the end.
It's the big day. You're about to become an official member of the Mafia. And once you're in, you don't get out. There's just one thing left to do. Go through your initiation rites. What does it truly take to become a member of the Mafia? The authorities have been trying to find out for a long time. The Mafia is a notoriously secretive crime organization, and many people who stumble onto information they shouldn't have don't live to tell anyone. But they're also a criminal organization with respect for tradition and for hierarchy, and they take bringing new people into the organization seriously. So whether someone is an actual criminal or an undercover officer hoping to avoid detection, when it comes time for that initiation rite, you'd better pay attention. But nothing stays a secret forever. The rituals date back a long time, all the way back to 1877 in Sicily, where it was written about in a local newspaper. 16 years later, things were tense between the local mafia, known as the Fratellanza, and the local left-wing youth group. Bernardino Vero, a young activist, joined the mafia's youth movement to gain their protection. He reported on the ritual he underwent, including tests of loyalty and cutting himself with a knife, with the blood that was then dripped onto the drawing of his skull. He soon broke from the mafia and went on to a successful career as a local politician before the mafia killed him, having not forgotten his past offenses. Many things have changed since then, but not everything. As the mafia made their way across the ocean to America and established themselves as a criminal powerhouse, they became more tight-lipped than ever. Sharing details of their ritual with someone outside the mob was considered a grievous offense, with mob boss Joseph Massino saying, "Once a bullet leaves that gun, you never talk about it." The irony of that statement, he was saying it from the witness stand after turning on the mafia and cutting deals with the government. Today, much more is known about the ritual thanks to the number of made men who have flipped, and it all started with the FBI. The year was 1989, and the mystery was about to be blown wide open. It was suburban Boston, and the Patriarcha family was inducting new members. Needless to say, this was by invitation only, and getting rejected at the door would mean harsher consequences than getting tossed out by the bouncer. The FBI couldn't get in, but that didn't mean they weren't prepared. They placed electronic surveillance devices at the house before the big day and captured the identities of everyone present, along with the details of a ritual that few outside the mafia had ever glimpsed. And there was one big advantage to this. It's not illegal to be inducted into the mafia, and no one was busted for it. The FBI kept tabs on all the new guys, of course, but the biggest reason cracking the initiation rite was a coup for the feds was when working with undercover agents. If you're in deep cover with the mafia and it's your time for your initiation rite, you better get every step of it right, or you might be headed for a quick retirement with 2 shots to the back of the head in a swamp. Knowing and even watching the initiation rite ahead of time could give future undercover agents the chance to prepare themselves and project the confidence an undercover man needs. In the United States, a few things have changed, but the core stays the same. The mafia knew that the heat was on, and for a while, the books to become a made man in the mafia were closed. For almost 20 years, while the FBI had information and eventually a first-hand perspective, the first description came from old-school mafia man turned government informant Joe Velacki. Convicted of trafficking and murder, he turned government witness in the 1960s and provided the FBI with the most detailed information on the mafia yet, including the nitty-gritty of the ceremony. The first step, getting chosen. How do you join the mafia exactly? There isn't an application process, and pushing too hard will probably make the local bosses think you're suspicious. In other words, you don't call them, they'll call you. The best way to get in is to show them you can be trusted. People who run errands for mafia members offer them a legitimate place to do business, or cover for them with the authorities will be on their radar, and they may eventually go from an associate to a full-on member. They'll also bring in solo criminals who impress them with their ingenuity, although you don't want to be seen as competition. And once you get in, it's serious business. You'll meet the bosses, and they have to approve you. Once you get the nod, it's common for multiple people to be initiated at one time, in a sort of collective baptism into the world of crime. This is where you become a wise guy, or in the more famous term, a made man. Well, kind of. Getting initiated isn't the end of the story, but it is one of the biggest steps to make the bosses trust you. They want to see loyalty, they want to see confidence, so they're they're gonna put you through the paces and you'd better not flinch, even when there's some pain involved. Giovanni's description of the ceremony might not be 100% accurate anymore from the 1960s, but the majority has stayed consistent. He sat down at the table and was presented with some wine, along with a gun and a knife. The boss said some words in Italian, and another wise guy picked up Valaki's hand and pricked his finger, dripping the blood onto a piece of paper. The paper usually has an image of a skull or a saint on it. The boss then informed Valaki that he was now part of the family, and he would now live by the gun and the knife and die by them as well. But is this truly what it takes to become a made man? The definition differs, but the practice remains, and becoming a full-fledged member of the Mafia might have a little more to it than just that ritual. For one thing, there's a condition that you can't fake. Most Italian Mafia groups require anyone involved to be Italian or have Italian background and be sponsored by another made man, so a Dutch criminal might be out of luck. They also have to take the Oath of Omerta, a code of silence and honor that represents the Mafia's values. They then become an official soldier in the Mafia. But is there another deadlier requirement for joining the Mafia? It's been a persistent rumor about the Mafia for decades, and it frequently makes its way into Hollywood portrayals. Do you truly have to kill someone to become a fully made man? It used to be a requirement to commit a contract killing to become eligible, both to show loyalty and to weed out any undercover officers who wouldn't be willing to go that far. No killings for personal reasons were allowed, so the victim was usually an enemy of the Mafia or a member of the family who had betrayed them or screwed up badly enough to earn a permanent retirement. But this bloody tradition might be dying out. Forcing a new soldier to earn their bones with a killing might be a good way to prove loyalty, but it's also messy and attracts attention. Back in Sicily and in the old days when the Mafia had infiltrated law enforcement and government, they could get away with it and cover up the bodies, so having the tradition was worth it. But now, with the FBI and local government on their trail and the Mafia at only a fraction of its old strength, forget about it. Killing someone every time a new soldier joins the Mafia would paint a giant target on their back. And once you're in, you'd better be ready to abide by the code of conduct. A made man has some simple rules to follow, starting with the most important: be loyal. The Mafia takes loyalty and secrecy seriously, and interfering with the syndicate's interests or informing on them is the quickest way to a fast and brutal exit. The Mafia also commands its members to be rational and not pick fights they can't win, to be a man of honor who respects women and the chain of command, and to represent the Mafia well. This means showing class, independence, and courage. Well, as much of these traits as any member of a crime syndicate can show. But the Mafia does have standards many criminals don't. For one thing, the Mafia is looking for a specific type of criminal. They don't want loose cannons who seem to be in the game only for the pleasure and cause more damage than they need to. That was what disqualified Mad Sam DiStefano from joining the Chicago mob. The brutal loan shark loved to kidnap, torture, and kill people and was frequently used by the mob as a feared enforcer, but his sadistic glee, as well as the rumors that he worshipped the devil, meant the Mafia was never willing to bring him in as a full member. For one thing, DiStefano was too unpredictable, and they didn't trust him to keep their secrets. And sometimes it's not who you are, it's who you know. Another group of people is never going to get to see that sacred Mafia initiation rite: anyone who's too close to a police officer. Police officers are immediately disqualified, of course, because the temptation to play both sides would be too much. Anyone who has attended or applied to law enforcement is out, and many times the Mafia will shy away from anyone who has too many families in the business. Of course, rules are meant to be broken, and quite a few Mafia bosses have brought in corrupt police or corrections officers because they've useful connections that can give the Mafia an edge in their district. And once you do manage to take that initiation rite, you better take the blood oath seriously. It's one of the most common tropes in Mafia movies. The made man failed his boss, and he's taken off to be snuffed out for humiliating the family. Is it actually true? Well, as usual, Hollywood is taking some liberties. An organization that killed off its soldiers at the first mistake would likely have a pretty hard time with recruitment. But there are certain offenses that will get you a .22 caliber exit from the Mafia. These include killing or making an attempt on the life of a fellow made man, committing crimes against the code of the Mafia, or stealing from the Mafia. But what about those most notorious Mafia criminals, the dirty rats? Does everyone who testifies against the Mafia have a target on their back? It's certainly a concern because a good number of people in the witness protection program testified against organized crime syndicates. But the FBI knows how to cover up people's identities, and it's rare for anyone in the program to actually be discovered and targeted unless they let themselves be known. But even some turncoat mafiosos who did go public, like Sammy the Bull Gravano, went on to leave the program and write books about their time in the Mafia and survived, although they rarely managed to stay out of legal trouble. And as the secrets were exposed, the organization evolved. The government knows more about how the Mafia functions than ever before, and the crime syndicate has had to change its ways. While it used to be an incredibly insular group, it now works more with other ethnic mobs, particularly the Russian Mafia, along with some notorious motorcycle gangs. The Mafia is dialed back, serving as the enforcer for its own criminal business, often letting other partners take the heat and dish out the brutality. They have a mix of legal and illegal businesses that make it easier to confuse the
authorities and cover their dealings up. And in one big way, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Once the first Mafia member testified before Congress, the code of omerta would never be the same. While the Mafia still strongly discourages anyone sharing their secrets, it's become commonplace to take deals when arrested by the feds. Not only are the foot soldiers taking deals when they need to, but some of the most prominent bosses have tried to avoid harsh penalties by spilling everything to the government, and that's created quite a few vacancies that the underbosses are happy to fill. And yes, they're still taking new members. But remember, don't call them, they'll call you. And when you get that call, you better be ready to shed a little blood for your new family. Scott Lee Kimball, a name you've likely never heard before today. Probably because the FBI doesn't want you to know about this serial killer they paid and protected. Kimball was born in 1966 to an unhappy home. He and his brother were witnesses to their parents' divorce when Kimball's mother came out as a lesbian shortly after his 10th birthday. His father immediately left her and remarried, but the boys went on to live with their mother. Deeply troubled by his home life, Kimball had his first run-in with the police when they were called after he fired a gun out of the window at neighboring homes. Kimball and his brother eventually moved in with their grandmother, but there, a neighbor, Theodore Payton, began bullying both of them. The bullying continued until Kimball's early 20s. Then he was involved in a gun accident that would change his life forever. The bullet glanced off his skull, leaving a distinct scar. The accident nonetheless left Kimball in critical condition for several days, but once he recovered, one of his cousins commented that he had changed dramatically. In his own words, he had lost his conscience. The trauma, however, gave Kimball the courage to face his bully, and he, along with several others, reported him to the police. Payton would be convicted and imprisoned, but according to a former girlfriend, Kimball still felt like he was less of a man due to the bullying he suffered. The trauma had left deep scars, and the emotional and psychological damage would one day manifest itself in horrifying ways. Years later, an imprisoned Payton was asked how he thought the bullying had shaped Kimball into the killer he would turn into, but Payton had no comment. Kimball would make a living as a hunting guide and dabbled in numerous nonviolent crimes. In 1988, he scored his first felony for writing bad checks in Montana. Then later that year, he was arrested once more for passing yet another bad check and for breaking and entering in 2 separate homes and stealing several firearms. Kimball managed to avoid jail time and moved in with his second wife to Spokane, Washington, where he could start a new life of crime. Getting into the lumber business, he began to scam timber companies, almost as if he couldn't even help himself. Kimball also stole money from his wife's dentist and the church they attended. In 1997, the couple divorced, and 2 years later, Kimball kidnapped his wife, though charges were never filed because the two had continued a sexual relationship even after the split. Kimball's laundry list of crimes were finally catching up, and in 2000, he finally landed prison time. After passing 3 more forged checks, a court revoked his suspended sentence from his 1988 sentencing, landing him in prison for about a year. After his sentence, he was moved to a pre-release prison in Helena, Montana, where he was allowed to work as a cashier at a gas station. Inevitably, Kimball ended up stealing $671 from the gas station, along with a truck. Kimball fled north, going up to Alaska and living under his brother's name. There he met Catherine Curtis, the woman who would become his third wife and who never knew him as anyone but Brett Kimball. However, soon Kimball found himself in need of cash, and he bought himself blank check stock and a computer, with which he could print checks in his brother's name, forging almost $25,000 in bad checks. Eventually, the authorities once more caught up with him and they threw him in an Anchorage prison. Kimball knew that with all his old warrants surfacing now that his identity had been revealed. He'd need to make himself valuable somehow if he was going to be a free man anytime soon. That's when he turned to the FBI and sold them a story they bought hook, line, and sinker. Kimball might have been a monster, but he was charismatic and had a knack as a confidence man. He warned the FBI that his cellmate was plotting to kill a federal judge, federal prosecutor, and 2 witnesses. He also told them that he could provide information about the October 2001 assassination of a federal prosecutor in Seattle. Given his nonviolent, white-collar crimes, the FBI bought his stories and discarded his warrants, moving him from his prison in Anchorage, Alaska, to FCI Inglewood in Colorado. 6 months later, he was released, officially an informant to the FBI. Of course, Kimball had no actual intelligence to provide for the FBI, so he fed them a continuous line of exaggerations and useless information. To this day, not a single arrest or warrant has ever stemmed from Kimball's service as an informant. Kimball, however, took right back to his old ways right under the FBI's nose. He began cashing bad checks again, but soon took on the biggest score of his life. He'd started a legitimate business buying and selling organic beef, and took to financing that business with bad checks. Getting greedy would lead to his downfall, though. Impersonating Cleve Armstrong, a local optometrist, Kimball wrote more than $83,000 in bad checks to his own companies. Kimball had gained access to the necessary info thanks to his mother, who ran an insurance company in the same building as Armstrong. Kimball had set up a small office for himself in the basement of the building, right next to a poorly secured closet that kept many of Armstrong's financial records. Breaking in and stealing the necessary info let Kimball impersonate Armstrong over the phone to his bank, making the payments without detection. As the police began to look for Kimball, though, he'd already fled the state. The FBI pulled their protection of Kimball after an internal review found that Kimball had provided no good intelligence to date. The officer who had recruited him and overseen his short career as an informant was immediately reassigned, probably to a listening post in the Arctic Circle somewhere. To this day, though, the FBI refuses to comment on the situation, likely to avoid even more public embarrassment. Kimball's marriage eventually imploded, and he took up with a 25-year-old waitress. She would later remark that while he acted like a gentleman at all times, he was prone to rough sex, bondage, and taking photos of her. Eventually, he pressured her to buy him a rifle, as he was not allowed due to his status as a felon. Upon receiving the rifle, Kimball disappeared once more. With the FBI now issuing a warrant for his arrest and cooperating with local law enforcement across several states, a disturbing picture of Kimball's activities in the last few years began to emerge. Sometime toward the end of 2002, Kimball had reached out to Leanne Emery, the girlfriend of an inmate he had served time with, and turned into authorities as the mastermind of an escape plan he had actually engineered himself. As part of the plan, his cellmate had told him to make contact with Emery once he was out of prison, in case he wasn't able to. And Emery was also told to listen to Kimball and do as he said. Kimball contacted Emery and drew her into his scams, the two stealing mail from local post offices to forge checks. On January 16, 2003, Emery told her parents that she was going on a trip to Mexico to go caving. Her parents hoped that this was a sign she was taking some time off and getting a grip on her out-of-control life. Instead, she'd end up losing it. Emery and Kimball went on a road trip, stealing checks worth $15,000. Kimball also made sure that their gas and expenses were paid on Emery's credit card, as well as a laptop and a handgun. Kimball would use that handgun to shoot Emery in the head shortly after, leaving her body in a box canyon in Utah. Kimball would also go on to kill the girlfriend of another cellmate, Jennifer Markham. Markham was a 25-year-old single mother and high school dropout working as a stripper. Kimball had told Markham that he had opened up a chain of coffee shops and had an opening for her in Seattle. In preparation for the move, Markham moved her belongings to Kimball's home. She'd never be seen again. Markham's car was discovered at the Denver airport, though there was no evidence she had ever boarded a flight. On the insistence of her father, the police opened an investigation into Markham's disappearance, and through a contact at the FBI, he was able to get a meeting with an informant who had news on the murder and went by the alias Joe Snitch. The informant said that Jennifer was dead and knew where the body was buried, which made Markham's father believe that this informant had actually killed Markham himself. The FBI didn't believe him until Joe offered to show Markham's mother exactly what happened to her daughter, or a sex escort if she paid for one. At a meeting, Markham's father had managed to write down Joe's license plate number and had a police friend run the plates, revealing that the informant was none other than Kimball himself. Kimball, however, had already struck close to home. In 2003, he had met a single mother, Laura McLeod, and now lived with his new girlfriend and her 19-year-old daughter, Casey Dawn McLeod. One day, Kimball presented a bag of drugs to Casey's mother, claiming to have found them in her room. In a confrontation with her mother, Casey grew angry after denying the drugs were hers and left the house. Kimball got Casey a hotel room where she could stay and came by to pick her up and drive her to work. He reassured Casey's mother that she just needed some time to cool off, but then Casey went missing. One day she didn't show up at the hotel room, she was sharing with her boyfriend, and she had never shown up to work. Kimball claimed to have been on a hunting trip that day and conveniently left on a work trip for a whole week right after Casey went missing. Kimball had already murdered Casey, though, burying her remains in a national park. Casey wouldn't be the only family member Kimball would kill, though. Soon after Casey's disappearance, Kimball's uncle, Terry, had the good fortune of winning the lottery and promptly retired to Mexico. There was just one problem: the Ohio State Lottery had no record of Terry winning. What was known is that Kimball had immediately begun to sell Terry's items shortly after he went missing. In 2008, Kimball was finally jailed for check fraud and was the prime suspect in at least 4 disappearances. Authorities grilled him, but Kimball refused to confess to any murders, though he dropped the enigmatic clue which stuck in one of the investigators' minds, asking what if one of the girls had simply disappeared in a national forest, presumably seeking to offer a plausible explanation for Casey's disappearance that didn't involve him. Kimball had inadvertently offered a clue that would bring him down. Investigator Jonathan Grusing happened to remember a receipt that had been sitting in evidence after Kimball's arrest. The receipt placed Kimball at a grocery store very near the Route National Forest on the day after Casey disappeared. Contacting park staff, they confirmed that a skull had been found in the fall of 2007. Subsequent DNA testing proved that it belonged to Casey McLeod. Perhaps the most disturbing of all, though, is the fact that Kimball had taken Casey's mother on their official honeymoon to that same forest, just a few days after he had killed and buried her, not far from where they made camp. With that discovery, the pressure ramped up on Kimball. He resisted at first, but eventually caved, helping lead investigators to the remains of 2 of his other victims. A third, however, couldn't be found, but he admitted to the murder. Despite this, Kimball is suspected in the murders of several other individuals, including the attempted murder of his own son, covered up as a serious car accident. His son just happened to have a life insurance policy made out to Kimball himself. Today, Kimball rots in a prison in Florida where he'll never see another day as a free man. The FBI, meanwhile, continues to do its best to sweep under the rug the several years that they unknowingly protected a serial killer as an informant. At the height of his powers, Pablo Escobar was raking in $149.5 million every single day. In today's money, at least, that's $55.5 billion a year. As the famous anecdote goes, his cartel was going through $1,000 a week in rubber bands that went around the wads of cash. Escobar owned exquisite mansions, a fleet of luxury cars, and even a personal zoo featuring giraffes and hippos. But to get all those things, like any law-breaking drug trafficker, he had to get his vast amount of mostly American money cleaned. As you'll see today, this is sometimes quite a complex operation and involves a lot of law-abiding friends. Let's stick with the deceased Mr. Escobar before we talk about the present state of money laundering for today's super-rich, technology-savvy criminals. We guess we should first explain a little bit about what money laundering actually is, for those of you unacquainted with the high crime. Basically, if you were a criminal earning millions of bucks from your highly illegal enterprise, you want to spend that money without someone asking questions. This is when money laundering comes in. Even smaller drug dealers these days will have a small front business, say a burger restaurant, so it'll look like they earn cash from a legitimate trade. All you have to do is do things that are inflating the prices so it looks like you've earned a legitimate profit. That's the real basic kind of money laundering. But when you're big, you need someone to wash your dirty cash in a complex system. Hence the term laundering. You can't keep all that cash under your bed, and if you want to put it in the bank, you need to make it look as though it was earned through legal enterprise. You first get the money, then you can layer it by doing lots of small global transactions, perhaps buying stocks, or by using a shell company. After that, you integrate the money, meaning the money earned has come back to you to buy things with, but now it looks as if you earned the cash through legal means. Back in the day, the Colombian cartels didn't always use complex schemes. Those were the early days when law enforcement was lax and just about anyone could be bribed. In those days, the cartels would sometimes simply buy gold from Italy. They bought so much that they almost destabilized the price of gold there. The gold would then be smuggled back to Colombia with some bribes on the way, no doubt. Then the cartels would sell the stuff to create legitimate money. Sometimes they simply sold it to Panama, but other times they smelted it and sold it to town mayors in Colombia. Those mayors then sold it to the state, saying that it came from local mines. Many years after Pablo Escobar met his end on a hot tin roof, the Sinaloa cartel would buy gold in the USA. They'd then sell it in the US, where someone would melt it down and sell it for hard cash. In this case, the melting guys in Florida would keep 1% of the earnings, which was still a lot. Sure, it meant falsifying lots of paperwork, but it worked. Well, it did until it didn't. Gold is great for traffickers. In 2020, there were reports that one company based in Dubai was buying large amounts of gold from traffickers, and then that company was selling the gold to large US companies that used the precious substance for certain components and goods. So if you've ever used a product made by Apple, General Motors, or Amazon, and it has gold bits in it, you might have unwittingly helped those cartels. The company in Dubai denied doing it, but the DEA said it transferred tremendous amounts of illicit value through the use of gold as a commodity. The New York Times wrote about a vicious cycle that's been going on for years. The cycle goes drugs, gold, money, and so on. The United States attorney then said that getting the drugs into the US was actually easier than getting the money out. You should know that when a large sum of money appears in a bank account, it can set off alarm bells. There was a guy in the UK who made a ton of cash from investing in virtual currencies, and then one day he found out that his account had been closed due to a flag of suspicious activity. He almost had a heart attack, but the bank hadn't taken the money. They gave him a check, and in the end he just had to go do his banking elsewhere. The tide of drugs and drug money never ends. It might get slightly interrupted, but the drug war is possibly the best example of Sisyphus pushing that ball of rock up a hill for an eternity. That's why drug traffickers have to keep evolving their laundering schemes, just as the man you know as El Chapo did. While El Chapo was in his prime, he used an ingenious method to fly under the radar. A man named Hernan Botero Moreno came up with the idea of depositing less than $10,000 at a time and got the name Papa Smurf, hence the term smurfing. He'd get what has been described as an army of Smurfs to deposit drug money in banks, but to avoid the bank issuing a suspicious activity report, the amount of cash was always under $10,000. Cute. But even with an army of people, it's not really that effective when you're talking about millions upon millions of dollars. El Chapo had many other tricks up his sleeves too. He'd do what's called trade-based money laundering, meaning he'd simply buy goods from companies with his drug money and sell the goods in Mexico for pesos. We're talking about a lot of goods. This can mean a company will knowingly take illicit cash, or if they're unaware that they're dealing with extremely dodgy people. What the authorities will be doing meanwhile is looking for companies that have suddenly started selling way more than they did previously, or perhaps companies that have historically used money transfers but then suddenly changed to using large sums of cash instead. Let's give you a real example. El Chapo, for a while, was buying large amounts of clothes in LA's fashion district, and some of those sellers were not reporting their transactions. This went on for a while, with El Chapo selling the clothes in Mexico. It only came undone because US banks started becoming suspicious when they saw the accounts of some of those sellers. But wouldn't you do the same given the opportunity? A cartel buying your goods in bulk can be a really good way of making money. So while this is a lot easier than you might have thought, the Cali and Medellin cartels used to do something even simpler. They used check cashing stores in New York City to get the money back to Colombia. And while you might think it wasn't that efficient, they sent $800 million back through this scheme before it was exposed. Banks can help too. When the cartel started making ridiculous amounts of money, they started putting it in banks in Miami, which led to alarm sounding after a while. The Federal Reserve Bank in Florida had a $5.5 billion cash surplus when all over the country there was a cash deficit. It turned out the banks involved were taking massive lump sums of cash and asking for very little documentation. They were found out through something called Operation Greenback. But don't go thinking that just because banks had been busted in the past, other banks didn't take huge amounts of cartel cash later. In 2006, a DC-9 jet landed down in Mexico where there was a bunch of soldiers waiting for it. When they checked the contents of the plane, they found around $100 million of cocaine. That was hardly a big deal. What was a big deal, though, was the evidence in the plane that showed the Sinaloa cartel had been laundering billions of bucks through a U.S. bank. That bank was the Wachovia Bank, which would later become part of Wells Fargo. No one at the bank ever went to prison for the crime, although forfeiture and a fine in 2010 meant that the bank had to give the authorities a total of $160 million. That wasn't much, actually only 2% of the $12.3 billion the bank made in 2009. It's not as if the bank was friends with the cartels, or at least we don't think that was the case, but as the US media said, it showed a blatant disregard for our banking laws. The money was just too good. Here's what The Guardian had to say about this. More shocking, and more importantly, the bank was sanctioned for failing to apply the proper anti-laundering strictures to the transfer of $378.4 billion, a sum equivalent to one-third of Mexico's gross national product, into dollar accounts from so-called Casas de Cambio, CDCs in Mexico, currency exchange houses with which the bank did business. In this case, an English bloke working at the bank, Martin Woods, had spotted the suspicious accounts, but when he told his superiors something sketchy was happening, he got in trouble. He later took the bank to court and won a settlement for the unfair dismissal. He said of the bank's dealings with the cartels, "These are the proceeds of murder and misery in Mexico and of drugs sold around the world, but no one goes to jail." And don't go thinking other banks didn't do it. With relatively small penalties and massive profits to make, you'd be a fool not to get involved. That usually just means turning a billion blind eyes. In fact, banks have been called the financial wing of the cartels. They're almost silent partners. In the words of Bob Dylan, steal a little, they throw you in jail. Steal a lot, and they make you a king. Ask the British investment bank HSBC, which not that long ago was down on its knees saying, sorry guys, sorry, bad form, old chap." That's because it was doing business with the largest drug cartel in the world, and the bosses, it seemed, had given the accounts the blind eye treatment. It was obvious that was cartel money, that's for sure. This was Wachovia Part 2, a bank, by the way, that monitored $376 billion of dodgy cartel cash. It's a lot of money going through your bank from people who sometimes do business with chainsaws and a pair of pliers. HSBC let $670 billion of cartel cash go through its systems without being monitored. The cartels even had special boxes made where they could dump huge amounts of cash right at the teller windows at HSBC outlets in Mexico. It ended up paying $1.256 billion in forfeiture, as well as another $665 million. Where exactly all that money goes depends on various factors, but it usually just goes back to law enforcement, we guess, so they can carry on fighting the war on drugs. Sisyphus gets some new shoes, and he needs them. The war on drugs cost the US $51 billion per year and has cost well over $1 trillion over 50 years, although most of that money comes from the taxpayer. Anyway, you can't really beat having banks handle your cash and not ask questions. It's akin to the cops helping you get away with murder. And the best thing is, if you're a banker, you're too big to go to jail. A former federal agent said it really bursts people's bubbles who think money laundering is always super complex. It sometimes isn't. That guy said in an interview, it's so simple, it's so unsophisticated. That is what to me is the most disturbing part of this. These guys are not even trying that hard. Take, for example, of the drug cartel that goes by the name of Los Zetas. They had a scheme in which they bought racing horses and used the profits to launder through the Bank of America. In this case, a US man connected to the gang did the banking. It was small change though, amounting to only $1.5 million. Also in this case, the bank wasn't to blame, so no fines were handed out. The thing with banks is they can say that they didn't know what was going on, but sometimes they really don't. That's why cartels will look for weak spots, meaning banks in some countries that don't have the highest grade mechanisms in place to spot suspicious movements of money. It goes without saying that the cartels are still doing it today. Sometimes they do what rich folks do who make their money legally, that is, store the money offshore where it can't be taxed. Regular companies do this by exploiting loopholes in the law, with royalty, big business, celebrities, and politicians getting in on the act. A modern example of this is in the case of a Mexican boss named Rafael Caro Quintero, whose incredibly expensive mansion was bought through an offshore account. By using such ghost accounts, the cartels can layer the money through many transactions. Some Chinese businessmen are in on the deal too, due to it being a vast country with massive and intricate industries. The US media reports that China is actually the go-to place these days for cartels, where money laundering is said to be a complex issue. It was reported in one recent case that a large network of Chinese nationals were taking the drug money from the cartels by picking up large sums of it, often in the US. Then laundering was trade-based laundering that we talked about earlier, where the buying of goods is the name of the game. Just make it look like you're buying big from a business in China, and that company will do a bit of what's called trade misinvoicing, and everyone's a winner. Not long ago, a Chinese national was arrested in the US for doing something called a mirror swap with the cartels. In this case, the broker took the drug money and then transferred that same amount of Chinese currency in their Chinese bank to a Chinese launderer. Money got swapped. And how did the US authorities track Chinese money? Not easily. The Chinese person who was caught in the act was under surveillance, with the FBI hearing tapped telephone calls of the guy saying he was really worried about getting ripped off or even killed. He was handed $3 million over some time, which he had to send to someone else in China. He took a 3% commission. He probably shouldn't have worried about being killed, since a good money launderer is a hot property. Some of the stranger ways to launder your cash is something you might have already thought about when you imagined becoming a criminal. What if you simply opened an account with an online gambling platform? That way you could keep the cash there and get it out using a variety of payment methods. You could also take the risk of gambling, but only bet on safer kinds of bets, such as what people sometimes call sure winners. Criminals have often used casinos in a similar way. Again, it's very basic. You go into a casino, you buy a large number of chips, then you play a bit and cash them in. This has been happening at casinos for years. As you have a receipt from the casino, it looks like you have clean money. Just in 2021, the media reported that a Chinese gang of launderers have been busted for cleaning millions of drug money for the cartels. They did some trade laundering, but they also sent money to a Chinese businessman who'd opened his own casino in Guatemala City. You can be sure having a casino working with you is an excellent way to get rid of your cash. In fact, many of the most recent reports feature Chinese nationals using casinos and also cryptocurrency to help the cartels clean their hard-earned blood money. When you purchase crypto, you do so with an identifying number, but you don't have to give your full name. Even though the blockchain where the transaction is recorded is there for the authorities to see, it's hard for them to track back the cash to a cartel. The criminals could have lots of accounts with different kinds of currencies, and they also use Smurfs in the virtual world to handle their money. It's thought that the cartels have used cryptocurrencies to buy certain chemicals needed to make synthetic drugs made by Chinese companies. The word on the street is the cartels have moved around $3 billion through Chinese crypto exchanges, accounting for 50% of the crypto money they have. That analysis was from 2019, but you can be sure that this new way of laundering has taken off a lot more since then. The drug trade likely seems even more enticing than it did in the past, so we very much doubt that Sisyphus is going to retire anytime soon. As things stand, his sentence is still eternity.
The X-Files, one of TV's most popular science fiction series with a recent reboot, follows the adventures of agents Mulder and Scully as they unravel a plot for global domination by aliens with the US government's help. Well, help might be too strong of a word. In reality, the US government realizes that it's completely powerless to stop the aliens' plans, and instead attempts to go along with them in order to secure a better place for itself in the new alien-friendly world order, while also secretly trying to undermine said alien plans. It's a cloak and dagger show that explores the very fringes of real science and has no shortage of monsters. Yet, you may be surprised to learn that the real-life FBI and CIA also have their very own, very real X-Files. The Flying Saucer Swindler. Silas M. Newton made a small fortune for himself in the first half of the 20th century, thanks to his career in oil and natural gas. One of the hardest, most expensive parts of the oil business, however, is the exploration phase, with companies spending tens of millions of dollars just to find a suitable oil field to drill into. In the 1950s, though, Mr. Newton came up with a brilliant answer, and it might have been based on flying saucer technology. In 1950, the world was on fire with news of flying saucers. Just 3 years earlier, a mysterious crash in Roswell, New Mexico, led to military officials making the shocking claim that a flying saucer from another world had been recovered. Just days later, though, the military reversed its statement, claiming no such saucer had crashed, and instead a weather balloon had been recovered. The world wasn't buying it, and soon news of UFOs and alien bodies being recovered by the US government were all the rage. Then a bombshell announcement hit newspapers all across the US. Scientist says flying saucer pilots will land within year. Little men in saucer due soon to explore Earth, savant says. Geophysicist sees saucers landing soon. Thinks pilots from other planet about ready to visit Earth. The story spread like wildfire, fueled along with the credibility of the man behind the claims, a professional scientist. Only there was one problem. The scientist, or geophysicist, as some papers called him, was none other than oil man Silas M. Newton, who definitely had no formal scientific training. Instead, given his knowledge of the oil business, it seems that one of the newspapers gave Mr. Newton an honorary degree, and the rest sorta ran with it. As the story evolved, it was claimed that the predictions came from a real scientist named Dr. G, whom Newton was friends with. The scientist also claimed that the saucers flew using magnetic propulsion, utilizing the Earth's magnetic field to zoom around. Newton soon took things a step further and claimed that the same technology flying saucers were using, he had learned to harness in a special device that could be used to detect oil. Unfortunately for Mr. Newton, the story had reached the desk of one J. Edgar Hoover, who, when he wasn't busy secretly cross-dressing or trying to dismantle the civil rights movement, occasionally took the time to do his job and investigate crime. Newton and his device were exposed as a hoax by the FBI, and Newton would end up facing prosecution for his elaborate flying saucer scam. Or at least that's the official story. After all, if Newton really had discovered world-changing tech based on flying saucers, surely the powers that be wouldn't want him to make it available on the free market. Our next X-File comes from the CIA and could truly have been out of this world. The Soviet UFO incident. July 1952, and the CIA station in West Germany receives a stunning report. A local may have just inadvertently stumbled upon a secret Soviet craft in the woods on the American-controlled West German countryside. The man is brought in for questioning as agents immediately move out to verify his story. The man is a 46-year-old German from East Germany and a former mayor, Oskar Linke. Linke has only just recently escaped from East Germany along with his wife and 6 children, and on the day in question is on his way home with his daughter when the tire on his motorcycle blows out. Unable to repair it, he and his daughter walk on foot to the nearest town, when suddenly his daughter points out something strange near the trees about 140 meters away from them. Catching a glimpse of something, Linke tells his daughter to wait and moves closer to get a better look. Once he's about 55 meters away, he spots what appears to be 2 men dressed in shiny metallic clothing, investigating something on the ground. Curious, Linke approaches the men and gets within 10 meters when he suddenly spots a large object on the other side of a small fence. The object appears to be a craft of some sort, something like a flying frying pan and about 13 to 15 meters in diameter. The top of the object is tapered so as to become a large conical tower. It was like nothing Linke or anyone else on this earth for that matter had ever seen. At that moment, Linke's daughter calls out to him, and the men in metallic suits whip around and realize they're being watched. They immediately climb inside the strange craft and disappear inside. The object begins to glow and rise into the air with a loud whistling sound,
flames shooting out of the bottom of it as it lifts up and away over the trees. Linka was initially terrified that he'd stumbled across a secret Soviet craft, as he recalled in his testimony to CIA agents. He had known of people in East Germany that the Soviets had placed on travel restrictions for accidentally knowing too much. The CIA investigation into the matter revealed that at the exact same time as Linka's sighting, many other people in the area reported seeing a falling star-like object in the sky, with one shepherd noting that he had seen what he thought was a comet moving at a very low altitude over the forests. While this X-file is declassified, what's most telling is that the CIA's official conclusions on the matter are not, only the initial report. Whatever the CIA discovered after investigating the story and its conclusions on the origin of this mysterious craft remain to this day unknown. FBI's X-ray vision. The 50s were apparently a pretty crazy time because our next X-file also comes from the 1950s. In 1957, two individuals from the federal government, whose names remain redacted in declassified papers, attended an event hosted by a Mr. William Foos at the American Legion headquarters in Washington, D.C. Mr. Foos made an extraordinary claim. He could teach the blind to see using extrasensory perception. At the demonstration, Mr. Foos used his own daughter, whom he'd blindfolded, and wowed the audience as she was able to read from newspapers brought by reporters, the Bible, and various other bits of literature. What's more, Mr. Foos's daughter was able to distinguish color and even move around the room without bumping into objects. After the demonstration was over, the two government agents questioned Mr. Foos privately, who revealed that he could teach the technique to others, that with some work, even greater feats could be accomplished, such as seeing through walls or into envelopes. The agents were so impressed by the event that they recommended the FBI look into Mr. Foos, citing the obvious benefits his abilities could be in counterintelligence and criminal investigation. What followed was a firestorm of federal, military, and even CIA investigation into Mr. Foos and others like him. While the demonstration by Mr. Foos's daughter was believed to be genuine, and no trickery could be determined by the agents who witnessed it, another demonstration by Mr. Foos's son, where he attempted to determine what specific card a face-down playing card was, saw only a 50% success rate, which was only a little bit better than when he attempted the same feat without a blindfold on. Officially, while not disproving Mr. Foos's abilities, the declassified FBI files show that they recommended the government not pursue Mr. Foos as a national security asset. However, what may be the most revealing about these files is one single line in one of the reports which states, "The actuality of extrasensory perception has long been recognized, though not to the degree of perfection claimed by Mr. Foos." Perhaps Mr. Foos was officially discredited so that officially he could work for the US government as an extrasensory spy, a phenomenon the FBI seemed to acknowledge was possible. Our next X-file comes from the CIA, which seems to reach some startling conclusions about what's really flying around in our skies. Flying saucer showdown in the Congo. In the early 1950s, the threat of atomic war was very real, and both the US and the Soviet Union took security of its precious uranium mines extremely seriously. That's why when two UFOs appeared over a uranium mine in the Belgian Congo, the CIA immediately leapt into action. For the start of its nuclear program, the US sourced most of its uranium from mines in Belgian-controlled Congo, naturally leading to a CIA presence in the region. The threat of espionage or sabotage by Soviet agents was all too real, though the CIA desk in the Congo could have never expected a threat from outer space. On an unspecified day in 1952, two flying discs made an appearance over uranium mines over the southern Congo in the Elizabethville district. The discs were witnessed by dozens of observers on the ground and were seen to glide across the sky in elegant curves and change position so frequently that from below they were seen as plates, ovals, and sometimes just lines as they turned edge-on to the ground observers. Suddenly, before the shocked onlookers, the discs came to a complete stop and a hissing and buzzing sound was heard as the discs flew off in a zigzag flight toward the northeast. A Belgian military officer, identified as Commander Pierre, hopped onto a fighter plane and set off in immediate pursuit, taking off from a nearby airfield. He managed to come within 120 meters of one of the discs, estimating that the saucer had a diameter of 12 to 15 meters and was shaped like a discus. It had an inner core which seems to remain completely still, while the outer part of the craft spun at incredible speed, being completely veiled in flame. Both crafts seemed to be constructed out of aluminum-like material. The UFOs flew together in an extremely precise manner, though Commander Pierre could not believe that the discs were manned, as that incredible heat and sudden acceleration and deceleration would have no doubt killed any human occupant. The discs could make changes in elevation as great as 1,000 meters in just a matter of seconds.
and they would often shoot down to skim just 20 meters above the tree line. Finally, the discs took off with a loud whistling sound at an estimated speed of 1,500 kilometers per hour, leaving Commander Pierre completely in the dust. Commander Pierre and his report were thoroughly investigated by the CIA, which concluded that Pierre was considered an extremely dependable officer and a well-trained and experienced pilot. While no further conclusions can be gleaned from the declassified document, one line at the end of the report clearly raises a lot of eyebrows. He gave a detailed report to his superiors, which, strangely enough, in many respects agreed with the various results of research. Clearly, the CIA was inclined to believe Commander Pierre's statement on the flying saucers and his reported observations, as they seemed to closely match other eyewitness accounts investigated by CIA agents. Who was really flying those discs, though, we may never know, as any further conclusions remain classified. Charles Albright was a middle-aged man, well-educated, friendly, and successful. At 57 years old, he became the terror known as the Eyeball Killer. Albright was born in 1933 and adopted at 3 weeks old. Although Albright himself would never know the truth, he was told that his mother was a very talented law student with a bright future ahead of her, until she secretly married another student and got pregnant. Her wealthy father demanded she annul the marriage and give up the baby for adoption, or else he would cut her off from the family. His adopted mother, Dell, was an extremely doting and overprotective mother. Despite her obvious love for Albright, she had a dark side to her loving nature. She constantly would change his clothes up to 3 times a day to keep him clean, and terrified that he'd catch polio by touching things he shouldn't, she took him to a hospital and forced him to look at all the people in iron lungs. Matter of fact, it's a shame we can't lock modern anti-vaxxers in a polio ward and make them stare at children in iron lungs. Dell's punishments could be a bit extreme as well. Once she made him sit in a dark room as punishment for chewing on her tape measure, and when he refused to nap, she'd physically tie him to his bed. While the punishments never turned into full-blown abuse, they definitely flirted with it. Dell took extra caution to teach Albright good manners and to be polite, a trait he would carry his entire life. She also made sure that he was respectful of women, especially trying to instill in Albright a politeness in reference to sex, as she compared his father's constant desire for sex as greedy and disrespectful. As he grew older, she chaperoned him on every date he went, and even phoned his date's parents to reassure them that Albright would be on his best behavior. Dell also placed a strong emphasis on Albright's education, forcing him to practice the piano for 30 minutes a day before the school bus showed up. She also took it upon herself to teach him everything she could about math, reading, and writing, to the point that he was actually bumped up 2 whole grades in elementary school. All this type of pressure so early in life would take decades to manifest. Another thing Dell taught young Albright, however, was the act of taxidermy via mail-order course. She helped him find dead animals to practice on and taught him how to use a knife to cut a skull open, a spoon to scoop out the brains, and forceps to pluck out the eyes. Albright would remember these lessons well late into his 50s, especially the eyes part. Albright, however, started developing troubling behavior early in his teens. At 13, he had already been arrested for petty theft and aggravated assault. He had developed a penchant for low-yield criminality, seemingly in an act of rebellion against his overprotective mother. Even back then, though, someone knew the trouble that was brewing in that young man's head. As his probation officer, who would later become a psychologist, remarked, he could divorce reality sufficiently from his value system so that he could tell you something false and at the same time actually believe he was telling you the truth. Upon leaving home, Albright was engaging in more serious criminality, and in his first year of college, he was arrested for being part of a burglary ring that had broken into 3 stores. His overprotective and ever-doting mother begged the court to let her act as his lawyer, and after he was sentenced, begged to let her do the time in his stead. The judge, however, would decline the offer, and Albright would spend his 18th birthday in jail. Out of jail and determined to make a new start for himself, Albright would excel in college, but remained the class clown the entire time. One particular prank, however, would have chilling implications many years later. A friend of his broke up with his girlfriend, known to have very pretty eyes. Albright found all the photos of her his friend had tossed in the trash and cut out the eyeballs. He replaced the eyeballs in the photo of his friend's new girlfriend with the old girlfriend's, and then plastered the cutout eyeballs in various places around the frat house. Everyone thought it was hilarious. Nobody could see the warning portent of the twisted monster inside. Albright would flirt with the idea of going to medical school, but did terrible on his entrance exams. Instead, he married his college girlfriend and got a job in Arkansas as a high school teacher. There was only one problem. Albright had lied about his qualifications and even forged them.
The scam had involved Albright gaining access to official school district records and altering them, and was eventually discovered when the school he claimed to have graduated from realized he was lying. He was, however, very well liked by the students and the staff, so in order to save themselves and him public embarrassment, the school district quietly dismissed him. Instead, Albright pleaded guilty to fraud and received a single year's probation. Albright and his wife moved and started over. She got a job as a teacher, and Albright went on the never-ending series of random gigs. He worked as a designer for an airplane manufacturer, as an illustrator for a patent company, a carpenter, and even made his own baseball bats. Albright even got his beautician's license and got a job as a hairstylist at a salon. It was there that he would convince a friend to pay him $250 to draw his wife's portrait, after claiming he was a distinguished artist. For weeks, Albright avoided turning in his finished work, always commenting that he was almost done, but there was one specific detail that needed all his attention. Tired of the excuses, the friend eventually went to Albright's house and discovered the painting. It indeed was beautifully done, almost lifelike in its realism. But there was one thing missing. Right there on his wife's face were two white voids where the eyes should be. Albright's first victim would be found in December of 1990. Mary Pratt, a well-known prostitute in South Dallas, was found naked except for a t-shirt and a bra. Her face and chest was badly bruised, as Albright had beaten her before shooting her in the head. Police figured it was a John that had turned bad. It wasn't unusual for prostitutes in the area to be beaten by their clients or pimps. However, Mary had been well-liked and known in the neighborhood. With no witnesses, no murder weapon, and no clues, though, the police had nothing but a cold trail on their hands. About the only clue to the killer's identity would be when Mary's body was autopsied. Albright had shut Mary's eyes after leaving her, and as the coroner opened Mary's eyelids, she was horrified to discover the eyes were missing. It wasn't a hack job either. Albright had expertly and very deftly cut out each eyeball so as to not cause damage to the surrounding tissue. This earned Albright the distinction of having his case shot up to the FBI, who immediately placed him in a national database, identified only by his unusual and grotesque predilection for cutting out eyeballs. 2 months later, Albright struck again. His second victim, Susan Peterson, was discovered on the same road where Mary Pratt's body had been dumped. She too had been found nearly naked, and she too was a well-known local prostitute. Peterson had too been beaten and then shot in the head, chest, and stomach. When the coroner performed his customary autopsy, he too was shocked to discover the missing eyeballs. Once more, the eyes had been taken with extreme care, leaving no damage to the surrounding tissues at all. The police were fearful of drawing attention to the case, as it would put pressure on the killer to change his killing grounds and ruin the police's chance of catching him. However, with no information to go on, it was decided that it was best to warn the community and open up a tip line. The missing eyes, however, were kept secret until finally leaking to the press. For now, all the cops had to go on was that they were dealing with a man with great surgical skill, and that he was a well-known client of the women he had murdered, judging by the ease of his executions. They set up sting operations with undercover agents and noted the plates of every car used by local Johns, then ran them against a national database of criminals with unusual records. It all amounted to nothing, and Albright remained out of the police's radar, for now. On March 19th, the body of Shirley Williams was discovered a half-block away from a local elementary school. Williams, too, had been a well-known prostitute, but she was working in a completely different area. Albright had felt the police heat and changed hunting grounds, exactly as the police feared he would. It had been children who found Williams' naked body, crumpled up against a street curb. She was found with facial bruises and a broken nose, with the cause of death being a gunshot wound through the top and back of the head. This time, however, Albright had been in a rush. He had left behind the broken tip of an X-Acto knife, which he was using to perform surgeries. When the news of the third killing went public, prostitutes in the local area fled to other places. Some left the city entirely. Brenda White, a longtime veteran of the streets, however, refused to leave. One night, Albright pulled up to her in a white station wagon, and she climbed in. She told him to drive to a local motel, but he refused, saying instead he had a private spot elsewhere. Alarm bells began to ring in White's mind, as she never allowed new Johns to take her anywhere but the local motel. She insisted Albright let her out of his car, and he became furious. The quick-thinking White, however, sprayed Albright in the face with mace and rushed from the vehicle, leaving Albright howling in pain and screaming that he would kill all the hookers. Retelling her story to two police detectives warning her to stay off the streets, it got the detectives to think about the other stories prostitutes had been saying. One was that of another prostitute known for making up stories, Veronica Rodriguez. She too had said that she'd been attacked by a man matching the description provided by Brenda White. Further, she claimed that the truck driver Axton Schindler had actually saved her from the attack. Suspicious police dug into Axton Schindler's background. They discovered that his property was owned by Fred Albright, the now deceased father. They also discovered, however, that Fred Albright owned a house in the vicinity of where the first 2 killings had taken place. The name Albright stuck in the officers' heads, though, until one of them recalled a strange tip he'd received over the phone. A woman who refused to identify herself had called in and said that she was friends with Mary Pratt, who had introduced her to a new boyfriend of hers. The boyfriend was very nice and polite, but Pratt told her that he had a fascination with eyes and that she had found a box of X-Acto blades in his attic. The story had remained completely forgotten until Deputy Walter Cook happened to remember it while going over the case. Albright's photo was shown to his victims, with one immediately identifying him and the other shaking in fear as she got to his photo, taking days to gather the courage to identify him to police. At 2:30 in the morning on March 22nd, a SWAT unit smashed into Charles Albright's home. His flabbergasted wife stumbled out of bed in her nightrobe, screaming in terror as the police dragged the defeated and silent Albright away in handcuffs. At the trial, the evidence was largely circumstantial. Albright had taken great pains to avoid leaving any clues behind. In the end, the jury found Albright guilty only of Shirley Williams' murder. However, they recommended and received a life sentence. Today, Albright remains in prison with no possibility of parole, but when asked about the missing eyeballs, he remains steadfast that he never once cut out their eyeballs. Instead, he insists the police did that themselves in order to hype up the case. A high-ranking member of a violent Australian biker gang has his door kicked in by police. Across the world in Germany, a group of contract killers is caught in a police ambush. From Triad members in China to the Sinaloa cartel members in the US, some of the world's worst criminals are being dragged away in handcuffs, all because of a messaging app. This was the sting of all stings, or as the FBI said, it was unprecedented in the world of crime. Some 800 people belonging to the highest echelons of global organized crime, spanning 18 different nations, found themselves in handcuffs. At the time of the writing, this is likely just the start of bigger things to come. The FBI, along with cops all over Europe and the Australian police, had been tracking the goings-on of 300 organized crime groups in 90 countries, not to mention being privy to what they called high-level public corruption. But before we go any further, let's look at how this started. As you know, if you want to move tons of drugs and weapons around the world, you need a kinda social network. But talking about shipping millions of dollars worth of cocaine to Europe via countries in Africa on Facebook or WhatsApp wouldn't really work. That's why criminals use specially made encrypted apps. In the past, this has worked to some extent. Occasionally, law enforcement finds out about these private networks. Take, for instance, the Canadian company Phantom Secure. It supplied phones that had been modified to provide the utmost security. The company didn't ask who its customers were, or at least that's what it said when the cops bashed down the front doors. It was discovered that one of those customers was the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico, among many other criminal syndicates around the world. The CEO of the company, Vincent Ramos, was arrested but refused to give police a backdoor into the encrypted network. This didn't deter the cops, who later got hold of one of the developers. Police had an idea, thinking, now there's a drought of such secure networks in the world. Why don't we get this developer on our side? You see, he was already working on the next totally secure network for another company. That network was called Anon. Along with the Australian Federal Police, the FBI came up with a plan. According to reports, the two agencies came up with the idea while drinking a few beers with each other. They said, why not secretly distribute this developer's new technology and track it? They paid him $120,000 and he didn't have to go to prison, or at least he got reduced time. His name, of course, remains a mystery. Otherwise, he'd have some of the world's most dangerous people on his back. Now that they had the technology, they just had to get criminal organizations to use the phones. The phones were pretty much useless, except for the fact that they had on them a calculator app. This was actually an encrypted messaging service in disguise. Once the user plugged in a code to the calculator, they could send messages and photos knowing, or at least thinking, that law enforcement would never see them. And boy, as you'll see, they pretty much sent everything through these phones. This operation was called Operation Trojan Shield, officially starting in 2018. But of course, the police wanted to give the criminals enough time to really put themselves in it. They also needed what they called criminal influencers to spread the word that a new network was out and it was safe. One of them was an Australian drug kingpin named Hakan Ayik. He's now a marked man because he was one of the people that vouched for the phones after he'd been duped into taking some by undercover agents. He's now apparently living the life of luxury somewhere in Turkey, although police have said he is best off handing himself in to us, since a lot of people will likely want him dead. In order to buy one of those phones, you had to know someone in the game and then pay the syndicate that was supplying them. Things just snowballed from there. The more high-profile criminals that used them, the more trusted the phone seemed. And by the time 2019 rolled around, they were used all over the world by people belonging to Mexican cartels, various European mafias, and powerful Asian crime syndicates. What the users of the phones didn't know is that law enforcement had the master key to the encryption. So for years, investigators read messages that discussed some of the most serious crimes on the planet. We're talking about the trafficking of explosives and countless weapons, about the trafficking of tons and tons of narcotics, and also about who was in the firing line to get whacked. At first, only 50 phones were distributed in Australia, but soon they started selling like hotcakes. When the sting happened, almost 12,000 phones were being used by 300 transnational criminal organizations in 90 countries. 27 million messages had been intercepted, comprising 45 languages. This is what the Australian Federal Police Commissioner said about what they were reading on a regular basis. "We've been in the back pockets of organized crime. All they talk about is drugs, violence, hits on each other, innocent people who are going to be murdered, and a whole range of things." To give you some examples, at one point someone sent in a photograph. In it was hundreds of tons of cocaine that were concealed in shipments of fruit. It seems this shipment wasn't taken by the authorities. Another photo showed hundreds of kilos of cocaine nicely packaged with a Batman label. One of the mini messages read, "There is 2 kilos put aside, French diplomatic sealed envelopes out of Bogota." The message then explained that the Colombians could send 2 kilograms a week, every week, and they wanted 50% of the profits. Another example conversation was between the names Real G and Iron Man. The former said, "Southside asked what prices are in Hong Kong per piece. Piece meant kilogram." These kinds of messages led to drug confiscations, such as the 613 kilos of cocaine that was on its way from Ecuador to Belgium, hidden in cans of tuna. When the tuna company was busted, another 1,523 kilos of cocaine was found, also headed to Belgium. In fact, 4 tons of cocaine was intercepted. After the arrests were made, the confiscations included 8 tons of cocaine, 22 tons of cannabis and resin, 2 tons of amphetamine and methamphetamine, as well as 6 tons of chemicals used to make drugs. On top of that, police seized 250 firearms, 55 luxury vehicles, an unreported amount of cryptocurrency, and almost $200 million in cash. The users of the phone were so sure that their privacy was covered that they didn't really try very hard to use any kind of code. Police even discovered how criminals did dry runs, which were basically sending containers without narcotics in them just to see how fast things happened and if there were problems with customs. Knowing that cops had so many organized crime figures in their hands and they were preventing untold amounts of illegal drugs from getting to their destinations, you might wonder why they decided in 2021 to swoop down and arrest all the names they had. This was the FBI's explanation. This was an ideal time to take it down. We decided, based on the amount of crime that was occurring, the threats to life, it was time to get these criminals off the street. The agency said that during the years that the operation had been going on, police in various countries had managed to mitigate threats to life, meaning they somehow prevented the murders from happening. At the time of the arrests, 10 people in Sweden were apparently on their kill list. 155 people were arrested in that country, while 60 people in Germany and 49 people in Belgium were also arrested. 200 folks in Australia got that early morning call from the cops too. Spain and Serbia also saw lots of arrests, but as you know, the number of people who used the app was huge. Even though this is a massive bust, it won't put too large a dent in the distribution of drugs around the world. The Anon app was said to be used by a small number of organized crime members, especially when you consider how many there actually are. Australian police said there may be many more similar technologies out there they just don't yet know about. Or maybe they don't know about them. September 23, 1983. It's the end of the evening shift for the staff at the Kentucky Fried Chicken outlet in Kilgore, Texas. As the last customers leave, there's a lot of laughing and joking. It's Friday night, time to have some fun. The main door then swings open. A warm breeze hits the startled staff. "We're closed," says the assistant manager. None of them return home that night. The next time anyone sees them, they're lying dead on the ground, executed. Let's now try our best to understand what happened that night. First, the victims. They were Opie Hughes, 39, Mary Tyler, 37, David Maxwell, 20, Joey Johnson, 20, and Monty Landers, 19. Tyler was the assistant manager, Hughes was one of the staff, as were Johnson and Maxwell. Landers shouldn't have even been there that day, he just popped in to see the 2 young men. We know that the staff had already pretty much finished up for the night. They'd almost finished cleaning up the place, the money had been counted, and the franchise headquarters had been called and been told about the takings. During the call, though, some voices could be heard in the background, possibly the voices of the killers. That phone call was the last time
time anyone heard the staff speak, besides the killers, of course. At around 11 p.m., Mary Tyler's daughter, Kim, walked into the restaurant expecting to see her mom. What she found instead was an eerie silence. Perplexed, shouting her mom's name, she looked down at the floor. She panicked when she saw fresh blood. The cops were soon on the scene, but none of the staff could be found. At first, police assumed that some hijinks had taken place and the staff maybe had a fight, or someone had an accident, and possibly they were all nearby. No one thought massacre, but that's what it was. The next day, about 15 miles from the restaurant at a remote field close to an oil well, all 5 victims were found. The first police on the scene couldn't believe what they saw. It looked like an execution from a war crime photograph. All the victims were lying face down in the grass and dirt, their arms tucked under their bodies, their heads all pointing northward. 4 of them were close together, while the other body of Opie Hughes lay not so far away. They'd all been shot in the back of the head, with at least one of them also taking a bullet to the back. Danny Pirtle, who would lead the investigation, later said in court that it was plainly obvious how they died without having to wait for autopsy. What he didn't know is that the carnage he was looking at would become one of the worst unsolved crimes in modern U.S. history. Well, it remained unsolved for over 2 decades and to some extent still is partially unsolved, but we'll get around to that. As some of you sleuths out there already know, a lot of murders are committed by people very close to the victim. You rarely have to look further than a spurned ex-lover, a jilted friend, or an angry business associate to find the person responsible. But in this case, things just didn't look that way. The murderers got away with around $2,000 that night, but even so, killing 5 people over such a small sum didn't make sense. What's more, it wasn't as if the staff were all connected other than the fact that they worked together. Sure, the young guys were friends, but police knew fairly certain that they weren't involved in gangs or high-level drug activity, and they weren't prone to hanging out with women in their late 30s. The crime looked like the work of a maniac. But then, the most messed up killers out there don't tend to take the money too. They kill for fun, for sport, to attend to some crazed sexual fetish, but they don't usually run off with the loot. At first, the investigators wondered if the murders had anything to do with a methamphetamine ring that had filled the streets of Kilgore with that pernicious drug. They knew that the ring was looking for a new recipe for cooking meth. Aside from that, after prolonged binges, meth heads do tend to lose the plot sometimes. But when they spoke to the manager of the branch, the manager said, no way, those folks were not part of any ruthless criminal gang. They weren't meth sellers, and she believed they weren't even meth consumers. Speaking later of one of the 20-year-old men, she said, they were good, they were exceptional, they were good kids. The police started looking at Kim, Mary's 17-year-old stepdaughter. She recently started working at that KFC, and she had a somewhat checkered past for a young person. So much so, she spent some time at the Louisiana Home for Girls after exhibiting behavioral problems. But why would she have had her mother killed? Why would this young woman have a beef with a bunch of guys just a little older than her? That line of inquiry led to nothing because Kim had absolutely no reason to have anyone shot. It seemed to the police that a robbery had taken place, but perhaps one or more of the staff had refused to hand over the cash. Some kind of fight ensued in which one of the staff was injured. Not wanting to leave any witnesses, the gunman then abducted the staff and took them to that oil field to kill them. Still, the autopsy didn't state that anyone had died before anyone else. It revealed that all of them were lined up at the oil field and they were shot one by one. Only Hughes, who was dragged away, was shot separately. There were few clues to work with. Cops found a fingernail in the clothing of one of the bodies. They found traces of another human on Hughes's body, but the best clue was a bit of blood on the ground and a blood-stained napkin lying nearby. As we said, there was also some blood in the restaurant. It didn't look as though it had come from any of the victims. Perhaps, the police thought, one of the staff really had put up a good fight and injured one of the perpetrators. People came forward and said they saw a van at the restaurant that night, which could have taken the victims away, but there was no CCTV back then in the area, and those witness statements were vague at best. Police also looked at 2 men named Romeo Pinkerton and Darnell Hartsfield. They were cousins and they both had a checkered past, while another man linked to those 2 was also on the police radar. But then jail records seemed to point to the fact that Hartsfield was in jail at the time of the murders, so that trail went dry. Such a slaying, something of the utmost brutality, put a lot of pressure on the cops. That's not always a good thing. It can make police join too many dots, and as we all know, many an innocent man has gone to jail when the police can't quite look past the picture they've already formed in their mind. It's called having a cognitive bias, and quite a few people have spent time on death row because of it. The police were quick to join the dots when they were arresting a man named James Earl Mankins Jr. He had a pretty colorful rap sheet, mostly for drug convictions. Notably, Mankin's father was a state representative. Police discovered that the fingernail they found looked as though it came from him. He was also missing a bit of his. A man named James Rowe said he approached the police by himself a few months after the crime. That night, he said he saw men driving a van and he noticed that in the back of the van were people wearing uniforms. What's scary is he said he heard them yelling and screaming. He also said the driver of the van was a white guy with long hair and a beard. That fit the description of Mankin's, although Rowe was never asked to testify. Why people never approached him again, we don't know. It wasn't until 20 years later that he did testify, and he said he went to school with Mankin's and the man in the van wasn't him. Later, in 1995, DNA evidence pointed to Mankin's innocence, and the case against him was dropped. Some years later, it would be discovered that this fingernail the police had been so dead set on investigating actually came from one of the victims. Mankin's later told the press, "The worst part was the 6 months in jail over there thinking about being put to death for something I didn't do. And more than likely, if it wasn't for that DNA, I would have been on death row." The case went cold again, and it looked as though they'd never find the killers. A detective later admitted that the police had spent way too much time focusing on Mankin's. Tunnel vision is an investigator's worst enemy, so sometime later, the Rusk County Sheriff's Office called a former FBI agent named George Kinney and asked him to look at the case from different angles. It seemed to Kinney that, given the severity of the crimes, whoever had done it had very likely committed more crimes in the years that had passed. It would be fair to assume, he thought, that the murderers were in prison for crimes as he began his investigation in the early 2000s. In 2001, a forensic scientist named Lorna Beasley retested the DNA evidence the police had and ran it through something called the Combined DNA Data Indexing System. That way, she could ascertain if the DNA from the blood found at the crime scene matched the DNA of violent offenders currently behind bars. Two names popped up. They were Romeo Pinkerton and Darnell Hartsfield. Ha, she thought. Those guys were suspects at the start, but we rubbed them from the list when it was discovered one of them was in jail when the murders happened. That wasn't true. The cops had messed up in that regard. On the night of the slayings, he'd been out of prison 2 days, but the evidence still wasn't enough to charge the men for their crime. It took 2 more years for Texas Attorney General Prosecutor Lisa Tanner to get on the case. She had doubts about finding the culprits so many years after the crime. Witnesses were getting old, and she said there were quite a few holes in the entire story. She also realized that DNA evidence pointed to 3 men committing the crime, not 2. What she needed was DNA from one of the 2 suspects for whom she did have names. One of them was Hartsfield, and investigators got a break in 2003 when he was arrested. Now, investigators just needed a DNA sample from him, but he wasn't exactly forthcoming about that. So, investigators embarked on a plan that had fooled many criminals in the past, offering drinks or chewing gum and then testing the remains. With Hartsfield, they got an added bonus. He flat out refused to give investigators a DNA sample, and that was his legal right. He even stated that in a letter. Oops. Tanner later told the press this. He told us he wasn't going to give us his blankety-blank DNA. And then he was so adamant about it, he wrote us a letter saying, "I'm not giving you my DNA, and you can't make me give you my DNA." And then, of course, he licked the envelope and sent it to us. In 2007, facing the death penalty due to the new DNA evidence, he admitted to murdering those 5 people. Still, he said he only did so because 5 life sentences was better than a shot of lethal drugs into the arm. Pinkerton also received 5 life sentences. Hartsfield has since spoken from his cell, and he hasn't changed his story of being innocent. He once said, "I might have had crimes that I did do. You know what I'm saying? But no one ever got hurt. I would never kill these people. And from day one, I have stated my innocence, and I'm still stating my innocence." The investigators say they have now joined the dots, and the picture they've come up with, they are sure is real. They say the guys, possibly 3 guys, heard someone talking about the takings that evening, but they mistakenly heard 15,000, not 1,500. Some reports we found said 2,000 was taken, and some said 3,000, so we can't be sure just how much was stolen. Investigators think the robbery just went wrong, and for some reason they abducted the 5 people. Why they murdered them all, they just don't know. They admit that the crime cannot be said to be solved until that 3rd person is arrested. The DNA evidence found on Hugh's body does not match Hartsfield, Pinkerton, or Mankin's, or anyone else in the DNA database. The guy we mentioned at the start, former Detective Pirtle, said, "I think about it every day, and I lie awake some nights with it on my mind. It's been a big part of my life, and though I'm retired now, I still want the 3rd person." Hartsfield fought his conviction, and in 2010 a court upheld it, saying the evidence against him was solid. He still claims his innocence today, saying the real killer is still out there. Wanted. A reward is being offered for this fugitive by the FBI. The poster stares back at you with 10 sinister-looking faces. The worst of the worst. So notorious that the FBI is offering a massive reward for anyone who provides information leading to their capture. Who are the FBI's 10 most wanted in the year 2021? Number 10. Yasser Abdel Said. Said began his life in a humble way as an immigrant from Egypt in 1983. He soon married an American woman 15 years his junior. They had a son and 2 daughters. He became a citizen, and there was a dark side to this American success story. His daughters, Amina and Sarah, soon started telling their friends and family that their father was abusive. The girls would occasionally show up with bruises and injuries at school. They reported that their father spied on them, with Sarah even finding out that he was spying on her at her part-time job. But his obsession was about to take an even darker turn. Amina covertly started dating a boy, and when Said planned to move the family, she planned to run away with her boyfriend. Eventually, Patricia had enough of her husband and left with the girls, only for Yasser to follow them. He convinced his wife to return home with the girls, and when the teenagers refused, Said shot them both and killed them. Said then went on the run, assumed to have fled back to Egypt, but he was later seen as a cab driver around New York City. He spent 12 years on the FBI's most wanted list with a reward of $100,000 offered for his capture. In 2020, he was found in Texas and he and his son were arrested. He currently awaits trial on capital murder charges, but remains on the list because his case is ongoing. But this next fugitive is still in the wild. Number 9. Robert William Fisher. A Navy veteran and firefighter, Fisher seemed like the picture of an all-American guy in 2001, but his public face hid a darker side. His wife and 2 kids lived in fear of his explosive temper. He was reportedly deeply bitter over his own parents' divorce, and he was controlling toward his wife and children. He displayed other bizarre behavior like shooting stray dogs and smearing animal blood on his face. But no one expected what was to come on April 9, 2001, when people in the neighborhood heard a terrible argument at the Fisher home. Then the explosion happened. The house blew up the next morning, and firefighters battled the fast-moving blaze before finding the bodies of Fisher's wife and kids in the house. But they hadn't died in the fire. They had been murdered. Fisher was on the run, having been seen at an ATM hours before the explosion. He was indicted for 3 counts of first-degree murder but has managed to stay ahead of police for 20 years now. His military background and his experience as a hunter makes him a particularly dangerous fugitive, and the FBI has offered $100,000 for information leading to his capture. This next fugitive was basically a ghost. Number 8. Alexis Flores. It was summer 2000 when Philadelphia resident Jorge Contreras took pity on a homeless drifter calling himself Carlos. He gave the unfortunate man shelter, gave him clothing to wear, and paid for his work as a handyman. But this would lead to a horrifying discovery. Carlos had used his shelter to store the body of Ariana de Jesus, a little girl who had been missing for several days. Contreras recognized the shirt she was wrapped in as being the one he had given to Carlos, and a manhunt began for the drifter. But who actually was Carlos? All they had of him was a vague sketch, including a distinctive scar he had on his neck. 2 years later, an undocumented immigrant named Alexis Flores would be arrested for shoplifting in Arizona, and the charges would later be upgraded due to false documents. He was deported to Honduras after his prison term, and that would be a terrible mistake. In 2007, his DNA would be matched to the DeJesus murder. Carlos finally had a name, but he was out of the FBI's reach now, and the US and Honduras do not have an extradition treaty. The FBI is offering $100,000 for information leading to his capture, and Interpol is involved as well, but he remains at large. This next fugitive began his crime spree at the most humble of locations. Number 7. Bhadresh Kumar Chitanbhai Patel. One of the youngest fugitives on the list, Patel seemed like a normal young man in India. He had married his wife Palak by 2015, and the young couple had traveled to the United States to visit relatives. Their visit became an extended one, and they took a job at a local Dunkin' Donuts owned by his relative, where they worked the night shift together on April 12th. But only one of them would leave that night. They walked into the camera, disappeared off the view of the camera, and then Patel left alone and closed the store. The next people in the store would find something horrible. When no one seemed to be on staff, customers approached a police officer and found Palak's body in the back, beaten and stabbed. They quickly fingered her husband for the killing, but Patel had already escaped. He was last seen taking a hotel shuttle to the airport, and authorities believe he may have fled back to India or be hiding with relatives. What turned this young man into a murderer? Relatives report his wife wanted to return home to India. Wherever he is now, he's been on the run since 2015, and the FBI thinks he's worth a $100,000 reward. But youth is no deterrent for this next criminal. Number 6. Alejandro Castillo. It was 2016 and a 17-year-old Castillo worked at a Greek-themed restaurant in Charlotte, North Carolina, but he was more interested in girls than his job. He had eyes in particular for his co-worker, Truk Kwan Sandy Lai Lee, who was 6 years older than him. They briefly dated and she even lent him some money, which he never paid back. But even as he went on to dating another co-worker, he never stopped thinking about Sandy, and that fixation soon turned into a dangerous obsession, and then Sandy disappeared. Investigations showed that Castillo had contacted her saying he would pay her back. Instead, he took her at gunpoint to an ATM and made her empty her bank account. He then drove her to the woods, shot her, and dumped her body in a ravine. The teenage murderer then fled in her car along with his new girlfriend, Ahima Feaster. They headed to the border and crossed into Mexico, but only a few months later, Feaster turned herself in to authorities. She cooperated for a lesser sentence and reported that Castillo had gone missing while they were in Mexico, disappearing off the radar. He's still at large, with a $100,000 award offered for his capture. He wasn't the only Romeo-turned-murderer on the list. Number 5. Arnoldo Jimenez. Everything seemed to be going right for Arnoldo Jimenez and Estela Carrera. They were happily engaged, had a 2-year-old daughter along with Jimenez's 9-year-old daughter from a previous relationship. And on May 11, 2012, they were married at Chicago City Hall. They celebrated at a nightclub with their friends and family and then drove home in Jimenez's car. That's when things took a dark turn. The newlyweds started arguing and Carrera quickly discovered that her husband had a dark side. It would be a one-night marriage. Jimenez stabbed his wife fatally and dragged her body into their apartment, leaving it in the bathtub in her wedding dress. When she never picked up her children, she was reported missing and her body was found by police, and Jimenez had disappeared. Police tracked him from Illinois to Tennessee to Arkansas to Texas and eventually to Mexico. They were able to arrest his brother for drugs and find more evidence linking him to the murder, but he remains a fugitive with a $100,000 bounty south of the border. Age was no barrier for this next criminal in the other direction. Number 4. Eugene Palmer. It was 2012 when Eugene Palmer lived next to his son and daughter-in-law in Stony Point, New York. The 73-year-old man watched as his son's marriage fell apart, and eventually his daughter-in-law Tammy filed for a restraining order and threatened divorce. This could cause Eugene to have to leave his home, and he wouldn't stand for that. A nasty feud began between Eugene and his daughter-in-law, and on September 24th, he took action. Tammy walked her children to the bus, returned home, and suddenly came under fire. Eugene was targeting her with a shotgun, and after 3 shots, he finished the job. The senior sharpshooter then fled the scene in a pickup truck, which he abandoned later and fled into the woods. Police led a hunt in the woods with dogs, which tracked his scent to a campground, but no trace of him was ever found. His family believes he's likely dead. After all, how far could a diabetic man with a heart condition now pushing 80 get? But the FBI disagrees. They pointed out that Palmer was an avid outdoorsman and could easily have survived in the woods and fled to another state. And they've offered a $100,000 reward for his capture. But some fugitives command a higher price. Number 3. Jason Derek Brown. Jason Derek Brown had a very unlikely beginning for a wanted fugitive. He was a devout Mormon who served a missionary and owned a toy business. But he had a taste for expensive vehicles and was deeply in debt. He escalated from fraud to theft and home invasions to a robbery that went horribly wrong. In 2004, he bought a Glock pistol and went to a local AMC theater in Phoenix. There, armored car guard Robert Keith Palomares was collecting the weekend box office. A hooded gunman came out of nowhere and shot him 6 times, killing him. The gunman fled with $56,000. It wasn't long before the killing would be linked to Brown. They found his bicycle and found the amateur robber's DNA on it. He was quickly charged with first-degree murder and unlawful flight, but by then he had fled to Las Vegas. Authorities found his car abandoned, and his brother was later charged with obstruction of justice for helping him dispose of evidence. Brown's case became notorious, and sightings of him came from across the United States, Mexico, and Canada. But the genuine article has eluded capture for over 15 years, and the FBI has offered a $200,000 reward for his capture. But the FBI also has their eye on some much larger-scale criminals. Number 2. Jose Rodolfo Villarreal Hernandez. Villarreal Hernandez was born into a life of violence. His father was a member of the Beltran-Leyva cartel in Mexico and was murdered by the rival Gulf cartel. It was no surprise that Villarreal Hernandez's involvement in the family business only got more intense, and he had a target in mind for revenge: Juan Jesus Guerrero Chapa, a powerful lawyer for the Gulf cartel, now living in Southlake, Texas, and an informant for U.S. law enforcement. But that wouldn't stop Villarreal Hernandez, who hired a crew to sneak into the U.S. And on May 22, 2013, they would strike. As Guerrero entered his car, 2 assassins pulled up and fired multiple shots at him.
He was killed immediately. While the assassins escaped, 3 men connected to their hiring were arrested and named Villarreal Hernandez as the mastermind. While he remains at large in Mexico, the FBI is on the hunt and has offered a $1 million reward for his arrest. But they're not the only ones looking. Guerrero's sister targeted one of Villarreal Hernandez's relatives in revenge, even sending her brother's hitman a picture of the severed head. With enemies like this, Villarreal Hernandez may want to think about turning himself in. But there's one fugitive more wanted than a cartel hitman, a cartel ringleader. Number 1. Rafael Caro Quintero. Rafael Caro Quintero had humble beginnings as a farmer, but his crop of choice would lead to a lot of trouble. He grew marijuana, and that turned him from a simple worker into a local land baron. He worked for many of Mexico's most notorious gang leaders and became a successful drug trafficker in the 1970s. But he would soon branch out on his own, and he formed the Guadalajara cartel. He shipped mass quantities of marijuana to the United States, but would be most notorious for his kidnapping, torture, and murder of U.S. DEA agent Enrique Camarena and 4 others. He would eventually be sentenced to 40 years in prison for murder in Mexico. But there's a twist to his story coming. A state court ruled that he'd been tried improperly and ordered him set free in 2013. This caused outrage across the border, and diplomatic pressure forced Mexico to reopen an investigation. They eventually issued a new arrest warrant, and U.S. and Mexican forces continue to pursue him to this day. He remains at large, with his attorneys trying to get the charges dismissed but failing. With Interpol and the FBI looking for him, the notorious drug kingpin commands the highest reward for any criminal on the FBI's most wanted list. A stunning $20 million. See any of them in your neighborhood? Keep your eyes open and approach carefully. You finally picked up the courage to visit the dark web, and you took every necessary precaution to stay invisible to the authorities. At first, you were only going to look around and not actually purchase anything, but after a few of your buddies came around to your house, you all decided you'd buy a big bag of illegal pills. Not only that, after a few drinks, you watched a video you shouldn't have watched. You weren't concerned, you used a VPN, your IP address couldn't be seen by prying eyes, and then, boom, one day the cops burst through your door. How on earth did that happen? How did they find you? That's what we'll discuss today. Number 5. Hacking. First of all, you should know that a lot of people use the dark web for good reasons. Maybe they're journalists or political dissidents in countries with strict regimes, so some human rights advocates are happy that the authorities can't find people in the dark web. That's why it was controversial when a cybercriminal named Eric Owen Marquez was arrested in 2013 and later got a prison sentence of 30 years. This guy was certainly in the wrong and was hosting websites within the dark that were selling drugs, hacking techniques, and money laundering operations. He was huge, and it's thought his cloud computing company Freedom Hosting was hosting almost half of the sketchy websites within the dark web. The FBI got him. They found his server in France and subsequently tracked him down to Ireland. This shouldn't have happened, of course. The Tor network this guy used was supposed to be impenetrable. But then, one day, users started seeing something weird. A new code running in websites hosted by Freedom Hosting. Suddenly, all the websites went down. That weird code exploited a Firefox vulnerability, and so not only did the websites go down, but people using those websites were unmasked. Well, they were until they could update their software. Tens of thousands of IP addresses were exposed, and some of those people that were exposed were arrested. That could have been you, and you might have been seen buying bags of Colombia's finest powder. But private email systems were also run on Freedom Hosting, so journalists or freedom fighters may have also been exposed. So that's one way you could be found out using the dark web. The government might get its crack team of hackers together and create a code that exploits a vulnerability in some software. It might not mean they've come knocking at your door, but your name will certainly be saved in the FBI's database. You've been flagged. Thousands of people around the world have been arrested this way. In the US, the FBI won't say how it hacks its way into the dark web, while in other countries, governments also keep their surveillance under wraps. In the UK, the government gives its intelligence agencies something called bulk powers, which allows them to spy on people. The thing is, the agencies don't have to submit any information to the court as to exactly how they got you. That remains a secret. If you're worried about being hacked by the government, though, wait until you hear how they can get you without hacking you at all. Number 4. Cops go undercover. Sometimes the government doesn't really have to get technical. The authorities can use techniques that they use on the streets. Cops can go undercover. Let's say you're on the dark web and you find a place where you can get the illegal substance MDMA. All the reviews are positive regarding the seller, so you think, okay, I'll take 500 pills because you're in college and you want to pay your tuition fees off. Well, you might just be buying your pills from a cop who's been undercover posing as Rick the Raver, the merchant of Molly.
Time and again, cops have done this with drugs, guns, poisons, and images of children. You see, you buy the stuff and you remain anonymous, but you still have to get your contraband delivered, and that's when the cops can grab you. There are ethical concerns though. The cops can't oversell their stuff. They can't say, hey, take these 500 pills, but I've got some great cocaine too, do you want that? That's called entrapment. They can't say, take 1,000 pills and I'll throw in a gun. That's just not ethical. Then you've got these images of kids that float around the dark web. There's been a lot of controversy regarding the FBI putting out their own images and setting up what's called a honeypot. The problem is, once those images are out, they can be copied and spread all over the web. But you can avoid in-person delivery and avoid an undercover agent, right? Well, if you think other means of scoring your gear are safe, stay tuned. Number 3. The Postal Service. You don't have to be set up to have the cops knocking at your door. A huge amount of contraband is seized before it even gets to the buyer. The post office can intercept a package, find a few ounces of cocaine, and then they can get in touch with the police. The police can then start an investigation, and while the buyer might not get arrested because the package never arrived, the cops in the past have watched post office videos and have been able to arrest the sender of the package or packages. In other cases, they weren't able to find the seller, so police allowed the post office to deliver the package in what they called a controlled delivery. As soon as you pick it up, they swoop in on you. It's unlikely police will ever get involved if someone is buying, say, one single pill of something, but if the package is big enough, there's always a risk. Sometimes, though, you could get busted, and it's not even your fault. Number 2. A dealer's data. One outstanding case of someone being caught selling drugs on the dark web was a kid in Germany who was arrested by police in 2015. This 20-year-old guy, who still lived with his mom, was found with a whopping 320 kilograms of drugs in his bedroom. Yeah, you heard that right. He pretty much ran a drug empire from his bedroom and sold drugs from the dark web to people in Germany and in other countries all over the world. He would usually use a P.O. box, not a house or an apartment number, and the person who picked the package was never the person's name on the package. If the person was ever caught picking up the drugs, he or she would say, hey, that's not my name. The thing is, the kid still needed to pick up the drugs. 320 kilos is quite a bit of powder and pills, and it was when he was picking up one of his packages that the cops got him. But guess what? When the cops looked on this kid's hard drive, they found all the names and emails of all the people he'd been selling to. That included guys just buying for personal use, which was not much use to the cops, but it also included bulk buyers who were selling on the streets of Germany and beyond. Someone on the dark web managed to get this kid's profile and leave a message. That message read, "Dealers run for your lives." That's the thing with the dark web. If someone else gets caught, your information might be on their computer. That kid became a millionaire very fast, but now he's in prison and will be for possibly another decade. The problem is, no sooner than the kid was behind bars, someone else had taken over his dark web domain. Sometimes, though, you can get busted without even visiting the dark web. Number 1. Advertising. The last way people are caught is when they advertise their dark web marketplace on the very visible normal web that we all use. Yeah, they use the normal web to direct people to the dark web. It's just a little silly, but Ross Ulbricht, the guy that ran the notorious Silk Road marketplace, did just that. He ran ads on a Bitcoin web forum for the Silk Road, and those ads could be traced back to him. For such a smart guy, he definitely missed several big brain moments. You've got your story straight. You've spent months prepping to go undercover and infiltrate the Italian-American Mafia. You are no longer named Joseph Pistone, and from now on, you'll only answer to a name the crew calls you. You've got a fake driver's license that bears that name, and you've got swagger befitting a gangster. You know how to use that Mafia twang and say, "How you doing?" and forget about it in just the right way. You're going to try and fool some of the most dangerous criminals in the world and bring them down. That will mean seeing some disturbing things, and as you move through this new life, every day could be your last. This is the story of one of the biggest lies the FBI ever told. The story of a man who was once known as Donnie Brasco. Joseph Joe Pistone was the right fit for an undercover cop who would infiltrate an Italian-American crime family. He was part Sicilian, grew up in New Jersey where the Mafia presence was strong, and so he had the background and knew the patois of those gangsters. He looked the part, sounded the part, and when the time came, he was ready to be a wise guy. In fact, a much wiser guy than the wise guys he worked with. His early life didn't consist of petty crime and fighting in the mean streets of New Jersey. He studied hard, attained a degree in anthropology, and later went to work for naval intelligence. It wasn't until 1969, when he was 30 years old, that he started working for the FBI. 5 years later, he was moving to New York, when he joined the truck hijacking unit, with hijacking trucks being a big money spinner for the Mafia. Sometimes the truck drivers were in on it too, and took payment and maybe a black eye for a payoff. Hundreds of trucks were getting done over and millions of dollars of items were being stolen. It didn't really matter what the bounty was, it could all be sold on. In 1974, when Pistone joined that unit, the truck hijacking business was bringing in $4.2 million a year. Something had to be done. But it wasn't the truck hijacking that made Pistone a well-regarded name in the FBI. It was when he went undercover for the first time and brought down a vehicle theft ring. 30 people were arrested and the FBI knew they had a man they could use. It was 1976 when Pistone put his hand up and said he was willing to go undercover again, but this time the assignment was about as dangerous as could be. He said he'd infiltrate one of the 5 families that ran New York City's criminal underworld. That was the Bonanno crime family. He spoke Italian fluently, including the street slang of the gangsters. He'd grown up among them and had a Sicilian heritage, and as he proved, he could work well undercover. There wasn't really a better man for the job. He just needed to create a backstory, and that meant everything. From fictional fights he had in high school, and how much he loved his grandmother's pasta con la sarde and mouth-watering cassata siciliana, he had to know names in the Mafia and how the organization worked. He had made up past loves, he had been kicked around the tough streets, and that's how he got into crime. His principal income was jewel thievery, and if you're a jewel thief, you have to know a thing or two about jewels. This was a tricky part of the backstory, and Pistone had to spend some time studying gemology. He passed with bright flying colors. His name was erased. He was expunged from history. There was no Joe Pistone now, only Donnie Brasco, the jewel thief. It was intended that he'd stay this way for 6 months, but as you'll see, things didn't quite work out that way. One day, this man named Donnie turned up in Little Italy. He frequented restaurants and hung out in bars. He always seemed to have a lot of cash on him. And while he didn't immediately tell the folks he met why this was, he did get particularly friendly with a barman at one place. Then, he let it be known that he had jewels and he knew where he could get more jewels. He was useful to any criminal empire. With all the cash he had, he was obviously pretty good at his job. You have to think about how dangerous this was. It wasn't as if he was working in Alaska. He could have easily been spotted by someone he knew, and if met on the street and called Joe, he was done for. To prevent anyone from letting the story out, only a few people in the FBI knew about the operation, while his co-workers just thought he'd moved on someplace. His own friends didn't know where he'd gone. The man was a ghost. He couldn't be seen to be big time, otherwise someone would have already heard of him. But the act was that while he was small time, he could certainly get involved with bigger things and likely earn for a family. It actually took about 6 months before he got a break and was introduced to someone from the Colombo crime family. There, he started working for Gilly Greca and his crew, an outfit that got most of their money from stealing and hijacking. This wasn't really the higher echelons of Mafia crews, but it was a start. The funny thing is, because he was so undercover, the New York cops soon had a file on him. That file said he was a crook and a new addition to the Greca crew, named Don Brasco. Then he got another break and met a man with a violent temper and a will to kill. That man was Anthony Tony Mira, and he was part of the Bonanno crime family. Now, things got serious because Tony was known for his temper. It's thought he killed 30 to 40 people during his criminal career. Brasco worked more closely with other members of the family, including Dominic Sonny Black Napolitano and Benjamin Lefty Guns Ruggiero. He developed a close friendship with the latter, and this is how the many exploits of the Mafia got back to the FBI. During this time, life was filled with patches of boredom and loneliness. Months and years passed and he had no real friends or anyone to love or confide in. It was a dangerous job, but one of the worst aspects of working undercover was basically not being able to be you and enjoy unadulterated emotions. When it came to the more dangerous side of this life, Brasco was never involved in things like big shootouts and he never had to whack a guy. He just played a part, stayed in character, and listened. Of course, he had to witness violence though. Unlike some undercover agents that would follow, Brasco never lost sight of who he was. While he acted well, he was always aware that he was an FBI agent and his friendships were not real. He might laugh and joke around with them and the laughter wasn't fake, but he also knew that one bad move would mean those guys laughing with him would fix him a pair of cement boots and send him for a swim in the Hudson. He also had a wife and kids who depended on him. They knew nothing about what he was doing and he only got to see them once every few months. At one point, he had a car trunk filled with Christmas gifts and was about to go home to his family, but then he bumped into some of his crew and they took him out on a wild night. He had to play the part. The guys in this crew thought Donnie was a bachelor and would be spending Christmas alone in his room. They sympathized with the man. They even visited him at his room and brought a surprise Christmas tree. after which they helped him decorate it. What are you gonna do? It's Christmas time. Bada bing, bada boom. There was even one time when Brasco's wife had a near-fatal car accident and he had to go missing for several days. Upon returning, he couldn't show sadness and had to make up a story as to where he'd been. One of the scariest aspects of the job as time went by was when he was summoned to a mob meeting. Every single time he showed up, he wondered if his real identity had been exposed and he would get whacked there and then. On another occasion, he and Lefty were blamed for messing up a job, and he could have been taken out for that, but instead they let him off. Brasco ended up in Florida, where he ran quite a successful operation. At this point, the ill-tempered Mira had just gotten out of jail and discovered that Brasco was making a lot of cash. He demanded part of that, seeing as it was him that gave him his start. This was also a troublesome time when lives were on the line. But when he was alone with Sonny or Lefty, much of the time they just lived like normal friends. They didn't always talk about Mafia stuff. You have to remember, this went on for years and years. And while movies or TV might depict Brasco's life as being crime 24 hours a day, it just wasn't like that. Most of the time was spent sitting at home watching TV or going to the bar and playing cards. Brasco didn't know too much about the inner workings of the crime family because he wasn't a made man. You know, what you need to know is how the Mafia dealt with things. They knew very well that in New York City you are never more than a few feet away from a rat. From time to time things slipped though, and a big break for Brasco is when Sonny told him about 3 captains that had been whacked. They'd been told to come to a meeting, and when they got there they were shot by Lefty and other men. Sonny was now confiding in Brasco, which was good and bad. The downside to becoming a closer member of the family was doing what family members did, and that was dealing in violence and sometimes murder. Sonny said to Brasco, "I need you to take out a person, but you know what? I'm gonna try and make you a made man. You'll be one of us. We're gonna make some serious money." He was now in too deep for his own good. 1, because killing someone was too extreme an act to follow, and 2, because now he was so close to Sonny, he was a target for the people he was supposedly warring against. He might get taken out both as a wise guy and in the line of duty. It was too much. The FBI pulled him out. The aftermath was, to say the least, chaotic. And at first, Brasco's old crew didn't believe the truth. They thought this was some kind of wicked lie, a trap laid by the FBI. They soon discovered it wasn't a lie, and Donnie Brasco, their friend and associate, had never existed. Sonny was soon murdered for getting too close to Brasco and not unearthing the truth. Lefty ended up in prison. Mira went into hiding. But things weren't looking too good because the Bonanno family boss, one Joseph Massino, had ordered his murder. A Mafia soldier named Joseph D'Amico did the business in the end, shooting him a few times in the head. Ironically, D'Amico would also later become an informant. As for what happened during the job, his friendships made. Pistone once said, "I had no sense of guilt. All during the course of the operation, I knew it was a job." He did later say, though, that he didn't want his old comrades to be killed. He only wanted them imprisoned. The Mafia put a $500,000 contract out on Pistone's life, and to counter what some people believe, he says it's never been rescinded. He and his family live with false names, which they change occasionally. No one knows where they are, and they certainly stay away from locations where there is a Mafia presence. Time might have passed, but Pistone believes there'll be some big shot out there who wants to say he was the man who took down the FBI's most famous undercover cop. December 20th, 1968, 2 high school students named Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday are making out in a car on a dark road nicknamed Lover's Lane. Suddenly, a man appears out of nowhere and orders the love-struck teens to get out of the vehicle. Faraday gets out first, at which point he's shot and killed. Jensen makes a run for it and is shot 5 times in the back. This was the work of the Zodiac, perhaps America's most mysterious killer, a maniac still in the crosshairs of law enforcement today, and a man that just spoke again after half a decade of silence. Around 6 months after that murder, 3 newspapers received a letter, each from a person who claimed he was the killer. In the letters, the person included a cryptogram that, after being cracked, seemed to reference a book about hunting. But not about animal hunting, it was about hunting humans for sport. His victims, he wrote, would become his slave in the afterlife. "This is the Zodiac speaking" would become 5 words that etched themselves into the minds of millions of Americans. After more brutal murders and bewildering letters, the killer was playing with the cops. He was needling them, trolling them, so much so that he drove some investigators nearly out of their minds. And then came the unsolvable puzzle, the Zodiac's pièce de résistance, a cipher so perplexing that not even the greatest code-breaking minds in the world could solve it. Until now, anyway. It's taken 51 years to finally solve the puzzle, and it's revealed a chilling message. Okay, so first you need to know a bit more about the person known as the Zodiac Killer. It's something we've covered in detail before, so we'll give you an abridged version of this rather long and very disturbing tale. Spoiler alert, the cops never caught him. Should they have? You can tell us at the end. It's possible he started this journey as a ruthless killer with those two young lovers, but it's also possible the Zodiac had actually killed before. We may never know for sure, but in a letter he once claimed to have killed as many as 37 people. The police, though, have only ever definitively linked him to the killing of 5 people. In all likelihood, the Zodiac's body count was way higher, and he might have carried on killing for decades. His last letter came in 1974, and then, like a ghost, he just disappeared. That letter contained a postmark saying, "If I don't see this note in your paper, I'll do something nasty, which you know I'm capable of." He then wrote me 37 SFPD 0. Such letters infuriated the police, especially when he wrote things such as, "I like killing people because it's so much fun." For the cops, it was only a matter of time before they caught the maniac, but they were wrong. Very wrong. It's certain the Zodiac murdered 22-year-old Darlene Elizabeth Farron and almost killed 19-year-old Mike Renault Mageau as they sat in their car in a secluded section of Blue Rock Springs Park in Vallejo, California. The killer pulled up behind them at one point and then drove away. When he returned, he got out of his car and shined a bright light into the couple's car. He shot Farron 5 times and Mageau 4 times. She died, but he lived to tell the tale. Cops now knew they were looking for a male possibly in his late 20s, early 30s. He was about 5'8" and on the stocky side. He had brown hair and a roundish face. Mageau might have gotten some details wrong, but who takes notes when you have a gun in your face? How did the police know it was the Zodiac Killer? Well, he had the gumption to call them from a payphone only a few blocks away from the station, less than an hour after the attack. He told them details about the murder only the killer could possibly know, like what weapon was used. And then he shocked the cops by saying he was also the one who killed the kids on Lover's Lane. So if it wasn't a one-off killer, it was the work of a serial killer. Since the woman was cheating on her husband, he was a suspect for a while, but it didn't take long to figure out it wasn't him. The Zodiac was real. He was far from finished. So now we need to talk about ciphers and cryptograms. A cryptogram is like a puzzle that contains encrypted symbols. It might look like gibberish, but it has a hidden meaning. To figure out that meaning, you need a kind of key to decode it called a cipher. Anyone can create one with a little bit of research, and if you're the clever sort, you can even create a cryptogram that's next to impossible to decipher. Seeing as it took 51 years to crack one of the Zodiac's puzzles, well, you say criticize him all you want for his brutality, but you can't underestimate the man's brain power. His first cryptogram was the 408, which is called that because that's how many total symbols are in it. It was published by the San Francisco Chronicle and 2 other newspapers that were each sent different parts of the puzzle, and the public was asked to solve it. A couple of teachers in California named Donald Jean and Betty June Hardin did just that, and it only took them 20 hours. Strange, since the so-called experts had failed where they succeeded. There's actually a conspiracy theory that the 2 were the Zodiac, but that's a story for another day. So in all, this cryptogram contained 54 different cipher symbols and 25 letters that are in the English alphabet. The couple worked out that they were looking at what's called a homophonic substitution cipher, which basically means you replace one letter with another, say a D for an M. It gets tricky though when one letter can be replaced by 5 different letters. The couple cracked it though, and this is how the decoded message began. I like killing people because it's so much fun. It's more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all. To kill something gives me the most thrilling experience. It's even better than getting your rocks off with a girl. He then goes on about slaves in the afterlife and paradise, so despite being very clever, the Zodiac may also be suffering from mental illnesses, and he wasn't finished killing. Just over a month later, he struck again. This time, he picked on 2 Pacific Union College students named Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard. They were enjoying a picnic at a bucolic spot next to Lake Berryessa in California's beautiful Napa Valley. The pair might have received the shock of their lives when they saw a man that looked like a vision from hell walking toward their very secluded spot. It was a man about 5'11", average weight, wearing what looked like an executioner's hood. They couldn't see his eyes though, due to the fact that he was wearing sunglasses over the mask's eye holes. If that wasn't frightening enough, he was also wearing what looked like a child's bib. On that bib was his now famous crossed circle symbol. The couple were absolutely petrified but didn't move since the maniac approaching them was clasping a handgun. He told them not to worry and told them a story about being a convict on the run. He subsequently told the young man to tie up his girlfriend with plastic clothesline that the supposed convict just happened to have handy. The Zodiac then tied up the man himself. What happened next is usually what only happens in horror movies featuring college students that drive out to the woods or a lake, even though they're warned not to do so by a peculiar-looking gas station owner. The Zodiac started going crazy, stabbing them both in the back. He stabbed the man 6 times and the woman 10 times. Leaving them for dead, the Zodiac walked about 500 yards to where the couple's car was parked, and there he drew his symbol on the door and wrote Vallejo 12/20/68, 7/4/69, September 27/69, 6:30 by knife. That evening, the Zodiac got the Napa Police Department on the phone and told them that he really was behind the double murder at the lake. The cops later discovered he'd made that call from a Napa car wash that was just around the corner from their department. The cops got a lead from this though because they managed to get some prints from the phone. Not only that, the kids he stabbed weren't dead. They were discovered inches from death, having lost a ton of blood. The girl told the cops what she'd seen, but not long after she fell into a coma and died in the hospital 2 days later. The man survived though and told the cops everything he knew. The police also had other clues, such as tire tracks most likely from the killer's car and his size 10.5 wing walker boot prints. Now cops knew they were looking for a true American psycho. Soon after, the Zodiac struck again, this time murdering a taxi driver named Paul Stein with a bullet to the back of the head. 3 days later, the San Francisco Chronicle received a letter from the Zodiac containing a piece of Stein's shirt. There was no doubt that it was the real deal. The Zodiac said in the letter that the cops could have caught him if they had been doing their job correctly. He also wrote, "School children make nice targets. I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot the front tire and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out." Just over a week later, someone claiming to be the Zodiac called the Oakland Police Department. The person demanded that either one of the 2 big shot lawyers, F. Lee Bailey or Melvin Belly, go to a popular local talk show hosted by a man named Jim Dunbar. Belly did just that and appealed for the killer to call in. A man who said he was the Zodiac did call. He said, "I need help. I'm sick. I don't want to go to the gas chamber." And he even said he'd meet with Belly, but in the end he didn't turn up. As you'll soon find out, there was likely more to that call than first meets the eye. This finally brings us to that unbreakable puzzle. Not long after that no-show with the lawyer, the Chronicle received a new communication from the Zodiac. This time, it was a cryptogram containing 340 characters, which came to be known as Cypher 340, and it proved to be too difficult for the best minds in the world to decipher at the time. People tried for decades from the USA and across the world, but what the Zodiac killer had created was something special, something so annoyingly difficult that after years of trying and failing, the puzzle was forgotten by most code crackers. Maybe it was meaningless, they thought, an assumption that put their frustrated minds at ease. But then in 2006, a global team of crack code breakers took a look at the impossible puzzle again. They knew it meant something, but finding the key was no easy task. It would end up taking them 14 years to finally decipher the code. That's dedication. The team included an American software developer named David Aranchak, a computer programmer from Belgium named Jarl van Eyck, and an Australian mathematician named Sam Blake. Their hard work finally brought the words of the Zodiac to the public. Eyck had actually developed software to break the codes, and he had created it specifically to crack the one made by the Zodiac. Blake's role in figuring out the cipher was to manipulate the symbols and see how they could be transposed, and Aranchak did the rest. The team said at times they'd get somewhere with the puzzle and they'd find a word, but then they discovered that what they discovered was a false positive, what they called a phantom. Then one day Aranchak announced, "This is a big one. We have a solution for the 340 and it's real." It hadn't been easy. The team had looked at hundreds of thousands of different manipulations of the text. Then on a Thursday morning at the beginning of December 2020, a variation of the text showed up in the program. Aranchak said at first sight it looked like gibberish, but it also contained the words gas chamber and the even more Zodiac-esque phrase, "Hope you're trying to catch me." That was a signature Zodiac taunt. If those phrases were actually part of the correct solution to the puzzle, what the team would have to do is apply a cipher that had been used for those words to the rest of the symbols in the cryptogram. It was complicated. They realized they had to look at the puzzle and read it in a diagonal fashion, so they took the symbol in the top left-hand corner and wrote it down. So if it was an H, they'd write H. Then they'd move down 1 and over to the right 2 spaces, then they'd write down that symbol, which here is a plus sign. Then they went through the entire puzzle doing this until they'd written down every symbol. What they ended up with was a completely different looking puzzle. It still looked like nonsense, of course, but now they had something new that they could put into the code-breaking software. The team was rather disappointed after that. Not only did not much of anything come up, but the terms gas chamber and hope you're trying to catch me weren't there either. It was as if they'd gone backward. But then Aranchak tried something else. He added the words they suspected were correct, gas chamber and hope you're trying to catch me, to the software as known solutions and let the program run. Presto, an English message popped up, the words of the Grandmaster Secret Code Psycho, the Zodiac himself. That wasn't me on the TV show. Was this the Zodiac telling the cops that the guy that had called in to talk to the lawyer was an imposter? Aranchak almost fell out of his chair. After 51 years, it was as if the Zodiac had risen from the grave. The team could now decrypt the first part of the puzzle, but the same method of code breaking didn't work for the other two parts. Since the first part was almost definitely correct, it didn't make sense that the other sections couldn't be solved in the same way. But then they hypothesized that the reason it didn't work was because the Zodiac had actually made a mistake when he designed the Cypher. If that was the case, it was no wonder no one could crack it. You can't open a broken lock with a good key. The team took into consideration that he'd made some spelling mistakes. They corrected the mistakes and then used a slightly different system of moving down and to the right diagonally reading the symbols, and they discovered something amazing. It worked. The Zodiac really had made a mistake in his code. And here it is, the fully decrypted words of the Zodiac himself from a code that remained unbroken for over 50 years. He wrote, "I hope you're having lots of fun in trying to catch me." That wasn't me on the TV show, which brings up a point about me. I'm not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner, because I now have enough slaves to work for me, where everyone else has nothing when they reach paradise. So they're afraid of death. I'm not afraid, because I know that my new life will be an easy one in paradise death. It was true. The man who called and spoke to Melvin Belly really was an imposter. The Zodiac had always been somewhat narcissistic in his writing. He'd always bragged about being one step ahead of the cops. He never seemed scared or repentant, like how the caller sounded. The Zodiac, perhaps suffering from a mental illness, actually believed his victims could be waiting on him hand and foot in the afterlife. It appears he didn't believe the heaven-hell dichotomy for good guys and bad guys. The team didn't waste any time in contacting the FBI to alert them that they'd cracked the puzzle. The FBI subsequently issued a statement saying it was true, and while it's exciting and a huge accomplishment to finally have cracked the code, it didn't actually get us any closer to understanding the true identity of America's most confounding serial killer. The message doesn't really help the investigation at all, which the FBI says is still ongoing. "We continue to seek justice for the victims of these brutal crimes," wrote the agency. But that's not the end of the Zodiac story when it comes to codes. There are two more ciphers that were sent by the Zodiac that haven't yet been solved. They are both very short, and some people believe one of them could even be his name. Being short doesn't make a cipher easier though, far from it. Because it's short, there are fewer clues for a key. The 340 cipher team has tried to crack those remaining puzzles, but suspects that because it's so short, unless new information is discovered, it's likely a hopeless task. And so while the code is cracked, the identity of the Zodiac killer remains a mystery. People will continue trying though, and who knows, maybe one day someone will finally solve the last of the masked maniac's mysteries and will finally learn the truth of just who the Zodiac killer is. Now you need to watch Why the Zodiac Killer Was Never Found. Or for more true crime, check out Did OJ Commit Those Murders?